According to Earth's history, dating back 4.55 billion years, the ocean was the very first element to appear on the planet's surface. And so, no matter how much we may know about the far reaches beyond Earth, the percentage of what we understand about the deep, is only a mere 5. And among the mysteries belonging to the deepest ocean of all is the legend of the mermaid, which remains one of the greatest unknowns in the human world. Even so, there's only one place in this world that has always believed the land they live on is protected and ruled by the goddess of the sea, and that place is called Santa Island. The people there all worship the sea goddess and call her Bella Figuera, though no one knows whether the legend is actually true. Still, the people here really do live happy, warm, and abundant lives. Every night, they hold magnificent, lavish parties, enjoying lives filled with luxury, splendor, and vanity, as if they themselves were stars in the sky. But in complete contrast to that, there are also people forced to endure greed and misery. Because no matter where you go, there is always good and evil, and this place is no exception. Worse still, it is even called Santa's Garbage Pit, also known as Camorra, a terrifying slum riddled with vice. Ugh, that damn little rat. If you know what's good for you, don't ever think about running away from us again, because we'll find out no matter what and drag you back anyway. A group of vicious thugs surrounded one person and drove them into a corner. Abel, didn't you say you were mute? Besides, the brutish man shoved Abel against the wall, then grabbed at her collar, popping a button loose and accidentally revealing her true sex. Don't touch me. Haha, so that rumor was true. You really are a girl. At first glance, Abel looked like a boy, but in truth, she was a girl. And yet, when the thugs found out she was a girl, they didn't stop. Instead, they looked at her with even greater contempt. Hold on, look at this girl. She makes me sick. And that body of hers. Abel's face darkened after hearing the filthy things those thugs said about her body. But then she snapped in furious desperation. Get back, that hurts. She quickly smashed a nearby glass bottle and brandished it in front of them to threaten them, forcing them to step back a little. Get away from me right now. You damn brat. If any of you move, even a little, you'll what? Before Abel could finish, one of the thugs lunged forward and slammed into her shoulder, making her cry out in pain and tremble in fear. I took you in because you didn't have any parents, and this is how you repay me? And now you dare raise your voice at me, you filthy little bastard? I even pitied you, scraping by with that shoe-shining job of yours, so I took care of you. I was already that good to you. So what more do you want? As he spoke, he kept striking her across the face, leaving her in too much pain to resist any longer. I'm giving you 1 week. If you still haven't paid me my protection fee by then, you're done for. I don't know what I'll do to you. After being beaten badly, Abel collapsed to the ground in fear. But no matter how frightened she was, time kept passing, and she still couldn't gather enough money to pay the protection fee as promised. What am I supposed to do? There are only 2 days left before they come to collect the money. No matter what happens, I have to come up with that amount somehow. Because if I don't, they'll drag me into that red light district. At that point, I'd rather just die. At San Selena Square, while she was bent over polishing a man's shoes and unable to stop worrying, a sentence suddenly rang out. Strangely enough, what was said matched exactly what she had been thinking, making her freeze for a moment. But before she could think further, the man continued. Lucia, before taking that woman's hand and entering the chapel, the abrupt turn in what he was saying made Abel instinctively jolt, and she immediately realized who the man sitting before her seemed to be. No way. Could this man be Cesare Bonaparte? The handsome man whose shoes she had been shining was Cesare Bonaparte, the man known as the brightest star among Santa's highest nobles, and the very protagonist of countless romance stories. In other words, he was the name causing a sensation throughout noble society, because the overwhelming power of his family was perfectly matched by his looks. And according to the latest news, he had been announced to enter a political marriage with the youngest daughter of another equally powerful house, namely the young lady of House de Lavin, Lucia Izia de Laval. The marriage was based on an agreement established between the two families beforehand. On top of that, Cesare was the sole legitimate heir of the Bonaparte family. So once their marriage was officially sealed, the nobles all took turns congratulating Lucia Izia on her long, unrequited love finally bearing fruit. What a ridiculous newspaper. Destiny? Give me a break. I know exactly what kind of rotten woman she is. As Cesare read the exaggerated article, his irritation was plain to see. But thanks to that, Abel finally realized that yes, he was exactly the person she had been looking for. No, I'm not mistaken. This is definitely Cesare Bonaparte. I can't believe I ran into him here in San Selena Square. But what should I do? Should I explain my situation and ask for his help? Maybe if he pities me, he'll toss me a few silver coins. Abel stared at Cesare, thinking about asking him for help, and right then, he slowly lit a cigarette and spoke to his aide about a plan he had already been considering. I guess there's no choice but to go through with the plan. Why you mean that crazy plan, sir? Is there really no other way? Is there any better option than finding some girl and sending her to the de Lavals in my place? When Abel heard that, a flash of clarity lit up her mind. At last, she had found a way to escape this misery. Isn't this my chance to put an end to this pitiful life built on scraps and coins? For all I know, this may be the last chance the heavens have sent to save me. After thinking it through, she boldly placed a hand on her chest and spoke to the man before her. Please, sell me. I will surely be the most valuable woman woman in all of Santa. Faced with such a sharp and shocking proposal from the ugly shoeshine girl sitting before him, Cesare was momentarily stunned. But right after that, the aide beside him spoke first, breaking the silence. Hey girl, what exactly are you saying? Haha, a mere shoeshine girl who keeps her face buried in people's shoes and doesn't even know her place. And yet you dare say something like that with such confidence? That's almost amusing. But unfortunately, my family's estate is not a brothel, Miss Shoeshine Girl. Even after being mocked like that, Abel stayed stubbornly determined. I'm not mistaken, sir, and my name is Abel. Ah, no, Odell Beebe. What I mean is, I can carry out your plan successfully. I guarantee that no one could do it better than I can. Do you even know what I want to be this confident? Yes, sir. You need someone to pretend to be a member of the Bonaparte family and marry into the DeLavin family in your place. When Cesare heard his own plan spoken aloud by her, he was deeply shocked because it was still only a plan. There was no way an outsider should have known about it. Who did you hear that from? I only read the newspapers and guessed, sir. From what I know, the marriage contract only mentions the surnames of the two families and does not clearly state who exactly is meant to fulfill the marriage pact. So if you find a girl and claim she is a hidden daughter of the Bonapartes, you can escape this political marriage. And the reason you want to choose a girl to marry in your place is because the DeLavin family has an unmarried son. Am I right? Every detail she laid out was astonishingly accurate, leaving Cesare's aide speechless. Wow, you figured all that out just from reading the paper? That's truly remarkable. Don't overreact. It's a waste of time. The Delaval family is a highly educated house with generations of refinement behind it. It's not a place where an illiterate shoeshine girl can simply walk in and out as she pleases. Then what if I can read? At those words, Cesare froze for a long moment, surprised one thing after another. That's the language of dens. You know how to use it? Yes, I can also speak Angiers. Where did you learn foreign languages? I read books in the public library, and I overheard foreigners talking, so I learned the languages that way. Aha, overheard them? I feel as if the sea goddess herself is playing a trick on me. Seeing his favorable reaction, Abel brightened a little, but immediately after, he crushed that hope at once. But what should I do, Miss Odell Beebe? No matter how clever you are, if you're to be sold, you still need at least some beauty, don't you? As he spoke, he nudged the lumps on her face with his foot, as if forcing her awake from a dream. You're out, eliminated before you even got through the gate. With that, he stood up and left, leaving her sitting there in wretched misery, no matter how much she had tried to persuade him and display her abilities. Still, what he said was true. Without beauty, there was nothing she could do, let alone step into noble society and marry a high-ranking noble. But as the saying goes, the best dishes are saved for last, and the best twists come when the author finally turns the whole story upside down. Because if she was the heroine, then surely there had to be a reason she could be the heroine, right? Wait, she tore off her hat, letting loose a long cascade of deep blue hair, then removed layer after layer of disguise, leaving the two men utterly stunned. WH, what is this? And the reason for their unblinking shock was her breathtaking transformation and the flawless natural beauty that came with it. Proof that her status as the female lead was not exaggerated in the slightest. Well, am I still disqualified now? After seeing her full beauty, the man accompanying Cesare was the first to speak in awe. When you first proposed pretending to be Lord Cesare's sister, I thought it was impossible. But after looking carefully from head to toe, I realized you actually resemble him in many ways. For example, that blue hair and those beautiful golden eyes. You truly are the most suitable person. This really is perfect, isn't it, Lord Cesare? Cesare seemed to agree with his aide and asked about her origins. Are you a noble? No. Then what about your parents? Why would you ask about the parents of an orphan like me? After hearing her answer, Cesare rested a hand on his chin and fell into thought for a moment, then asked one final question. At this point, I really am curious. But surely you're not foolish enough not to know that if you're found out, you'll die. So why do you still want this job? Hearing his question and the warning within it, her resolve did not waver. Because I'm hungry. That was the reason for her recklessness. She was truly starving. Poverty had gnawed at her for far too long, and so she desperately wanted this chance to save herself from this place once and for all. And when Cesare saw the determination in her eyes, he finally gave in. Well, I suppose that'll do. He said it while turning to leave, but after walking a short distance, he turned back and introduced himself to her. I am Cesare, and I will be the one to send you off. When Odell heard him say that, she fell silent for a moment. But right after that, she gave him a parting line, a quotation, one drawn from the same book he had used to greet her. In the place where the two of us long for one another, let's meet again. Cesare smiled when he heard the verse from her lips, because he knew he had indeed chosen the right person. She even knows quotations from the play Durrani. Looks like I found someone useful after all. Very well. Come to Bonaparte tomorrow morning to see me, Miss Odell Beebe. After that fateful morning in San Selena Square, back in the crumbling Kimura slums, under a pitch-black and dreary rainstorm, there was a girl who only this morning had felt powerless before her miserable life, yet now could hardly believe what she had just gone through. I still can't believe Cesare, Bonaparte agreed to my proposal. Even though she no longer had to worry about being sold off, still, in Odell's mind, the image of her precious best friend suddenly surfaced, the one who had stood by her side and shared so many joys and sorrows with her. Clarice, my only best friend. After this, maybe I won't even get another chance to talk to her anymore. After thinking of her friend, she looked down at the letter in her hand, her heart growing heavier with lingering thoughts. I want to tell her what happened today, but she's busy. Well, never mind. Anyway, I already wrote her a letter, so bang, bang, bang. While she was lost in thought, violent pounding suddenly thundered against the door, making her freeze. But soon after, she steadied herself and slowly got to her feet. Who could be coming at this hour? But her calm only lasted that long, because the moment she stood up, she heard a very familiar curse being shouted from outside the door. No way. Bang. Oof. I knew you were in there. It was the thug who had demanded protection money from her before, and now he had come right to her door to collect. And along with him came the cruelty plainly written across his sinister face. If I hadn't come to collect your protection fee, how long were you planning to keep me waiting, you bitch? As he spoke, he strode toward her. Then he lunged forward and grabbed her tightly by the arm, terrifying her. Come with me right now, you bitch. Ow, let go of me. Odell's arm was clamped tightly in the thug's grip, but fortunately, she was strong enough to wrench herself free from his hand. Huh, you crazy bitch. What do you think you're doing? Get back here right now. Taking the chance to break free from his grasp, Odell quickly climbed onto the window frame to escape. But when she looked at his face, it was truly terrifying. So terrifying that she fell into a state of extreme panic. And just as Zukan, wearing that dreadful expression, was about to come closer and seize her, the image of Cesare and his words suddenly surfaced in her mind. I'll ask just one last question. You know very well that if you're discovered, you'll die. So why do you still want to do this? Where her last foot left the floor, and she threw her whole body down to the ground to escape, she finally found her answer. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. As long as I can get away from this place, I'm willing to accept any price. I'm ready to sacrifice this life of mine for a chance at a better life. That's right, even if it means death. I'll accept it. Running for her life through the dark night with only one desperate wish in her heart, she finally reached the place that could save her. Please come in, Miss Odell Beebe. I am Ernst, the butler of House Bonaparte. His Grace is waiting for you. In the rain that night, Abel ran all the way to the Bonaparte mansion, determined to change her life once and for all, or else, even if she died tomorrow, she would accept that too. After being received at the gate and led into Cesari's study, she stood there drenched from head to toe. At last, he spoke, chiding her in a surprisingly gentle tone. You look absolutely bedraggled. My dear little sister, why are you soaked like this? Come now, tell your brother. His expression was mocking, laced with sarcasm. But the moment she heard him call her his sister, she knew there was no turning back now. So she told him the whole truth. There's an old man named Nino. He manages the Shoeshine gang in Kimura. I didn't have the money to pay him protection fees. So before she could finish, he cut in and calmly declared that the man was dead, leaving her utterly stunned. It's raining heavily tonight, isn't it? Really pouring. After saying that, he told her story. I heard a wooden house in Kimura collapsed. Yes, I believe someone died in that accident. But then again, it is the slums, so what does it matter? Things like that happen all the time. And what about you? Are you no longer afraid of anything now? His words made a chill run through her, but she still managed to force out a reply to show that she was fine. No, sir, I'm not afraid anymore. Good. The gleam in his golden eyes only made her feel more uneasy. But then she thought of her friend, and suddenly everything seemed to fall into place. It was as if Clarice had known everything that would happen today and had deliberately stayed away. As if sensing her anxiety, he interrupted her thoughts and reassured her. Now then, don't worry. As long as you don't ruin the plan, everything will be fine. Your situation has already been dealt with. So let's return to the main issue. Our target is indeed the person you mentioned before. I want you to seduce the eldest son of House de Laval and marry him. You must seduce him with both body and soul, from the way you speak to your gestures and even the way you walk. I want every part of you to be refined and irresistibly alluring. Then I will turn you into a perfect daughter bearing the Bonaparte name. And in the end, we will deceive all those idiotic nobles in Ponati. You have 3 months to prepare. If you cannot become the lady I have in mind, then this plan will be called off. As he spoke, he flicked away a matchstick, making Odell flinch slightly. Called off? If the plan failed, would he eliminate her to tie up loose ends? Looking at the burnout matchstick, she instinctively thought of her own fate. Understand. Aren't you curious why it has to be 3 months? Isn't it because you want to use the head of the family's birthday celebration? Exactly. As expected, you're very clever. You saw through my plan just from reading a newspaper. As he said this, Cesare walked over to her and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Then again, it seems you understand my family even better than I do. And I suspect you have another reason as well. Slowly, he reached out and lifted her chin, then delivered his final, shamelessly self-absorbed remark. You've taken an interest in me, haven't you? You've taken an interest in me, haven't you? The moment the question left his lips, the room fell silent. His vanity was not entirely without basis, and she could not exactly deny it outright for that reason. I understand what you're thinking. For a poor, rustic girl like you, who has nothing but a pretty face, this older brother of yours must seem like some kind of savior. And naturally, that would make you desire me. As he spoke, he kept her chin tilted up in his hand, then brought his handsome face close to hers. Let me make one thing clear. I have no intention of satisfying your desires, nor of indulging the fact that you dared come to my bedroom at this hour of the night. She fell silent for a moment, then gave him an answer he clearly had not expected. Thank you for the advice, but I will never take any interest in you. She said it firmly, though inwardly she still felt uneasy. His face might be handsome, but his personality was utterly deranged. When he saw the awkwardness on her face, Cesare curled his lips into a sly smile and burst out laughing. Ahaha, look at that expression. I was referring to what already happened, of course. Yes, sir. I'll remember that. Not, sir. You should call me brother. Yes, brother. Little sister. Seated in his chair, Cesare took another drag from his cigarette and then announced her new identity. From now on, your name will be Index-like Bonaparte, 5 years younger than I am. Your background will be that of a commoner, and you came from the other side of the Capello coast. For some reason, you arrived here alone and reunited with your brother after many years apart. Odell listened to this new biography of hers in thoughtful silence, but then she spoke up to ask about the head of his family. Does the head of the family know about this plan as well? To briefly explain, the powerful house Bonaparte. Its head was Cesari's grandmother, who also stood second only to the king in parliament. Her name was Eva Bonaparte. As for Cesare, he had begun to feel a flicker of concern for his own plan. Without his grandmother's approval, it would be difficult to carry it out at all. Fortunately, however, she had little interest in him. Sadly, no, Our Lady Eva hardly seems to care that this grandson of hers exists, let alone some granddaughter she has never met. On the other hand, she greatly welcomes and favors Lucia Izia de Laval. From that, Odell understood that Eva also supported his marriage to that young lady. I see, so she supports the marriage. Well then, is there anything else you're curious about? There's still one important matter we haven't discussed. What important matter? My parents. After saying that, he took a long drag from his cigarette, then glanced at her to study her reaction before continuing. If you're going to pretend to be my sister, then at the very least you should know about them. So why haven't you asked? Odell went quiet at that question because she and everyone else already knew the story. After all, who didn't know what had happened to those two? Cesari's parents had been madly in love with each other. So they had abandoned both the family and their young son to pursue the ideal of love they had always dreamed of. The only thing I know is that when I was 7, my older brother left me and went somewhere else. Her answer had nothing to do with his question, and yet he looked strangely satisfied by it. That should make explaining things much easier. Very well. We'll simply say my parents went mad and then had you. That settles everything. He stood and walked to the door to open it for her, then added one last thing. I've already instructed a maid to wait outside for you. So go with her, Lady Index-like Bonaparte. The next time I see you, I hope I'll be looking at a true lady. I'm very curious to see just how complete your transformation will be. I'll do my best, sir. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Index-like. I am Epony Seer, and I will be responsible for attending to you as your personal maid. From now on, this room will belong to you. House Bonaparte is not excessively lavish, but everything here is provided for comfort and convenience. And this is your room, my lady. It is somewhat simple, but I hope you won't find it inconvenient to live here. As the maid Epony showed her around the room, Odell was overwhelmed. The fact that the maid called this room modest only left her even more stunned. Yes, no, thank you. Please feel free to speak comfortably, my lady. And beginning tomorrow, you will start lessons in etiquette and decorum. It would be terrible if you caught a cold. Turning to look at her, the maid gestured toward the place Odell was meant to go next. This way, please, my lady. I will help you bathe. Epony then led her to a luxurious bath chamber and urged her to wash. But Odell had always lived as an ordinary girl, so she did not want anyone touching her body or assisting her while she bathed. No, there's no need. I can bathe by myself. Nobles do not bathe alone. This is one of the rules, so I ask that you follow it. But what I said was not a request, my lady. It is simply the rule. Since she had no choice, she reluctantly obeyed. All right then, please help me bathe. As she spoke, she took off each layer of clothing one by one. When the last garment fell away, the maid Epony was horrified. And my lady, her entire body was covered in wounds, large and small. All of them were red and raw, and some were even still bleeding. I know I look terrible, but the bruises will fade soon, I promise. These injuries won't leave scars. She spoke anxiously, loudly explaining herself to the maid, then softened her tone again, because in the end, she was simply afraid. Will she report this to him? What if he says he wants to cancel the contract because my body is too filthy? As if reading the worry on her face, Epony fell silent for a moment. Then she spoke first, gently trying to reassure her. The agreement between you and Lord Cesare will only take effect once you marry the son of House de Laval. So until then, all you need to do is make sure he doesn't see you. Hearing that, Odell let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Still, setting aside the injuries on your body, the fact that you are far too thin is also a problem. For now, you must focus on restoring your health. If you are to become a member of House Bonaparte, then you must appear as perfect as possible. Odell looked at her reflection in the water, feeling a little ashamed. This was all somewhat beyond what she had imagined. So, what do you think of my adorable little sister? After bathing Odell, the maid Aponi went to report the situation to Cesare. Her condition is not very good. There are still marks of abuse on her body. Is that so? A pearl that has been scratched loses its value, doesn't it? No, not at all. If we simply treat her wounds and help her gain a little weight, she will become a great beauty. Hearing Aponi's assessment, he agreed with her. But even now, she is already beautiful. As he said it, he recalled how lovely she had looked before and let out a sigh of regret. What a pity that she has to be my sister now. The moment Aponi heard that, she understood what he meant and stiffened in alarm. Your Grace, don't worry. I won't touch her. In any case, once I've gotten what I want, I'll kill her as soon as everything is settled. His cruelty was written plainly across that handsome face. What kind of future awaited her life now? Back to Abel. After being cared for and cleaned up, she was finally allowed to rest in her new room. But instead of embracing all these wonderful changes with excitement, her heart was filled with thoughts about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. Everything had happened so quickly that it all felt like a dream. I keep waking up in the middle of the night, just like always. And at this same hour, the fishing boats out at sea would be returning. They would set out at midnight, then come back to the harbor and drop anchor. After that, some fishermen would give away the fish they couldn't sell to poor wretches like me. And because I knew that, I always used to wake up at dawn and wander around the harbor, hoping they might give me a little more. But now, just look at everything around me. I can hardly believe I'm living such a luxurious life, one completely different from before. This really is a dream I never once imagined for myself. But everything has its price. In the future, will I really be able to carry out this task? Well, after thinking for a while, she decided to pick up a book and read. I don't think I can fall asleep again anyway. And so, she became so absorbed in reading that she did not even realize when morning came, until the maid Aponi entered the room and called out to her. My lady, it is time for you to wake up. She had meant to come in and wake her, but seeing that Odell had not slept at all, she paused. Did you not sleep last night, my lady? Oh no, I just woke up a little early. What will I start learning first today? Seeing how eager she was to learn, Aponi quickly explained the day's schedule. It seems my lady is very much looking forward to learning noble etiquette. Beginning today, we will have many things to study. So many that there may scarcely be time to rest. I hope you will steel yourself for it in advance. Starting with the very first lesson, they went to the dining room. At that moment, the maid Aponi had led her there for breakfast, where the table was overflowing with delicious, luxurious dishes, leaving Odell thrilled beyond words. Please, my lady, have a seat here. Is there anything in particular you especially like? As maid Aponi pulled out a chair for her, she also gently asked about her taste in food, so Odell answered without hesitation. I can eat almost anything I see. I can even eat insects. It seems my lady is not a picky eater. That is a fine quality for a true, noble lady. After praising her, the maid began Odell's first lesson in dining etiquette. Table manners are one of the essential skills every noble must possess. They are considered the foundation of all foundations. So first, use the outermost knife to cut your food. Then keep your back straight and your chin raised with graceful poise. While eating, my lady must not place her elbows on the table, and she must not let her hands drop while dining. Under maid Aponi's attentive guidance, Odell quickly grasped the basic rules of eating. You did very well. Now, please eat. She lifted her fork with a piece of meat already cut on it and brought it to her mouth. And the moment it settled on her tongue, layer after layer of flavor burst forth, sending an unprecedented thrill through her taste buds and her entire body. Beef carpaccio with arugula and celery. Capitas pasta in abalone fish sauce. And flounder wrapped in potatoes with tomato sauce as well. All of these dishes were simply amazing. They were so delicious, she felt as if she could lick the plate clean. She devoured every dish on the table in utter happiness, because never in her life had she been allowed to eat so fully and so well. But after eating for a while, she suddenly became aware of how embarrassing her behavior was. No, did I eat too much? Sensing her embarrassment, maid Aponi encouraged her instead. Please eat more. Seeing my lady enjoy her food so much is an honor for us. And from now on, I believe it would be best for my lady to eat at least 4 meals a day. That is the best way for you to recover your health quickly. Hearing that from maid Aponi filled Odell with boundless happiness, because to her, eating was life itself. Once she had eaten her fill, Aponi led her on a tour of the mansion. Now, I will show my lady around the estate. I hope you will remember the way back. The first room is the reading room, also called the library. There are hundreds, even thousands of books here that my lady may read and consult. The second room is both an office and the place usually used for the family's annual meetings. The third room is used to display works of art, so we call it the gallery. And so, maid Aponi led her from place to place, showing her around so she could learn the layout. At the end of the day, once the tour was over, she gave Odell one important warning. The central area of the first floor is the master's office. My lady, please remember not to knock before entering his room. Please remember, do not knock. It is a special rule of his for everyone in the mansion. Then, is there anything else I should be careful about? After hearing Odell's question, maid Aponi fell silent for a moment, but then decided to tell her something important. I think it is time I told my lady this. It concerns the master's plan and my lady's part in it. At present, only 6 people know of the plan, including myself, the master, the butler, and 3 others. However, in the next few days, one more person will learn of it. That person will be the one teaching my lady the rules of noble etiquette and conduct. And that person is none other than Madame Flavia. She may be strict and cold, but she is the best when it comes to the rules of high society. So please be patient and listen to her diligently. Understand. I'll do my best. Oh, right, Lady Epony. How should I greet Madam, that lady? My lady's reminder brings it back to me. Let me teach you the greeting style of the Fernati family. As soon as she said it, Maid Epony began instructing her in great detail. My lady, hold your skirt like this. Keep in mind that your back must be straight, then gently bend your knees like this, and finally lower your head in greeting. The moment she finished explaining, Odell tried it at once. Yet, even on her very first attempt, she performed the greeting with remarkable ease and elegance, leaving Maid Epony utterly stunned. Why, yes, that's right. You did it perfectly. And as night fell, the candles were lit to brighten the darkness, and Odell climbed into bed, preparing to sleep. My lady did very well today. May the god of the sea bless you with peace tonight. Thank you. The same to you. After exchanging good nights and farewells, Maid Epony left the room so she could rest. Now alone in the spacious, comfortable room, Odell grew a little thoughtful. She thought of those bitter days in Kimura and found it all almost miraculous. It's so quiet. All the noise I used to hear every day in Kimura is completely gone. She shut her eyes tightly and felt everything around her. I can't hear a single sound here. It makes me forget how hard my life used to be and that I never even knew a place this wonderful existed in the world. Here, she could eat well, wear warm clothes, and sleep peacefully without fear or worry. She was so happy that tears fell from her eyes, and before she realized it, she had drifted off to sleep. But in her dream that night, she saw wave after wave of the sea rolling in, and with them came a desperate voice calling her name. Odell, Odell. Each cry was followed by stronger and stronger waves, as if the waves themselves were calling out to her. Odell, run. That shrill scream within the dream, together with the crashing wave, jolted her awake in blind panic. But before she could fully gather herself, Maid Epony rushed in and told her something urgent. My lady, we have a serious problem. You must wake up at once. Madame Flavia has paid the mansion a sudden visit. You must get ready immediately. Maid Epony's face had turned pale at the mere mention of that woman's name. And what kind of person was she to make someone as composed as Epony so frightened? We don't have much time, my lady. Hurry, please go change your clothes at once. Seeing how frantically Epony kept urging her to hurry, Odell had no idea why, and so she hesitated, still not getting out of bed. What's going on? Unlike Odell's relatively unshocked reaction, Maid Epony looked utterly terrified because she knew exactly who had come. And just as expected, Madame Flavia appeared right at her doorway with a distinctly unfriendly expression. One might even say her face plainly showed contempt. A brief introduction to her. She came from House Lordan, a family with a long history of serving House Bonaparte. But among them, Flavia Lordan was the most infamous name in high society. And second thud, the sharp strike of her cane against the floor brought Odell back to reality, because now she had to face this arrogant woman herself. How disgusting. What exactly do you think you are wearing? But Madame Flavia's arrogance went beyond anything Odell had imagined, and she instinctively clutched her outer robe in fear. Must I teach you even that? How rude. Rebuked like that, Odell could only bow her head and mutter an apology, though inwardly she knew she had done nothing wrong. What does she want me to do? Should I just keep silent like this? Just as she was at a loss for how to respond, Cesare appeared and rescued her from the situation. If she already knew proper etiquette, there would have been no need for me to invite you here. Though I must say, you arrived earlier than I expected, beautiful Madame Flavia. Leaning casually against the doorway as he spoke, the handsome Cesare distracted Flavia from berating Odell, and she turned to him instead to complain. Seeing her march toward him in irritation, he suddenly stepped forward, embraced her, and placed a kiss on her cheek, easing her anger a little. Welcome to my estate, madam. That's good, then. I hope you will stay and have lunch with me. But would you spare some time for me as well? Of course. I'm always happy to accept an invitation from you. Good. Excellent. With that, he smiled in satisfaction, because he knew his prey had already stepped into the trap. And naturally, as a perceptive woman, Madame Flavia immediately sensed his intention. So her face darkened slightly before she let out a long, weary sigh. My Lord Cesare, honestly, I know, I'm handsome. Really? Is there anything you don't know? Of course. Isn't that precisely why all the ladies adore me? After exchanging a few playful remarks with Madame Flavia, he cast a glance toward Odell, and she looked back at him while clutching her robe tightly around herself. It seems you were in the middle of changing. Perhaps it would have been better if I had come a little later. His words were laden with implication, and Madame Flavia immediately scolded him for speaking carelessly. Lord Cesare, you should not speak so recklessly. What if she hears that and gets the wrong idea? Being spoken of so insultingly made an inevitable thought rise in Odell's heart. I wish you knew how miserable my life has been. As she drifted in thought, Cesare continued teasing her even more, which only enraged Madame Flavia further. You seem not to care at all about what I'm saying. You have wounded my pride. What? How dare you behave this way when you come from such a low station? Madame Flavia cursed at her relentlessly, yet Odell still said nothing. So Flavia finally set that anger aside and slowly stepped toward her. Once she stood right before Odell, she abruptly reached out and yanked away the robe covering her, exposing the bruises and scars left by old injuries. What are these scars? And no, they're nothing. They'll heal soon. The plan won't be affected. But regardless of Odell's explanation, Madame Flavia continued berating and insulting her. Those wounds had given Flavia yet another reason to despise her. Lord Cesare, she is unsuitable. I don't even know where she came from, but she was surely beaten while plying her trade among drunken riffraff. Those scars are proof of her filthy deeds. Being born into the lowest class of society was not enough for her. She had to go and do such shameless work as well. How revolting. Even in 100 years, she could never step into high society, much less become a young lady of a noble house. She's clearly using her body to take part in your scheme and climb her way up society. Hearing that stream of abuse, Odell's expression darkened as memories from her past surged up. What are you looking at, dog? You despise me because I lost, is that it? Huh, trash of society. You can't even clean shoes properly. Why haven't you handed over this month's protection money yet, you dog? In her memories were only the images of brutal men who always used violence against her, freezing her in place. But after a moment, she regained her strength and confidence, ready to confront those who sought to corner her. I am sorry. I may have many shortcomings, but I have always tried very hard to change them. Tried hard, have you? Do you think merely hiding those scars counts as trying? Do you really believe you can deceive people who were born into the upper ranks? Ah, how arrogant. Because you've lived filthily, you think everyone else is filthy too? No, I have never thought that. Odell cut across Madame Flavia's tirade and finally began her rebuttal. I was orphaned when I was very young, so I was never properly educated. I do not know whether I am worthy yet of being called Lord Cesari's younger sister, but I do know that my brother believes I can be, because that is exactly why he brought me here. So if you believe there's a problem with my participation in this plan, wouldn't it be better for you to discuss it with my brother instead? Her counterattack was not especially ornate, but every single word struck home. Cesare, who had been standing there watching and listening the entire time, was clearly very pleased with her performance, and a satisfied smile on his face proved it. If I have been rude due to my lack of upbringing, then I hope you will be gracious enough to forgive me. Faced with such a convincing response, Madame Flavia trembled with rage. Because, after all, Odell was right. Why you little huh? After holding back his laughter for so long, Cesare could no longer contain himself, and his laughter rang out. And that very laughter only made Madame Flavia, already furious, feel even more humiliated. Her face turned crimson, and in the end she could bear it no longer. So she put on her hat and stormed off. I've suddenly remembered that I have an appointment, so I must excuse myself. Cesare watched her leave in anger with great amusement, because no one had ever dared speak to her like that before. And so he found Odell more and more interesting by the moment. That was rather impressive, little sister. Thank you, brother. As she spoke, she pulled her robe tighter around herself, afraid he would see her bruises, not knowing that he had already seen them. Though her retort had been entertaining, her handling of the situation had not been particularly good. Madame Flavia probably said those things only because she was too tense. And if, at that moment, you had simply pretended to be meek and obedient and gone along with her, you would have saved yourself a great deal of effort and time. She is actually more easily moved by sympathy than you think. Every word he said about that woman made Odell doubt her own ears. Are you saying that I should have acted pitiful and beg her instead? HM, did you really have to act like that? You were already pitiful enough as it was. If I hadn't agreed to bring you here, wouldn't your life have stayed that way until the day you died? So being pitiful isn't exactly something strange for you, is it? And even if it was all just an act, so what? You still know perfectly well which choice is the smartest one to make, don't you? Don't you think so, Indeclec? The words he poured in her ear made her realize just how terrifying a person he was, and made her see him in a different light. He was making her uncomfortable on purpose. He wanted to see how she would react. I don't want to be someone's entertainment. Even though she hated him deeply inside, on the outside, she still had to pretend to be remorseful and obedient. I apologize, my lord. I will reflect on this and strive to live up to your expectations. The moment he heard and saw her submissive response, a look of boredom spread plainly across his face, and he turned away at once. In the end, everyone becomes boring. Odell stared at his departing back, unable to understand what he meant. A few days later, Odell was led by the maid of pony to the classroom to learn etiquette and manners. Is she really coming back to teach me? Please don't worry, my lady. She will definitely return. As maid of pony spoke, she threw open the doors to the classroom. The moment they opened, Odell was overwhelmed by the sight before her. And more than that, Madame Flavia was already standing inside, waiting for her. Whatever the master chooses must follow his will. And of course, that unpleasant Madame Flavia was no exception. She stood there with her arms folded, waiting for Odell with an irritated expression, before letting out an exasperated sigh. At last, she spoke. Bonaparte is not merely a surname. It is regarded as a noble title. Not just anyone is worthy of bearing it, and especially not you. You're the least worthy of all. To hang a great blue star upon your chest would be enough to provoke the wrath of the sea goddess herself. but because Lord Cesare ordered me to turn you into a perfect lady, I have no choice. Still, do not delude yourself into thinking that my instruction will make you a true noblewoman. You're nothing but something vile. So the first thing you must do is kneel. After enduring that long sermon, Odell was suddenly ordered to kneel before her for no reason at all. There was no way Odell could willingly accept that. But after Madame Flavia pointed straight at her and insisted she obey if she wanted to be taught, Odell's pride and inner resistance clashed fiercely within her. Why was this woman tormenting her like this? Was it because she had no noble blood? Or because she used to shine shoes, so the woman looked down on her? Or did she simply want to hurt her? If so, then she had chosen the wrong method. A shoe shiner's knees had no value to begin with. When Madame Flavia saw Odell comply, she fell silent for a moment. Then she walked over and placed her foot on Odell's body as a warning. Listen carefully. You're nothing but a plaything. All you need to do is stay put and keep quiet until you're sold off in a house de Laval. As she spoke, she ground the heel of her high-heeled shoe hard against Odell's leg, then continued her warning. If you dare overstep your bounds, understand this. We will not hesitate to throw you into the sea and let the sharks eat you. Remember your place. Is that clear? Yes, madam. Good. Now stand up. We will begin your training. Let's start with your posture when walking. She ordered Maid a Pony to bring over a large gift box. When it was opened, there was a pair of black low-heeled shoes inside. These are the shoes you will use to learn how to walk properly. From now on, you'll wear these at all times, whether you are here or not. Odell held the box with the shoes inside and was overcome with emotion because these are the first shoes she had ever had in all her years of life. My own shoes. She reached out, touched them, and slowly lifted them from the box. Then she carefully slipped them onto her feet. But the instant her foot went in, it felt as though a jolt of electricity shot through her entire body. Something was terribly wrong. Madam, these are. The shoes were far too tight for her feet, and the pain quickly made them turn red and raw. Stand up at once. The training has already begun. You're to keep walking in those shoes without taking them off. You will walk from here to there without stopping. You may stop only when I say so. Madame Flavia had no intention of going easy on her. In fact, she hated Odell and had been waiting for this day to torment her in revenge. Still, since this plan had already been set in motion, Odell had no choice but to obey. But because it was her first time wearing heels, and because the shoes were so painfully tight, it was only natural that she kept falling flat on her face. After falling over and over again and again, she could no longer suppress her anger. Oof, I can't do this anymore. Frustrated, she ripped the shoes off her feet and hurled them away. That gave Madame Flavia the perfect chance to berate her again. How dare you show such an attitude in my classroom? You don't even have the will to learn. That alone proves you are unfit to be a member of the Bonaparte family. Get out of here at once. That was all she had been waiting for, an excuse to drive Odell out. But she had underestimated her. By saying that, I was trying to chase that filthy little rat away, but Odell kept walking in those shoes without stopping. Step by step, her gait became lighter, more elegant, more graceful. Yet it was precisely that astonishing transformation that made Madame Flavia hate her more than ever. How could she look so refined walking in such tiny shoes? And not only that, she's been walking like this for an entire hour without another word of complaint. Madam, may I walk once more? The beads of sweat glistening across the girl's face only enhanced a beauty as profound as the depths of the sea. I can't deny that, but perhaps it is because of that very face that she thinks she is everything and dares to look down on me. Oof, she's far too stubborn. I can't take this anymore. Epony, leave the room. Forgive me, madam. My master ordered me to remain by my lady's side and not leave her for even a single step. I will speak to Lord Cesare about it later. For now, go outside. I will not punish her. I swear it in the name of House Lordan. Maid a Pony hesitated when she heard that promise, but in the end, she reluctantly agreed to step out for a moment. Very well. I will wait outside. Once Maid Ipe and I had completely left the room, Madame Flavia's face changed at once, and she began speaking to Odell in harsh, vicious words. You filthy, low-born thing. Get out of this mansion at once. Of course, Odell was not meek enough to stand there and take the abuse, so she immediately fired back at the woman's uncivil words. Whether I stay or leave is my decision. Besides, I'm only here because your master wants me here. Stop being deceitful. I said get out, so get out. Compared to the blown-apart family, House de Laval may not be the best match for marriage, but they are certainly among the finest of the nobility. You should have enough sense to step aside on your own if you know your place. My House of Lordan can guarantee your safety, and we will compensate you with a suitable amount of money as well. Odell had listened in silence to the woman's grand promises until now, but she could no longer simply keep listening. So you also want my brother to marry Lady Lucia Izia de Laval? Caught off guard by such a pointed question, Madame Flavia could not respond at once. I thought you were here to carry out my brother's orders, but it seems I was mistaken. Very well then. My apologies, madam. I'll go speak to my brother and tell him the truth. Realizing that Odell had seized her weak point, the woman's expression darkened at once. Then she shouted and finally revealed the reason. This is what the matriarch wants. I came here today under the matriarch's orders. because the pact between House Bonaparte and House de Laval has existed for a very long time. But without that pact, who do you think would dare take Duke Cesare as a husband? He is a notorious libertine, and he is always the target of women consumed by lust. He is still far too immature to be serious about anyone. That is why no distinguished family wishes to form a marriage pact with him, except House de Laval. Do you understand now? That is why you should not involve yourself in this plan. Madame Flavia had said all that in hopes that Odell would find it difficult not to withdraw. But that had never been the reason Odell came here in the first place. Thank you, madam. However, I still will not do as you ask. That unexpected answer made Madame Flavia furious, and she began cursing her again. You filthy little wretch. Are you putting on airs because you want even more money? That's not it. As the woman drew breath to continue her tirade, Odell cut her off. At that same moment, tiny mysterious spirits fluttered all around the room, filling the air between them with a dazzling, dreamlike glow. It was as if they had come to hear what she was about to say. I just like the food here. Her mind was filled only with images of delicious food in every color. Because to her, food was the one thing that could truly bring joy and happiness. And food alone was the greatest source of motivation keeping her in this place. Her face was overflowing with boundless happiness at the mere thought of it. But in complete contrast to her answer and expression, Madame Flavia could not comprehend what she was saying. The things you speak of, money, the future, fame, all of that is far too luxurious for someone like me. For those who struggle day by day just to survive, promises about the future are nothing but an illusion, because they cannot even count on a proper meal. Or worse, they may have nothing to eat at all. How can you speak as if you were the one who truly experienced starvation like that? You're nothing but a bloodthirsty demon. Her words struck Odell straight in the heart, and so Odell finally told her the truth about herself. You're right, that truly was my life. There were nights when I couldn't fall asleep because hunger made my whole body feel as if it were twisting in on itself. I endured that for months with nothing but a single hard crust of bread in my hand. That was my life, living through today while worrying whether I would survive tomorrow. In the end, that's all there is to my story. I hope you'll understand and forgive me, because now, even if you drive me away, I will never leave House Bonaparte. After hearing her and witnessing Odell's humble, respectful manner, Madame Flavia left with anxiety churning in her heart. She had no idea how to get rid of the girl, though she had been moved a little. Only a little, she reminded herself. That girl truly is unfortunate. It's embarrassing to admit, but she really is remarkably elegant. She kept her poise and fresh charm, even while walking in such painful shoes. It's completely absurd. But why? Why is there someone like that in this world? As she thought that, the image of those two standing close together suddenly came to mind, filling her with unease and dread. Why do I keep imagining the Duke and that low-born girl clinging together like that? This won't do. I need to find a way to get rid of that girl as soon as possible. Time passed quickly, and before long, a week of enduring Madame Flavia's classes finally came to an end. At that moment, Odell was strolling through the garden with Maid Pony, enjoying the fresh air. She looked up at the high tree branches, her heart full of thoughts. How long has it been since I stopped thinking about the passage of time? I suppose lessons in conversation. Etiquette, social conduct, how to address those of higher rank, and how to gracefully decline an invitation from a gentleman have taken up all my time. Oh, right, and walking too. The moment she remembered that last part, her face suddenly turned pale. Her feet were swollen and inflamed from being compressed for so long and rubbed raw by constant movement in shoes that were too small. My lady, are your feet all right? They're fine. Although she said they were fine, the maid could tell at a glance that Odell was hiding her pain. The truth is, Madame Flavia has already acknowledged it. Your gait was nearly perfect from the very first days of training. The speed of your improvement has been astonishing. You absorb information as easily as a sponge absorbs water. Even when Madame only explains something once in passing. Continuing your training is certainly still necessary, but no one would think you came from a lower class now, my lady. Even after hearing those encouraging words, Odell showed no sign of joy or excitement. All she gave was a cold reply. I know. Then, when she turned her head, she saw a group of young noble ladies gathered nearby, chatting happily together. Curious, she immediately asked Maid Pony, "Who are those ladies? I don't think I've ever seen them before." "They are noble ladies representing the kingdom of Orcanina. But why are they in this mansion? My lady has been so busy with training that it's only natural you would know. A few days ago, the second prince of the kingdom of Orcanina ascended the throne as king. Naturally, things were only able to proceed so smoothly thanks to Master Cesari's assistance. To put it plainly, that prince had no place to stand from the very beginning. But thanks to him, he was able to rightfully obtain the highest seat of all. That is why the new emperor of Orcanina sent a great many gifts here in return for his help. That's why things have been rather noisy around here these past few days." As she listened to the maid Aben explain, Odell was a little overwhelmed by his power. His influence reached even a neighboring country. If that was the case, then the status of the Bonaparte family would become even stronger, wouldn't it? "That's right, my lady." At the same time, the young ladies seemed to notice something and immediately turned happily in one direction to call out to someone. "Duke, good morning." "Good morning, beautiful ladies. Have you been here all this time? We've been looking everywhere everywhere for you. Watching the young ladies crowd around him and take turns clinging to him made Odell think a little. The fate of God's favored child, the powerful man of Bonaparte. He was a man who had received the blessings of the sea goddess. And yet he did not seem worthy of those blessings at all. He didn't even cherish them. I keep feeling like he's completely hollow inside. Thinking that, she stopped herself. Whatever. It doesn't mean anything to me anyway. We should leave before someone notices us. Amen, let's go. She and the maid Pony kept walking farther and farther away. And only after the two of them had completely disappeared did Cesare finally look toward the direction they had gone, because he felt as though he had seen her. What are you looking at over there, my lord? I think I just saw a mermaid. Hearing that, the blonde young lady looked in that direction as well, but just as she was about to see, he covered her eyes. Where are you looking when I already have a mermaid right here? His romantic gesture made the young lady's heart race. Oh no, Duke, you're so strange. You don't like it? He leaned in close to tease her, then bent down near her ear and whispered softly, will you come to me again tonight? I'll be waiting for you. Although the young lady was already deeply moved, as a woman she still wanted to hold back a little. Lord Cesare, if you promise to be serious about me, then tonight I will come to you. Her hand clasped as tightly, silently hoping he would agree, but a man who only wanted that sort of thing could never accept such a demand. What nonsense is she saying? It's about time I dragged her back to reality. Why hope for something when you know it is only a one-night affair? He reached out and stroked her long hair with a hint of regret. Those golden curls are rather alluring, but not anymore. At this moment, every sensation within him was completely occupied by Odell's deep blue hair alone. You are lovely, but unfortunately, you're not the right one. After her sincere proposal was rejected, the young lady's face turned black as ink. Then she began trembling with anger because he had toyed with her feelings. I will take my leave. Oh, then I wish you a safe return. Until the very last moment, the only shred of pride she had left was thoroughly crushed by him. And on top of that, he walked away as though nothing had happened, leaving the blonde young lady sobbing like a storm. Ah, how boring. After leaving, he lit a cigarette, then followed the path where he had seen Odell go earlier. I think she went this way. As he strolled along searching for her, a sudden scream rang out and made him stop short. I said, let go of me. His eyes turned toward the source of the scream, and once he recognized who it was, he froze. Because the one who had screamed was none other than Odell Bonaparte, the girl he had been searching for all this time. But now she was being grabbed by a man, soaking wet in the fountain. And to explain the absurd situation she was in now, it would be best to go back a few minutes earlier, before everything happened. A few minutes earlier, Odell and the maid Pony had been walking toward the fountain to rest, because her feet were hurting badly. She could hardly walk properly anymore and could only limp along. Then the pain reached its peak when her foot struck a stone by the roadside. It hurt so much that it felt as if her mind, heart, body, and soul were all being struck by thousands of merciless sparks of electricity. And in the end, unable to bear it any longer, she collapsed to the ground, making a pony panic. Thud! My lady! She cried out in worry, then hurried over to examine her. My lady, forgive me, but I must look at your foot right away. As she ran over, she had first picked up Odell's shoe, and then when she bent down with it, she saw that Odell's foot had been scraped raw and was bleeding, with even swollen, inflamed sores that looked horrible. When she saw that sight, her expression darkened because she truly could not believe her eyes. And my lady, you must not continue in this condition. It would be best if you did not walk anymore. Ignoring her warning, Odell only asked for pain medicine. Ipe and I, do you have any painkillers? I think I'll be fine if I just endure a little longer. My lady, when she heard Odell ask for medicine to keep going, Epony was at a loss. But immediately after, she became firm so Odell would not do anything foolish. We will end today's lesson here. I will bring a wheelchair for you, my lady. Please just sit here and wait for me a moment. I'll be quick. After saying that, she left Odell sitting there by the fountain basin. There was nothing else she could do, so she simply obeyed and gazed at her reflection on the water surface. While waiting for Epony to return, Odell climbed onto the rim of the fountain, then lowered her feet into the water to ease the throbbing pain. It seems soaking them in the cold water helped a little. Living here really is hard, but compared to Kimura, it's 10,000 times better. While she was lost in idle thoughts, voices laughing behind her suddenly made her freeze. Aha, the heart of a mermaid? I was quite impressed when Bonaparte revealed that. Yes, and I also heard he will be hosting a party here. In Nub, Odell turned around and, upon seeing them, panicked. So she quickly ran to hide to avoid being seen, since her identity had not yet been announced anyway. They're coming this way. I need to hide. As she turned to flee, she overheard their conversation. By the way, I don't see Lady Lucia Izia de Laval anywhere. I thought she would have come to Duke Cesari's side. Oh, don't you know? Lord Cesare ordered that she was not to appear here because he dislikes her. Aha, really? Odell was hiding behind the fountain and unintentionally overhearing their gossip, standing perfectly still without making a single sound, even as droplets from the fountain splashed onto her. Only when she could no longer hear anything did she cautiously peek out. Had they gone? But the moment she peeked out to check, a man spotted her. This unexpected encounter made the nobleman freeze for a moment, but the very next second, he showed his true colors as a pervert. Oh, well, look who's here. As soon as he finished speaking, he seized her wrist and yanked her hard away from the fountain, making her stagger. Look, everyone, there's a girl hiding behind the fountain. Because of his rough action, she completely lost control of her body and fell straight into the fountain basin. Splash. Hey, Henry, that's going too far. I didn't push her. She fell on her own. While the two of them argued, Odell surfaced and placed a hand on the edge of the basin. And once she emerged from the water, her whole body was drenched. Yet that drenched state only made her breathtaking beauty stand out even more. And her flushed, unsteady breathing made her more alluring than ever. At the same time, the noblemen were shocked to see her in such a state, because she was far too beautiful. But precisely because of that, the man who had grabbed her arm became even more lustful. It seems I've caught a mermaid rather than a girl, haven't I? Who are you? You don't look like a lady, since you're not wearing shoes, but your dress doesn't look like a servant's either. Though that pervert kept pressing her with questions, Odell refused to answer, so he grew more aggressive and began threatening her. Not gonna speak. If you don't, I'll punish you. Or is that what you want? Once again, he grabbed her wrist and lifted her up out of the water, intending to force himself on her. But fortunately, the friends who had come with him stopped him. Henry, stop it. This is Bonaparte territory. So what? Why should I be careful over punishing some servant girl? He shouted at his friends and argued with them, ignoring their warnings. Henry, you're out of control. That's right, and lower your voice. Humph, is that brat a king or something that I should be afraid? Could you pull a little harder? While they were still arguing, Odell suddenly cut in, making them all fall silent without realizing it. You can pull a little harder. Even if my body is torn into 100 pieces, that's fine. W what? She's speaking like a noble lady? Hearing her words, which carried the poise of nobility, they hesitated. Let go of me. Otherwise, you will regret it. Yet while she warned them, her beauty was simply too overwhelming. And with her full, ripe breasts half visible beneath the soaked white fabric, now clinging to her and turned translucent, how could anyone still pay attention to her words? And naturally, these three men were no different. Their expressions darkened as they took in the sight of her. Then, one by one, they revealed their twisted, lustful faces, as if each of them wanted to be the first to violate her. Is this some kind of joke? If not, then what exactly is going on here? But isn't she some kind of etiquette instructor? Oh no, with hands that rough, she seems more like a prostitute who snuck in. Oh wow, a prostitute does sound plausible. After all, she already has so many customers waiting for her here. Hearing those mocking words from the perverts, Odell's face turned pale. But unable to accept it, she struggled to break free from them, only for it to be useless. I told you to let go. You stupid bitch. That brat Cesare won't treat you like a person anyway. I don't know why you're hiding here, and I don't care. What you need to do right now is sleep with me, or else I will. Just as Odell was being forced into his depraved game, Cesare appeared. Thud, with nothing more than the sound of his approaching footsteps. He made those perverts, who had been so full of swagger just moments ago, shrink back in fear. In other words, his entrance was not flashy, but it carried all the authority of one of the most powerful men in noble society, enough to make everyone wary and afraid. D. Duke Cesare. H.M. Duke? Not Brat Cesare? Did I hear correctly, Henry Fett? Each word he uttered made the pervert swallow hard. I think Lord Fett would be very pleased to hear about this. As he spoke, he slowly walked toward them. Our noble Lord Fett once came all the way to Bonaparte. He bustled about looking for me with that old, worn-out body of his. He even told me he hoped I might lend a few coins to his precious son. Speaking with a smile, while humiliating someone else, was insult enough. But even that was not all. Ah yes, he even dragged Lady Fett in to help persuade me. Having his parents made into a source of amusement by Cesare drove the pervert Henry into a rage. W.H. what? What did you say, you bastard? Calm down, Henry. His friends hurried to stop him, and at the same time turned to rebuke Cesare, because he had said what should not be said. Lord Cesare, you should stop as well. You're going too far. Without letting the fat man finish, Cesare stepped forward and gripped Henry's shoulder hard, making the others look on in terror, because they knew they had touched the one person they never should have touched. You are the ones who have gone too far, daring to treat my sister this way. The smile and playful tone vanished from his face, replaced by coldness in every word and every look. How will he deal with these vermin? Please look forward to the next part. After being caught red-handed by Cesare for bullying his younger sister, the pervert Henry finally began to realize and understand that he should be terrified for having provoked the king cobra's nest. This woman is really Cesare's sister? W, wait, what do you mean his sister? His friends were equally shocked and cried out in stammering voices when they heard this. But now that things had come to this, Cesare had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. Odell, after calling her name, he immediately jumped down into the fountain and draped his coat over her to cover her body, leaving Odell utterly stunned at his actions. But before she could even process her surprise, he put on a deeply emotional act. Sister, what happened to you? Odell was still too shocked to answer right away when he asked that. But because of that question, she now understood things a little, and so afterward, she glanced sidelong at the men to gauge their reactions. And only after confirming that they were thoroughly shaken did she continue the act with him. Brother, how did you know I was here and come save me? Seeing the two of them acting so affectionately, the men could not believe it at once, so they chose to protest loudly instead. Don't lie. Everyone in this kingdom knows you don't have a sister. That's right, don't try to fool us. It's true that I did not have one before, but now I do. Their objections seem to have no effect on him at all. My parents are both still alive and perfectly healthy. If you are intelligent, that alone should be enough for you to understand, shouldn't it? His reasoning was so convincing that they had no choice but to turn to Odell and imply that she was the cause of it all. That was because. But it wasn't entirely our fault. No noble young lady could possibly look like that. Her feet were bare and covered in scars, so you can't really blame us. Hearing them say it all started because of her bare feet, Cesare said nothing more and simply looked down at her feet. Forced into such a situation, she had no choice but to speak up and explain herself. I'm sorry, I was only trying to practice, so I wouldn't become a disgrace to the Bonaparte family. But I pushed myself too hard and ended up seriously injuring my feet. And because I was having trouble walking, I asked a pony to go find some medicine for me. But I never imagined something so horrible could happen here in my own Bonaparte home. The more she spoke, the more the faces of those perverts shrank with fear, while Cesare slowly spread a deeply sinister smile. And right after that, he lifted her out of the water to continue his astonishing little performance. I told you not to push yourself too hard. What good is a reputation if it comes at a price like this? So just rest. You don't need to do anything that harms you. But what if I become the laughingstock of high society? Don't say that. We're family. As he said that, he pressed a kiss to her forehead, leaving her slightly stunned. But more surprising to her than that kiss was the word family itself. Family? That was a word I'd never heard before, not even in passing as part of some joke. Is that how noble families usually are? But how should a lady respond to this warm, yet irritating kindness? In her confusion, she chose to reach out with both hands and place a kiss on his cheek in return. Thank you, brother. Her kiss came so suddenly that he froze, and even after those soft lips left his cheek, the lingering warmth on his skin refused to fade. It's nothing, little sister. The bright smile that spread across his lips after she kissed him back only made the perverts panic even more, because only then did they finally dare confirm that the two of them were truly siblings. Damn it, they really are brother and sister. No wonder they look so much alike. No sooner had they finished whispering among themselves than Cesare cut in, his voice a warning. So then, do you still wish to play with my little sister? They were already terrified, but that sinister question made them even more afraid than before. No. That was just a joke. Why, yes, that's right. We were only trying to stop Lord Henry. We truly didn't know she was your sister. Is that so? How amusing. Then what if she weren't my sister? And no, of course not, my lord. In any case, it was all just a misunderstanding. Aha, I see. Then don't worry too much. His laughter only made them tremble harder as they hurriedly begged for forgiveness. But who was Cesare Bonaparte to let such a thing pass so easily? I was just thinking of troubling your families as well, but I don't know which families you belong to. Still, since this too is just a misunderstanding, I hope you'll forgive me. It was such a deeply ominous remark that anyone hearing it would feel something terrible was about to happen. After dealing with those perverts, Cesare carried her through the forest on the way back to the mansion. But as they walked, Adele showed clear discomfort at being so close to him and at the trouble she had just caused. Cesare seemed to sense her unease and asked with surprising gentleness, "Are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable?" When she didn't answer, he continued, "Endure it just a little longer. We're almost there." As he carried her through the woods, a few young ladies hiding behind the trees saw everything. Putting aside what had happened earlier, Cesare finally carried her back inside the mansion. But now his expression had turned cold and threatening as he looked at her. The complete opposite of how he had been before. Must I really lower myself this much? Under his gaze, panic slowly filled her eyes, and in the end, she apologized. Please forgive me. I'll get down right away." As soon as she said that, she carefully slipped down from his arms and prepared to stand on the ground. But the moment her feet touched the floor, the bone-deep pain from her injuries made her collapse. Thud. She crumpled out of his arms in more pain than ever, because in that moment, her whole body was filled with nothing but physical agony. "You're making this place noisier than it needs to be." Seeing her in that state, he only stood there and coldly asked, utterly unlike before, "Where's a pony? I can't walk, so she went to fetch a wheelchair for me." After hearing her explanation, he let out a sharp scoff and lowered his voice in dissatisfaction. This is not the result I wanted. I have no intention of spending money to raise a cripple who can't even stand on her own. I'm sorry. I didn't think this would happen, Before she could finish, a fresh wave of pain struck her, making every nerve in her body jolt. But despite the pain overtaking her, she still forced herself to turn and see where it was coming from. And to her shock, she saw that he had deliberately stepped on the wounds on her feet, leaving her completely frozen. Odlek, can you imagine it? There are many people who are fond of your body. So I have to wonder, when you were on the streets, did you use it as a tool? Or was it simply your own desire? So long as they were men? Otherwise, why would those fools dare behave so disgustingly in the gardens of the Bonaparte house? Though she was being mercilessly trampled, the toughness she had forged through years of surviving in the slums meant she could still endure this much. What do you mean by that, my lord? Are you saying I deliberately seduced them? The moment those words left her lips, the air between them fell suddenly silent. But then Cesare spoke first, breaking the silence. I believe you understand what you've done. No, I do not understand what I did wrong. Seeing how firm and unyielding she was, the silence settled between them once again. Then suddenly, he burst out laughing in open amusement, turning her face deathly pale with fear. I heard Madame Flavia treated you rather cruelly, didn't she? As soon as he said that, he pressed his foot into the wound on her foot again. That single act instantly made her whole body go numb and still. You can't even handle something this trivial? Weren't there plenty of ways to deal with it? For example, you could have confronted her head-on and crushed her, or you could have flattered her to the skies to win her favor. Isn't that the method poor wretches like you usually use to beg money from me? What is your pride worth exactly? Why not cast it aside? Because I have no spare money to waste on those who don't even know what they're doing. Hearing his harsh words, Odell seemed to come back to herself. Her eyes narrowed as she realized that what she had said had not matched his meaning. So she chose to lower herself and apologize. It was my fault. It was all my fault. His shadow fell over her as though she were his puppet, and everything she did had to follow his will. I'm glad you realized that. He turned and walked away, leaving her behind with her wounded, filthy feet. Treat her injuries before they become infected. Your grace, my lady has. I will hear it later, if you have anything better to report. He cut off a pony before she could finish, then turned to leave. But before going, he added one more thing. Lessons with Madame Flavia will be suspended for 3 days. Having said everything he intended to say, he finally turned and left, leaving the maid a pony staring at her sprawled on the floor with a face full of pity. That night, he returned to his room, smoking a cigarette, with documents in hand concerning the man who had attacked Odell that morning. He's the second son of the Fett family, a man incapable of continuing his bloodline, a parasite who lives off his parents and cannot stand on his own. And a man like that dared cause trouble in the gardens of my Bonaparte house? How ridiculous. Cesare gave a cold laugh after learning about the pervert Henry, then rose with the intention of taking a bath. But then his steps drew closer instead to the door, toward the balcony where the open night wind seemed to beckon him. The plan failed. Odell had been exposed. That also meant he could no longer treat the other young women as ordinary marriage candidates. As he smoked, he quietly thought about her. And then his mind wandered to the deeper layers of his plan. No matter what happens now, I have to turn that shoeshine girl into a true Bonaparte. If everything proceeds successfully, this will certainly become something very interesting. As he thought this, he recalled her drenched appearance and couldn't help admiring her beauty. In the water, her hair had shone with a magnificent glimmering blue. Her skin had gleamed as pale and bright as precious crystal, and her breasts. Her breasts were full and round, beautiful far beyond any need for them to be so. No wonder those men had been so excited. Perhaps even now they were still aroused, just remembering it. As his thoughts went on, he suddenly remembered the unexpected kiss she had given him. The feeling of those plump lips lingered without end, and more than anything, there was also the beautiful look on her face then. Was there any man who wouldn't be captivated by a girl that beautiful? Was he not immune to that excitement either? But if that was truly how he felt, then all the better. Because the moment he met her, Izzy de Laval would surely walk right into the trap exactly as planned. As he was thinking over his scheme, there came a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With his permission, the person outside entered, and it was none other than the ever-irritating Madame Flavia. May the blessings of the sea goddess remain with you always, Lord Cesare. He glanced at her and accepted the greeting with a smile, but had no intention of returning it. The atmosphere between them grew even more hushed after he turned around to face her. Madam, into the heavy silence, he suddenly called to her, making her flinch. Then he lowered his voice and spoke the veiled warning he had come to deliver. I do not mind disciplining the poor, but I would prefer it if it did not cause me so much trouble. You understand what I mean, don't you? Please forgive me, my lord. I promise this will not happen again. Though Madame Flavia lowered herself to apologize for what she had done, she still had to endure his vicious stare and his final warning. You would do well never to make me uncomfortable again. Because if there's a next time, I will not let it pass. And when that happens, don't bother bowing your head and asking forgiveness. I believe you are an intelligent woman, so you had best understand what I have said today. After being forced to receive such a warning, she left in a fury beyond words. That damned shoeshine brat. She must have played some filthy trick, returning to the noble ladies. All of them were now taking turns gossiping in great agitation about the rumor that Cesare had a lover. Oh my god, Lord Cesare has a lover? That's right, I even heard she was barefoot. Lord Cesare would never take interest in a woman beneath his station. It seems his taste may have changed. That's possible. But no matter what, I don't think this is an ordinary relationship. I heard he treated that girl with great tenderness, and he even carried her into his room. Good heavens, he's never allowed any woman into his room before, has he? What on earth is she? The conversation was growing more heated by the second, when suddenly a young lady with orange hair flew into a rage, stood up, and loudly declared, I'm feeling unwell, so I'll be leaving now. Yes, Lady Genove, may you return safely. The young lady suddenly lost her temper and abruptly left, leaving the other noblewomen thoroughly confused. Still, they had to keep up their polite act in front of her, and only after she was gone did some of them openly question her strange outburst. What's with her? She looked perfectly healthy to me. Oh, it's nothing. nothing. This happens all the time. As for Lady Janove, she hurried home at once to prepare to report the matter to someone important. This could become a serious issue. I must quickly inform Lady Lucia Izia de Laval. The moment she arrived home, she rushed to her desk and began writing a letter. Its contents read, Autumn Infernati is drawing near, and so too are the final days of Lady Lucia Izia's reflections. However, to my astonishment, dark clouds are gathering over your future, according to the conversation among the young ladies, who gathered at the Bonaparte estate to witness the mermaid's heart. Everyone said that Lord Cesare was seen affectionately carrying an unidentified woman into his room. How much more must Lord Cesare tear your heart apart before he is satisfied? And who is this arrogant woman who dares seduce Lord Cesare? Your friend Genove eagerly hopes to see you and comfort your sorrow as soon as possible. P.S. An embrace from your friend Genove. After writing the notice in the proper style of a noble lady, the letter was immediately sent out. Send this letter to de Laval at once. And when the letter finally reached its reader's hands, that person promptly threw it into the blazing fireplace, looking pained beyond measure. Lord Cesare, what is this nonsense written in this letter? Are you trying to test my pride and my endurance yet again? Miss Lucia Izia de Laval had now officially revealed herself. As she looked at the letter burning in the flames, sorrow showed in her eyes, yet it did nothing to conceal the malice lurking deep within her. Before long, rumors about the mysterious woman staying in the Bonaparte mansion spread everywhere. Have you heard? The rumor that Lord Cesare is hiding a mysterious woman in his house. I have. That happened about 3 days ago, right? On the day the envoy from Okinina revealed the mermaid's heart. Yes, and on that very day, several people saw him carrying that woman in his arms. Oh, that's right. Lord Henry was involved in it too, I think. There's a rumor he offended Lord Cesare by daring to flirt with a woman who belongs to him. If that's true, then maybe this rumor really is true, because the Bonaparte family has already reclaimed every bit of money they lent the Fett family for business. Just who is that woman to make a notorious libertine like Lord Cesare so enchanted? While the entire nobility was in an uproar, thrilled by all the rumors surrounding House Bonaparte, there was only one person who was deeply anxious and beside herself with worry. No, I can't just stand by and watch the Bonaparte family be ruined. I have to drive her out before she causes even more trouble. The one most worried at present was Madame Flavia, and because she was so worried, she could no longer control her anger. She stormed straight to Odell's room and burst in with a shout. Miss! Her loud cry and the violent opening of the door immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room, Odell included. Odell slowly turned around and calmly greeted her. Greetings, Madame Flavia. May God bless you. Have you been well lately? Odell's exquisite beauty and the courtesy in every word she spoke left Madame Flavia unable to believe her own eyes and ears. It had only been 3 days, but how had she become so beautiful? Her once-gone cheeks were fuller now. Her skin had grown fairer, rosier, more radiant. Was it because the scars and bruises had healed? Why did she look like some legendary mermaid beauty? Madame Flavia looked her over from head to toe, and no words seemed enough to capture Odell's beauty, until a pony called to her and snapped her out of her daze. Madam? I already know everything. Everyone is talking about your soaking wet body and those damn bare feet of yours. You should have stayed quietly in your room instead of wandering around and letting things turn out like this. And I taught you how to walk properly, even for ordinary walking. So why did you fall down in such a stupid way? Even after being berated non-stop, Odell had grown somewhat used to it, and she had already warned herself not to lose control of her tongue again. So she simply lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry, madame. Don't say things you don't mean. It's irritating to hear. Pardon my interruption, madam, but may I say something? Seeing that Madame Flavia showed no sign of stopping her scolding, the maid of pony stepped forward to speak on Odell's behalf, and fortunately, Madame Flavia allowed it. Go on. Thank you, madam. I'm not nearly as knowledgeable about etiquette as you are, but I think she walked quite properly, madam. From the very first moments of meeting Odell and instructing her, Epony had realized that Odell had natural talent, and that she was also extremely diligent. No matter the hardship or difficulty, Odell always tried her best to overcome it. So at this very moment, Epony accepted that she might be criticized for speaking without expertise, but she didn't care because all she wanted was to protect Odell. Everything she has achieved today is thanks to your efforts. But I wonder whether you might consider teaching her new things now, because from what I can see, she is ready to absorb the next lessons, madam. Madame Flavia was somewhat surprised by Epony's words, but then immediately turned away with an irritated expression. It wasn't because Epony, a mere servant, had dared to interfere with her curriculum that angered her. It was because Odell had won the sympathy of those around her. She really is something. In no time at all, she's won Epony's sympathy. And on top of that, Lord Cesare is watching both her every move and mine. I really have no other choice now. Very well, I'll follow Epony's suggestion. Though she agreed to teach Odell more advanced lessons, Madame Flavia still harbored a plot in her heart to throw her out of this place. The lessons aren't over yet, so I still have plenty of chances to find a way to get rid of her. I only need to try a little harder, and things will succeed. Let's begin the next lesson. After finishing a day's instruction at the Bonaparte house, Madame Flavia returned home to rest. Yet she still couldn't stop brooding over everything related to Odell. Just as always, she's so diligent it's an eyesore. And on top of that, she has an excellent memory and learns incredibly fast. She's completely different from the noble ladies I've taught before. Those true highborn ladies, for all their breeding, were always ready to start a fight or fly into a rage over the tiniest mistake. If only she would slack off for once, I could use that chance to throw her out. Madame Flavia was lost in thought when suddenly someone called out to her, making her flinch. But being a proud woman, she merely turned her head coldly, revealing no emotion at all. Miss Lucia Izia. The one who had called her was none other than Miss Lucia Izia de Laval, the perfect noble daughter and a lofty symbol of aristocratic society. As expected, she truly deserved the title of the most beautiful woman in society. It was only natural that everyone admired her. May God bless you. It has been such a long time since we last met. Have you been well? Whether she was deliberately acting or her face was simply always like that, one thing was certain. She was astonishingly beautiful on a whole different level, even compared to our heroine. What brings you to the Bonaparte estate, my lady? I heard everyone was coming here, so I thought I ought to visit as well and share in the occasion. Oh, and that's right, everyone seems quite busy. Is it perhaps because of the grand banquet to welcome the envoys of Okanina? Yes, I suppose so. In any case, Lord Cesare is very close to Okanina's emissaries. And this time, the newly enthroned emperor will also be attending, so it's only natural that everyone is bustling about. At the same time, as Lucia listened to Madame Flavia's words, she was already preparing herself to begin the falsely sweet little performance she had written for herself. Oh dear, has Lord Cesare been well lately? I haven't seen him in such a long time. I wonder whether something has happened to him. Her performance may have been polished, but anyone could tell she was trying to pry information about Cesare out of her. It seems she had already heard about the accident. After all, she had long been famous for her affection toward him. But what if I tell her now that he has a younger sister? Well, whatever. Sooner or later he'll reveal it anyway. I'll just be telling her a little earlier. Thinking it, she did it and went straight to the main point. I believe you may already know this, the girl in question. But suddenly Madame Flavia stopped short. She merely stared fixedly at Miss Lucia Izia de Laval before her, without saying another word, causing Lucia to falter as well. Madame Flavia, did I ask something inappropriate? Lucia spoke to break the strange silence between them, but Madame Flavia remained quiet, continuing the unfinished line of thought in her mind. If I think about it carefully, I don't necessarily have to be the one to drive her out myself. Her thoughts suddenly shifted, and she looked at Lucia Izia de Laval with a sinister smile. Lord Cesare warned me before, but if I continue to appear to stand on his side, while secretly manipulating someone else into doing it, how would he ever know? And if Miss Lucia Izia takes part in this, then sooner or later it is bound to succeed. After all, she is famous as an elegant young lady with no weaknesses. And besides, if she were truly naive, she could never have monopolized the position of Cesari's fiancée. Having finished devising her plan, Madame Flavia spoke and invited Lucia to join her in it. Miss Lucia Izia, please listen carefully to what I am about to say. The woman mentioned in the rumors is actually the biological daughter of the Bonaparte family. Lucia Izia listened to every word, her eyes widening. But her next reaction was a complete reversal, leaving Madame Flavia frozen in place. Oh, then does that mean she is Lady Katerina and Lord Rowan's daughter? Goodness, then I have completely misunderstood her. How embarrassing of me. Not wanting Lucia to stay in that excessive reaction for too long, Madame Flavia immediately added a few suggestive words, and Lucia seemed to realize what the real issue was. It is not a misunderstanding. Miss Andichlek is certainly a member of the Bonaparte family, and she is also Lord Cesari's younger sister. At least, that is what it appears to be on the surface. But in reality, she once struggled in the streets just to survive. And that is not the sort of thing we could directly ask Lord Rowan and Lady Katerina about. Is it, Miss Lucia Izia? Though Madame Flavia's words were hardly connected and did not clearly explain what was going on, Lucia still understood the situation through her own intelligence. She's smart enough to understand what I mean. And just as Madame Flavia had expected, Miss Lucia Izia maintained her noble composure and calmly accepted the information without the slightest disruption to her expression. Thank you for telling me these things, madam. Thanks to you, I have learned quite a lot. As a model noblewoman, Miss Lucia Izia did not reveal any obvious emotion, yet one could still sense the thick killing intent radiating from her. Returning to Odell, she was having a light meal and chatting with the pony about what she would do next. A walk. Would that really be all right after everything that's happened if I go out for a walk? Walking is also one of the nobility's daily habits, and even His Grace has not forbidden it. The guests are all strolling in the lion garden, so we can walk in the water garden. Epony spoke as she poured tea for Odell, as usual, but Odell sensed something a little strange in her manner. Since that day, Epony had begun keeping track of every guest's schedule. A gigantic fountain has been installed in the water garden. It's truly beautiful. My lady will certainly be amazed when you see it. She seems to have grown gentler than usual. At that thought, Odell gave a faint smile. Ah, she's probably just pitying me. Thank you. She picked up the teacup a pony had just poured for her and drank from it. And when Ipe and I saw Odell accept the tea like that, she too felt a little glad inside. After finishing their light meal, Odell was led by a pony to the water garden for a walk, and to her surprise, the beauty of the place left her utterly amazed. Wow, a pony was right. This place really is beautiful and pleasant. The air around here feels so open and refreshing. As Odell walked around admiring the scenery, a voice suddenly rang out and caught her attention. Oh my, who might that be? The moment the speaker finished, Odell immediately turned toward the source of the voice, and the one who had spoken was none other than Miss Lucia Izia de Laval, standing directly before her now. May the blessings of the sea goddess be with you. Lucia Izia gently offered Odell a blessing of the sea, though neither side had yet been formally introduced to the other. It was only when a pony leaned in and whispered to Odell that she truly understood who the woman before her was. That is Miss Lucia Izia de Laval, my lady. Once Odell learned Lucia's identity, she felt a little nervous. I didn't think I would meet her this soon. Still, I have to do my best, even if this meeting really does seem rather difficult. She steadied herself, then gently lifted the hem of her skirt and bowed to Lucia Izia in the most elegant way she could. May the blessings of the sea goddess be with you, Miss Lucia Izia. Lucia Izia went stiff, her expression darkening at the sight of Odell's graceful manners and breathtaking beauty. But a moment later, she resumed her falsely sweet act as though nothing had happened and continued speaking with Odell. I don't believe I've ever seen you in the drawing room or at any ball before, have I? That is because I have not yet made my formal debut before society, my lady. Oh, is that so? Then please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lucia Izia of House de Laval. And what might your name be, my lady? Odell thought to herself. So this question was bound to come sooner or later. So she let out a long breath before finally giving her name. My name is Andichlek of House Bonaparte. At those words, Lucia suddenly put on a look of shock, pretending she knew nothing at all. What? You're Bonaparte? Is that one of those jokes currently going around among the nobility? If not, then I apologize. Truly, I'm rather ashamed to admit this, but my period of self-reflection only ended not long ago. I'm afraid I'm not joking. It is exactly as you heard. I'm a member of the Bonaparte family, but because of circumstances, I was raised separately from my brother, Lord Cesare. At the word brother, Lucia Izia's expression worsened more than ever. Your brother? You mean you're living with Lord Cesare here in the Bonaparte mansion itself? Yes, but not allowing Odell to finish, Lucia cut in at once. So you have become a Bonaparte now, haven't you? And have you considered leaving Phone80 to explore Santana? Caught off guard by such a strange question, Odell was puzzled because she truly had no idea what Lucia meant. Even so, she had to refuse the suggestion. No, I want to stay home and be close to my family. When she heard the word family, Lucia's face darkened once again. Family? The atmosphere between the two women suddenly became terribly bleak and silent, because after those words, each of them had her own reason for falling silent. It's hard to read what she's thinking from that beautiful face of hers. Is that why she was able to become the model noble lady, the representative of high society? Or is everything I'm feeling right now just anxiety? As Odell stood there, confused by the situation, Miss Lucia Izia suddenly spoke first, breaking the strange silence between them. Another obstacle? Odell had thought the atmosphere between them might improve after Lucia spoke first. But the moment the woman suddenly called her an obstacle, Odell became even more flustered than before. Yet this young lady was still the same as ever. With a perfectly matter-of-fact expression, she smiled as though there were nothing strange at all in what she had just said. A pleasure to meet you. Another obstacle in my life. Her smile was beautiful, yes, but something deep inside it was dark and almost sinister. May God protect you from wicked things. At first, when Lucia offered that blessing, Odell did not understand why she would say such a thing. But in the very next moment, her whole body turned cold, because those words sounded like both a threat and a declaration that she knew everything. It made Odell panic all at once. Did Lucia know everything already? Her whole body froze. And even after Lady Lucia Izia de Laval had left, Odell still could not recover from her shock. That entire conversation, especially that greeting, had been far from normal. I have to report this to His Grace before Lady Lucia Izia de Laval opposes his wishes and his plans. Sometimes the coral reefs, hidden beneath the water, are even more dangerous than the waves crashing straight at us. As dusk slowly settled, a sorrowful cry suddenly rang out from the carriage of a noble lady. Solby, what am I supposed to do? My lady, what's wrong? Sniff. Hayward. It seems Lord Cesare has fallen under another girl's spell again. The one letting out those miserable sobs was Lady Lucia Izia de Laval, and the reason she was crying was simple. The man she loved had given his heart to someone else. What? What do you mean by that? Isn't that woman His Grace's younger sister? No, she is no lady. Her hands told me everything. Lord Cesare hates me so much that he found a girl who is not even a noble and disguised her as his sister just to avoid me. And besides, I have a feeling that if she fails to seduce Lord Cesare, then she will surely marry his elder brother instead. Seeing her mistress crying like that, the maid at her side eagerly added fuel to the fire. My lady, if that is true, then you should not be here crying like this. You should do something before that girl completely ensnares Lord Cesare. More than that, if you give up now, she will surely become part of the Delavan family. We must drive her away at once. But how? We should have someone beat her. I cannot. Not now. I do not want anyone hurt. I'm too afraid. That false, sweetly virtuous act of hers softened a foolish maid's heart immediately. Oh, our delicate and frail young lady. How pitiful she is. And because of that very innocence, the maid herself volunteered to do the dirty work in her mistress's place. My lady, do not worry. I will help you. Oh, Hayward. The moment she heard that, Lucia Izia de Laval stopped crying. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and then she rushed forward and grabbed the maid's hand, asking one final time, Hayward, do you truly mean that? Of course, my lady. I would do anything for you, no matter what happens. Once that foolish maid had reaffirmed her words, Lucia Izia de Laval immediately threw her arms around her. Oh, Hayward, I'm so grateful to have you by my side. Her gaze had now turned vicious, because at this very moment, one stupid fish had fallen right into her trap and was willing to bear the blame for her. The next morning, at the Bonaparte mansion, one luxurious carriage after another rolled through the gates and into the estate courtyard. The nobles entered the manor in turn, all wearing cheerful expressions. Meanwhile, while everyone in the mansion busied themselves decorating and arranging the house beautifully in preparation for the guests, Odelle slowly descended the stairs and made her way towards a certain room. When she arrived at the door, she was about to knock, but then she remembered Eponi's earlier instructions and stopped herself. Right? I did not need to knock before entering Lord Cesari's room. So she casually pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, someone announced her arrival to Cesare. My lord, you have a visitor. The moment he was informed, he looked up. Then, once he saw who the visitor was, a pleased smile spread across his face. Adriel, after saying that, he lowered his head again and resumed dealing with his papers, yet continued speaking to her without neglecting his work. How is your leg? Thanks to you, it has healed. Receiving such an unexpectedly sly answer, Cesare found it rather amusing. HM, should I make an effort to look concerned? I am merely trying to thank you in the most polite way possible. Hearing one subtly loaded response after another, he could not help feeling a little surprised. Her change in just a few days was simply too great. Just look at her. Then why have you come here? He asked, finally getting to the point. But she did not answer at once. Only after a brief silence did she finally respond to his question. May I attend today's party? Her answer was so far from what he had expected that both Cesare and the attendant standing beside him froze for a moment, since they had assumed she was about to say something much more serious. That is a little difficult. But you came all the way here just to ask that. Yes, I want to attend a party being held in the main hall. Once she had confirmed what she wanted, he burst out laughing. Ahaha, I had no idea you could be this adorable. You must be getting used to this place. But before she could answer, the aide standing beside him, who had been restless with curiosity about her this whole time, suddenly stepped in between them. Your Grace. He blinked eagerly, clearly hoping Cesare would introduce them. All right, I understand. Let me introduce you too. This is my younger sister. Her name is Andexel Bonaparte. May the sea goddess's blessing be with you. And this is Gigi Mapretti. Greetings, my lady. I am Lord Cesari's assistant, and also a merchant of the Stellan Guild under the Bonaparte family. I hope for your kind favor. After the introductions were made, Gigi immediately began gushing to Cesare over Odelle's beauty. Good heavens, your Grace, your sister is so beautiful. I almost thought she was a mermaid from legend. She has legs, Gigi. Stop being so dramatic. I mean it, your Grace. You are truly fortunate. By the way, have you read this document carefully? I told you to read it thoroughly. Watching the lively exchange between the two of them, Odelle could only stand motionless, because her heart was full of tangled feelings. Even though I remember every moment from the first time I met him, whenever I face his face like this, I only grow more afraid. That feeling is like having my mind slowly scraped away, layer by layer, by a sharp blade every single day. And yet, on that day, I decided to forget everything. The pair of shoes that stepped on my foot, and the words that pierced all the way into my heart. Only by doing that could I go on living. You met Lucia Izia de Laval, did you not? I also heard that she warned you. Yes, if that was indeed a warning. Let it go. Eponi is better versed in etiquette than some street shoe shiner. Still, it is rather interesting. I wonder where they heard it from. He suddenly said something difficult to understand, then stopped halfway, leaving Odelle completely confused. But soon after, Cesare returned to the matter she had asked about earlier. I will let you attend the party, but on one condition. You must stay with a male escort throughout the event for your own protection. Yes. After receiving his order, Odelle quietly left the room, as instructed. Once she was gone, the room fell somewhat silent. But right after that, Gigi spoke up and asked about her attending the party. The male escort will not arrive for another 2 days. That means no one will be protecting her at the party. Will she really be all right? Cesare fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Nothing will happen inside the Bonaparte estate. Instead, go prepare that old room for me. Yes, your grace. Once again, I have to do something terribly difficult." Before long, the lavish and splendid party began. Everyone immersed themselves in the festivities with delight. And most notably of all, among the invited guests that day was Madame Flavia. Just as expected, Madame Flavia Lordan attended the party. Lord Cesare must have invited her personally. But what is going on? I thought the Lordan family had been forgotten forever. Could it be that he intends to bring her back into high society? If so, then we should take this opportunity to get acquainted with her first. The flood of flattering words surrounding her pleased Madame Flavia greatly, for it had been a very long time since she had attended a party like this, let alone been the center of attention. My family has declined for a long time, but as long as the Bonaparte family remains by our side, everything will surely be fine. Just as she was basking in those thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, jolting her back to herself. "May the sea goddess's blessing be with you. You seem to be in high spirits, Madame Flavia." The one who had spoken was none other than Lady Lucia Izia de Laval, standing at a distance with a wineglass in hand and a smile on her lips. "May the sea goddess's blessing be with you as well. You are enjoying the party too, I presume." "Oh, of course. The Bonaparte family is hosting it, after all. Everything here is so luxurious and splendid. Lord Cesare truly has excellent taste." Then, with a meaningful smile, she added, "But when it comes to good judgment, perhaps you are even better, madam." That single suggestive remark wiped the joy from Madame Flavia's face at once. What do you mean by that, my lady? I mean, can we have a word? About something that needs to be dealt with in this beautiful Bonaparte estate. Caught at her sore spot in such a crowded place, Madame Flavia became deeply flustered and hurriedly denied it. "I have nothing to say about that. You should handle it yourself. Then shall I speak to Lord Cesare about it? I suppose there is no choice but to tell him everything about how you dared reveal the secret of Andexel Bonaparte to outsiders." Lucia had seized upon her weakness and pressed it mercilessly, leaving Madame Flavia even more horrified. What do you mean? I only did that because I wanted to help you. How should I put this? I'm simply a little displeased. Lord Cesare trusted you, and yet you revealed that secret to me. "But, Madame Flavia," she said as she stepped closer, "I'm not trying to threaten you. It is just that we happen to share a common enemy. And because of that, I would like to ask you for one small favor. Rest assured, our arrangement will be carried out very discreetly, so success is guaranteed." She spoke with a smile, though she could not conceal the malice lurking beneath it. As for Madame Flavia, she truly had no other choice. Lucia had hold of her weakness, and she herself also wanted Odell gone. So the only path left was to follow this scheming young lady and see the plan through. Then what must I do to get rid of her? Returning to the mood of the party, everyone had by then found a delightful dance partner, and the flowing music only added to the perfection of the celebration, making it a splendid affair the guests would sigh over whenever they remembered it. Yet in contrast to that lively atmosphere, there was only one person who was not enjoying herself. "I suppose the ball has already begun. Are you not going there? I am not a noble, and I have no obligation to be there. But what about you, my lady? Why are you not going? I'm certain everyone would turn their heads at your beauty." "Is that so?" Her reflection in the mirror did not look happy at all. If anything, she looked even more troubled, because her heart was still burdened with an anxiety she could not voice. "If I make another mistake, so many people will criticize me, and I do not want to become the center of attention only to end up with nothing but pain." At the same time, Ipenai looked at her with deep sympathy, because she had come to understand at least part of who Odell truly was. While preparing for a party can sometimes be more enjoyable than attending one. Do you know that, my lady? Because once a dress has been worn by a young lady of the Bonaparte family, no other lady would ever dare wear the same one. Seeing that Odell seemed troubled, Iponi began explaining the unspoken rules of high society to help her feel at ease, especially the privileges enjoyed by a member of the Bonaparte family. Whether it is a hat or a parasol, gloves or a dress, whether it is a necklace or earrings, or even if it is only a pair of stockings or shoes, everything must be bought new, and no one is allowed to match my lady. I'm sure you have passed along Bella Stella Street every day before, have you not? The conversation suddenly turned in a different direction, and this new turn in Ipenai's words made Odell widen her eyes in surprise, because it had been a very long time since she had been able to recall that unforgettable feeling. Back when I was in Kimura, I was never allowed to walk on Bella Stella Street. Even when it was right in front of me, I still could not enter, because it was no place for a shoe shiner. Everything there was too beautiful. It glittered and shone, and it did not feel like a place where someone like me could appear. Even the names of the shops there sounded charming and airy, like lines from romantic poetry. As memory after memory of that place surfaced, her heart stirred with quiet emotion. It must be a very beautiful place, mustn't it? Of course it is. Having just finished arranging Odell's hair, Ipenai answered her in a cheerful tone. But just then a knock sounded at the door, drawing both their attention. At this hour, there should not have been any guest here. Finding it strange, Iponi went to the door and opened it to see who it was, and to her surprise, the person standing outside was none other than Madame Flavia. "May the sea goddess's blessing be with you." At that moment, her face carried a frighteningly murderous air. Madame Flavia? Epony, I have something urgent that requires your assistance. The council chairman won another report on Lord Cesare, so I need a file on him. Could you come help me look for it now? The moment Madame Flavia made that request, Epony immediately sensed that something was wrong. But since she also wanted to know whether the woman truly needed help, she decided to take the risk and go along. I am currently attending to my lady, so please wait just a moment. After saying that, she turned back inside and told Odell, "My lady, I think I need to step out for a moment." All right, that's fine. Even though she had received Odell's permission, Epony was still deeply worried about leaving her because she feared that someone might try to harm her again in her absence. Let's go find the file quickly. The council chairmen are waiting for us. Yes, after Epony agreed to Madame Flavia's request, she had no choice but to leave with her under pressure. But as Madame Flavia closed the door to Odell's room, a sinister gleam flashed in her eyes. What exactly was she plotting? Setting that aside, Odell was now sitting in a chair reading, yet her mind was full of thoughts about everything around her. The melody of the music drifting from the ball was so beautiful, and so was my anticipation for Bella Stella Avenue. All of it made me so excited that I couldn't concentrate on reading it all. Then suddenly, there was a knock at the door, cutting off her train of thought. Who could that be? I don't think Epony would be back this soon. The moment that question crossed her mind, a voice suddenly echoed in her consciousness, freezing her in place. Don't open the door. The strange sensation frightened her. WH, what was that sound just now? There's no one else in this room. Or was I just imagining it? While she was still anxious over her own thoughts, someone suddenly opened the door and stepped inside. Please forgive me, my lady. I opened your door without permission, but the matter is rather urgent, so I had no choice. The sudden appearance of a young maid left Odell bewildered. What is this? A young maid? What is it? In response to her question, the strange maid replied, Duke Cesare has summoned you, my lady. What? My brother? When she heard that answer, Odell did not trust it in the slightest, so she stayed silent and carefully examined the maid standing before her. Something's wrong. She looks too young to be a maid of the Bunapar household, and the clothes she's wearing seem a little too large for her. But what if Lord Cesare really is calling for me? After wrestling with her thoughts for a while, she finally decided to follow what the maid had said. All right, let's go. She reached for the shawl embroidered with the initials KB and prepared to leave. But as she followed the maid, the girl led her along in an oddly hurried manner. Where are we going? Duke Cesare is on the balcony, my lady. Hearing that, she asked no more questions and simply followed. Even so, unease kept rising inside her. Somehow, I really don't want to go with her. Still, Lord Cesare was not the sort of person who would bother explaining himself to others, so, lost in thought, she hurried up the staircase step by step, her only goal being to find out why he had called for her. We've arrived. Once the maid had led her all the way up, she opened a door to let Odell step inside. But when the door was fully opened, a powerful gust of wind suddenly rushed in, sweeping the shawl from Odell's shoulders. The moment she saw the shawl being carried away by the wind, she immediately ran after it. But while she was chasing it, the maid from earlier moved with frightening intent behind her. I'm sorry. The apology slipped out suddenly, because at that very moment, the maid finally carried out the plot she had been preparing all along. She pushed Odell over the edge. And as everything happened in that instant, Odell only had time to turn and look at her one last time. And in that final moment, everything around her seemed to come to a halt. The sudden attempt on her life left our heroine seemingly frozen in place. But will a miracle happen to save her? Please keep watching. At the same time, back at the party, everyone was enthusiastically raising their glasses in turn to congratulate Cesare. Wow, congratulations, Your Grace. You're truly remarkable. Not only have you become the youngest member of the family council, but you also assisted with the coronation of the emperor of a neighboring country. That emperor is related to Duke Cesare, so it will be a major diplomatic advantage for our nation. You are certain to earn the family council's great trust. Everyone kept praising him for his achievements. On top of that, his appearance, his background, everything connected to him was exceptional. You have a handsome face, come from a distinguished family, possess sharp business sense, and are highly skilled in politics as well. You truly lack nothing. I honestly wonder whether there is anyone at all worthy of marrying you. But are you truly going to marry Lady Lucia Izia de Laval? The moment that name was suddenly mentioned in front of him, his mood soured and he walked out. Please excuse me for a moment. He stepped out onto the balcony to enjoy the night air, then pulled out his cigarette case and selected one to smoke. Phew, finally, a little peace and quiet. He leaned back in his chair to rest, and because of that position, he suddenly noticed something. Why are there letters on the ceiling? Up above, he spotted two mysterious initials whose presence he had not noticed before. But after a moment, he remembered exactly why they were there. Ah, that's right. The K in the initials stands for my mother, Caterina Bonaparte, and the R stand for my father, Rowan Bonaparte. On days when there were parties like this, the two of them would often dance together. And at times like that, they would seat me in the most splendid chair there and hand me a piece of bread to eat. Then for hours on end, they would be completely absorbed in their own world, a place no one else could enter or disturb. Thinking back on the time when his parents were still with him made him feel strangely nostalgic. But then he exhaled a stream of smoke and smiled faintly. The two of them really were happy. Happy in a way that was almost strange. After sitting there in thought for a while, a loud voice suddenly called out his name. Cesare, what are you doing out here? The ladies are looking for you. Even at being called so abruptly, there was no sign of surprise or alarm on his face. Instead, he coldly tossed a remark at his friend. Hey, Rut, what are you wearing? How can you drape yourself in something like that at my party? Have you lost your mind? What are you talking about? I think I look dazzlingly handsome. Rut had just been insulted, yet still stood there shamelessly, even acting absurdly self-absorbed, which only annoyed Cesare further. That's enough. Take it off. No, I won't. This shawl is my fated shawl. It fell from the sky and landed right on me. That means it chose me. So you picked it up? Why would you do that? Are you that poor? I'm talking about destiny, and you're being so rigid. Haven't you ever thought about loving someone after finally escaping Lucia, Izia? It's like me accidentally picking up this shawl, for example. So you think I'm avoiding marriage because I'm afraid of ending up with another controlling woman like Lucia, Izia? His gaze suddenly fell on the shawl draped over his friend, and then he recognized an extremely familiar set of initials. K.B. Katarina Buonapata. Could it be she's using my mother's shawl? But why would it have fallen from the sky? He picked up the shawl, deep in thought, then immediately turned to ask his friend where he had found it. Where did you pick this up? At the same time, in another place, Odell had just been pushed by the strange maid in an attempt to murder her. I'm sorry. In that split second between life and death, Odell turned back and saw the person who had pushed her. Anyone would have thought she was about to fall straight from the rooftop to the ground below. But no, she was lucky enough to catch hold of the ledge. I just remembered, in that critical instant, she suddenly realized something extremely important, while the strange maid panicked because she had failed to finish Odell off. You're the maid who was with Lucia, Izia that day. She was the one who ordered you to do this, wasn't she? Forget that for now. First, hurry and pull me up. As for your mistress, I'll deal with her myself. No, my lady. She would be so disappointed. Seeing that the girl was still stubbornly refusing to pull her up, Odell shouted at her to make her come to her senses. How foolish. Do you think Lucia Izia will let you live after this? The moment her greatest fear, death, was exposed, the maid began to waver. Sensing that weakness, Odell pressed harder. Lucia, Izia will kill you to silence you. If you pull me up, I promise I won't let you die. No, she wouldn't do that. The maid clutched her head and screamed in despair, then suddenly opened her eyes wide and glared at Odell with a horrifying look before stamping hard on her hand, trying to make her fall to her death. Just die, you filthy bitch. Each stomp sent a sharp bolt of pain through Odell. And in the end, unable to hold on any longer, she unconsciously released her grip and fell freely. The youngest member of the family council, the head of the Bonaparte family, the man blessed by the goddess of the sea, that man was Cesare Bonaparte. A perfect man who was currently lying on the cobblestones, staring up at the starry sky. Good grief, my perfect damn life. Odell fell directly on top of him, leaving him utterly furious. Hey, are you all right, little sister? She doesn't seem hurt, does she? He slowly sat up after the catastrophic impact, and because of that very impact, he suddenly realized that the younger sister who had just fallen onto him looked like a fairy descended from the heavens. At such close range, the sight of her flushed face, trembling in fear, amused him greatly. If you don't want me touching you like this, then perhaps you shouldn't be touching my chest either. After surviving that brush with death, Odell was utterly flustered by his sarcastic remark. She quickly pulled away from him and turned aside. Who has been harassing her this time? While Cesare was trying to guess what had happened to her, Odell looked back up toward the rooftop to check whether the person who had pushed her was still there. The girl wearing a Bonaparte maid's uniform pushed me. She said that you had called for me, so I followed her all the way up to the rooftop. Hearing her explanation, he still seemed not to fully grasp it. I called for you, but right after that, he looked up toward the rooftop she had mentioned and immediately understood everything. It was obvious. The girl was one of Lucia, Izia's maids. His expression hardened the moment he heard that name once again. Returning to the issue at hand, Rudd had by then climbed all the way up to the rooftop where Lucia, Izia's maid, had been standing. Hey, Cesare, oof. Rudd was out of breath after sprinting all the way up there, and searching to see whether the woman was still around had only worn him out more. The culprit ran too fast. I couldn't catch her. Why did you climb all the way up there? Of course, by then she had already escaped. Rudd shouted down so Cesare could hear him, while Cesare muttered so quietly that only he himself could hear, which irritated Rudd. What? If you're saying something, say it louder. I can't hear you. Ignoring Rudd, Cesare simply turned to Odell and spoke to her instead. No matter what the circumstances, were you planning to come to my room dressed like that? The outfit she was wearing was only a thin nightgown, making her beauty and allure stand out even more vividly. And my shawl was blown away, so only then did she realize her dress was somewhat revealing, and she tried to cover herself. Because your shawl flew away? Do you realize that one fall like that could have killed you? Not exactly. She also said it was urgent, so seeing her still clutching herself like that, he asked her a question. Then if I urgently asked you to do something, would you obey just the same? When Odell heard that question, she simply fell silent. And it was precisely because she said nothing that Cesare found her impossible to understand. What is this? Why can't I tell what she's thinking at all? He stared at her in confusion for a moment, then finally stood up and took off his coat. In the end, he draped it over her shoulders to cover her. Odell was a little surprised by his sudden kindness, so she turned back and thanked him. Thank you, my lord. The moment he received her thanks, A sharp pain suddenly hit him, draining the color from his face. The pain spread along his side, the after effect of taking the full force of her fall from the sky moments ago. And when Odell heard his cry of pain, she realized something at once and immediately turned back. "Are you hurt, my lord?" Odell quickly bent down to inspect the injured spot, and at that very moment, Cesare saw the worry in her face. Is a little shoe shiner worried about me? His gaze held nothing but her image now, the image of her bending over his wound in obvious concern. And once he had seen enough, a mysterious smile curved across his lips. Does she still remember stepping on my foot, I wonder? "And Exel, if I am injured, would you help me treat it in my bedroom?" Cesare suddenly leaned close to her, then lowered himself nearer to her face. Just as the moment was reaching its peak, Red suddenly ran over and shouted at the two of them. "Cesare, Lady and Exel, are you both all right?" Interrupted so abruptly, Cesare turned and shot Rut a glare, leaving poor innocent Rut utterly confused about what he had done wrong. "For now, take me to the study." After realizing that he had been injured, he called for a doctor to give him first aid and examine him. Fortunately, the injury turned out to be only an external bruise, with no sign of damage to the internal organs. Even so, your grace must still avoid strenuous activity. And while we are at it, you should also quit smoking. It is very harmful to your health. Honestly, starting tomorrow, I will send someone to assist your grace with steam therapy. That method will help the wound heal as effectively as possible. That will not be necessary. You only need to prepare what I need. Yes, sir. I will do as you say. The reason Odell had to stay here was that she could not go outside looking like this without a maid by her side. Since Aponi had gone off to handle some work, she had no choice but to follow his grace all the way in here, even though it looked rather strange. She had just been thinking about Aponi when the woman suddenly appeared. "Your Grace." Madame Aponi abruptly burst into Cesari's office and shouted, startling Odell badly. My lady was not in her room, so I searched for her everywhere. But what in the world is happening here now? "Oh, you have come at just the right time. Now explain it." After everything that had happened, Aponi was extremely anxious at his request, because this clearly was no longer an ordinary matter. And so Odell and the maid Aponi recounted the whole incident to him together, from the very first moment of how it all began, including the suspicious people who had appeared in the matter. "I'm sorry. This is my fault. I did not think carefully after hearing that the guild chairman needed some of your grace's documents. But because it was Madame Flavia's request, that much was enough for him to understand everything." There's no doubt about it. He spoke while holding a cigarette in his hand, smoking with a dark, displeased expression. Right after that, his personal secretary, Gigi, entered to report something. "Your Grace, as you instructed, I have had Madame Flavia lured and confined. In addition, I also ordered the soldiers to detain the suspicious individuals who were attempting to flee the estate." Good. Is that old room ready?" "Yes, it is." Once he had confirmed that everything had been prepared, he began calmly and slowly carrying out his plan to punish those who had offended him. "Gigi, send our dear Madame Flavia Lord Anne there. And as for Miss Lucia Izia, bring her here immediately." As soon as the order was given, it was not long before the person in question arrived. "Knock, knock, knock." "Your Grace, it is Gigi." The knocking at the door before entering surprised Odell a little. "Knocking? I was clearly told not to knock before entering his Grace's room." She suddenly remembered the first day Aponi had shown her around the mansion and explained its rules. "So he is here?" Seeing that Cesare remained calm and showed no anger or irritation at Gigi's knocking, she immediately understood. "Now I understand why he forbids people from knocking at his door. He only uses knocking as a signal when something important or dangerous is happening, or when he's receiving someone he dislikes. Alec, come sit beside me." At his command, Odell quickly walked over to him and sat down beside him. "Sit closer." As soon as he said that, the door slowly opened, along with the announcement of the person about to enter. "Miss Lucia Izia Delavin has arrived, Duke Cesare." The moment the door opened and the introduction ended, she stepped inside slowly with a face brighter than ever. "Lord Cesare, may the blessings of the sea goddess always remain with you. I sincerely apologize for receiving you in this condition. Miss Lucia Izia of the Delavin family." At first, she thought this would be something to delight in, but the moment she saw the man she loved sitting beside a beautiful young woman in revealing clothes who was presently known as his younger sister, it felt as though the heavens and earth around her had collapsed, because she knew what the true relationship between those two was. And more importantly, that was the very woman she had just sent someone to assassinate. What will happen now? Please look forward to the next part. After stepping through the door and seeing the two of them sitting so close together like lovers, Lucia Izzia's whole mind seemed to go numb. She even stammered his name, unable to get the words out. Then her cold gaze shifted toward Odell, the beautiful woman sitting right beside the man she loved so deeply. On top of that, Odell's clothes were far too alluring, making Lucia Izia feel as if her whole body had fallen into a bottomless abyss, unable to move at all. "Do not just stand there. Sit down." When his voice rang out, she jolted back to her senses, then immediately resumed the sweet, hypocritical act she always wore. Yes, of course, Lord Cesare. Seeing the way her attitude and reaction changed so artificially, Cesare could only curl his lips in a faint smile. Then he noticed the maid following close behind her. At that very moment, Odell noticed the maid as well, and she looked slightly surprised. Had she already changed to a new maid? Odell's full attention was now fixed on the two people sitting across from her, those two scheming figures. And it was not only Odell. Cesare noticed the difference too and immediately addressed Lucia Izia with a pointed question. Was it not a different maid before? Yes. Arns has always been my maid. I do not believe that is right. Her mind was in chaos, but since she had already gone this far, she had no choice except to continue the act. WH, what do you mean, Your Grace? My maid has always been Arns, right, Arns? She turned to look at her maid, pretending everything she said was true. Yes, my lady, but her little performance looked like child's play to him. He only had a glance, wants to know the whole story. Miss Lucia Izia is truly quick-handed. If not for the marriage contract, we might have become promising business partners. Thank you, Your Grace. Oh, is that so? You were thanking me? Why, yes, that is right. Her voice trembled, her cheeks flushed red. Her expression made it seem as though she had understood the hidden meaning in his words. But because she liked him so much, she felt more pleased than uneasy. The look on her face was as if she had already forgotten she had just tried to have someone kill Odell, because at that moment all she could see was Lord Cesare. In other words, she was no longer thinking clearly. After being swept away by the demon of love for a while, she finally calmed down enough to speak like a normal person again. But, Your Grace, are you injured? This? A truly spectacular way for the noble young lady famed for her intelligence to walk herself right into a trap. The moment she took the initiative to ask about his wound, he knew his chance had come. The plan begins. He glanced at Odell, and Odell looked back at him. And of course she understood at once. So the two of them worked together to put on a little play for Lucia Izia to see and to show her what real acting looked like. It is all because I had to catch a mermaid falling from the sky. As soon as he said that, he pressed a sweet kiss to Odell's forehead, and she immediately leaned against him, wearing the happiest expression imaginable. Are you feeling better now? Yes, thanks to you. Watching the two of them being so intimate, Lucia Izia's expression became almost lifeless. If one of us had to be hurt, it is better that it was me. I am very grateful to you, but even so, I'm still worried about you. The more she listened to their conversation, the worse her complexion became, and inside her heart, it was as though she was tormenting someone over and over again, making that person pay for what she herself was now suffering. But then his voice called her name and snapped her out of it. Miss Lucia Izia. Coming back to herself, she eagerly volunteered to tend to his injuries. Lord Cesare, please allow me to care for her. There is no need. I do not wish to trouble you. Before she could finish, he cut her off and shifted the matter to his younger sister. I will leave everything to my sister. The moment he said those words while wrapping an arm around Odell's shoulders, Lucia Izia's expression turned ugly once again. A young lady of marriageable age. How could she possibly care for Your Grace? And on top of that, staying in the same room. It is very easy for people to misunderstand. Her voice could no longer remain calm. But that was exactly what he wanted. His laughter rang through the room after hearing her say that, and once he had laughed to his heart's content, he brought the performance to its final conclusion. Miss Lucia Izia, this is my sister, and naturally I consider her far too precious to hand over to your brother. Once he openly stated his plan, to have Odell marry her brother instead of marrying Lucia Izia himself, it felt as if the world around her collapsed all over again. The atmosphere in the room slowly sank into silence, broken only by the sound of her sobbing, which grew louder and louder, because this was the marriage she had been longing for all this time. I will let this pass once. While she was crying, Cesare suddenly said those words, making her pause for a moment before her heart lurched in alarm. But I will not let it pass a second time. And if you pull something like this again, then it will become a clash between our two families. At the same time, while Cesare was warning Lucia Izia, there was another person who was no less terrified by what had happened. There was no longer any doubt. Lucia Izia's plan had failed, and she had exposed Madame Flavia's name. While Madame Flavia was clutching at her head in anger, someone suddenly opened the door and entered. The footsteps that followed were heavy and ominous, and his eyes carried such murderous intent that she was terrified. Why you? Who are you? Madame asked, but the man did not answer. He merely stated what needed to be said. Madame Flavia Lord Anne, by order of the head of the Bonaparte family, you are to come with us. After receiving Cesare's order, Madame Flavia had no choice but to comply. She was now blindfolded and being escorted to some mysterious place. Hey, Iger, where are you taking me? I must see Lord Cesare. Let me see him, so I can explain. I can explain. She shouted and demanded to see Cesare, but Iger gave her nothing in return but complete silence. He did not utter a single word, and when she got none of the answers she wanted, a chill suddenly rose in her heart from somewhere behind her, making her shudder in fear. In the darkness behind her blindfold, all she could hear were hoofbeats and the endless rolling of wheels, while she had no idea where they were taking her. Just where are they taking me? As that question rose in her mind, she suddenly smelled something strange, and in that very moment, something about it felt oddly familiar. Birdsong and the sound of the sea. See, could this place be the harbor? That was right. The secret destination she had been taken to was the harbor. More precisely, it was an old, ruined port where not a single person remained. Once they arrived, Iger quickly removed the cloth covering her eyes, and the sudden light struck them so strongly that at first she could not clearly see what was in front of her. But when her vision finally steadied, the man standing before her was Gigi, smiling as he welcomed her. "I've been waiting for you, Madame Flavia Lordan." The instant she saw Gigi standing there, her whole body seemed to freeze, but then she began screaming wildly for mercy. "Please, let me explain to Lord Cesare. It is all just a misunderstanding. I can explain everything. I was being threatened, so I had no other choice. Please, spare me." Hearing her excuses, Gigi gave her a mysterious smile before replying. "You say you were threatened, but was it not you who revealed the young lady's identity to outsiders? My, as a noblewoman, you have violated the most important taboo of all. And the most important taboo in noble society that Gigi referred to was the Oath of Omerta. It was an oath of silence, an oath of obedience. An oath for which the one who swore it had to bear responsibility. Any information about one's master that one saw or heard had to be kept secret and could never be revealed. In other words, it was a binding rule maintained in all noble families, and anyone who broke it would face appropriate punishment. And no, I only hinted at it. It seems Madame's hints were rather detailed." After saying that with a smile, Gigi coldly turned his face away. "Very well. From here on, it is no longer my concern. Let us proceed according to protocol. This is the Jew, a ship built in the year 840. The provisions on board include flour, hard bread, salt, sugar, biscuits, and many other things that have already been prepared. We have also supplied necessities, such as soap and candles. With these provisions, you should be able to reach Sorik on your own." Each word Gigi spoke left her standing there stunned and bewildered, but only for a moment before panic took hold. "Sorik? Is that not the farthest place in all of Santona? If I sail across the sea on such an old ship, even the smallest wave could overturn it." But that was not the end of it. Cesare still intended to raise the stakes of the game. If you can return safely, then Lord Cesare will forgive you. For that would be the will of the sea goddess. Even so, Madame knew full well that such a thing would never happen. There was no figure of the goddess at the ship's prow, so how could it possibly receive her blessing? It was no different from forcing her onto the path of death. "Iger, I have explained everything. You may now continue with your task." The moment of life and death had come. As Iger dragged her away, her face went pale, and she desperately begged for mercy. No, please save me. Please, let me explain. Just once is enough. Let me see Lord Cesare just once. I will explain everything to him." She shouted with all her strength, begging to stay, but it was already too late. "Please be careful on your way, and remember to beware the jealousy of the sea goddess." Gigi's final sweet farewell as he was set free came just as the end had arrived. "I did everything for his grace. It was all for Bonaparte. Please spare me." No, her desperate scream echoed across the vast sea, a sign that this journey of hers would surely end in far more ill than good. Now, back to Odelle, our heroine. She was bathing and quietly reflecting on everything that had happened. "Thank goodness, my lady, you are not injured anywhere." Ignoring Eponi's concern, Odelle cared only about one thing. "Have they found the maid who pushed me?" At that, Eponi fell briefly silent, but then she explained what had happened. "Yes, my lady. The soldiers found her inside a nearby drainage pipe. Her face had been slashed several times, making identification difficult. But thanks to the information you gave us about her eye color and hair color, we were able to confirm it was her. But there was something strange. Her clothes had been completely removed. The real culprit likely did that to conceal the evidence. And one more thing. There was a large wound on her abdomen in the exact same place as His Grace the Duke's injury." Hearing that, Odelle was horrified. She had never imagined Lucia Izia could be so cruel. Did she do that because Cesare was hurt? As soon as that thought crossed her mind, she turned to ask Eponi about the woman herself. "Then what about Miss Lucia Izia? Since we have no evidence, we cannot impose any punishment on her. Even without evidence, it is understood that she is involved, isn't it? So why can't we punish her? Because if we do, the matter will attract even more attention. And besides, the common people are very fond of Miss Lucia Izia. She is renowned as one of the beauties of noble society. On top of that, she is well educated and has helped many families with her abilities. So if anything happens to her, the people could easily grow angry. I know you are very upset and displeased with Miss Lucia Izia, but it's all right. I understand. Yes, my lady. Thank you for understanding. Oh, and my lady, I also have some good news to tell you." As she opened a bottle of bath oil to mix into the water, she told Odelle about what was coming next. "For the time being, starting today, there will be no lessons. His Grace the Duke has ordered that you review what you've already learned. So during this time, you may rest comfortably. Hopefully, during this rest, the injuries to your leg will heal as well." Odelle paid little attention to that. Instead, she asked about Madame Flavia. "What about Madame Flavia?" When she heard the question, the maid Eponi fell briefly silent, then answered with something that did not quite address it directly, but was answer enough. His Grace the Duke is recruiting another etiquette instructor, but because his schedule is rather busy, he said he will wait until the Orcanina delegation has departed. Though the reply was evasive, Odelle understood. It seemed Dame Madame Flavia had already been dealt with. By the way, when do you intend to change and go out, my lady? Still lost in thought, Odell was caught off guard by a pony's sudden question and asked in confusion, change and go out? What do you mean? I heard that the person assigned to tend to his grace the Duke's wound is you, my lady. What, I'm the one tending to my brother? Now she was completely bewildered. Still, after standing there in a daze for a while, she had no choice but to do as she had been told. You've come, my little sister. Cesare had been lying there waiting for her, and the moment she arrived, he welcomed her with a smile as lovely as a flower. But unlike his eager expression, she came in carrying the medical tray with a face that could not have looked more unwilling. You've come, my little sister. After that not at all welcome greeting from Cesare, she still had to carry the medical tray over and treat his wound. Once she set the tray down, she immediately meant to turn and ask Cesare why he had insisted on making her do this. But the moment she lifted her eyes to look at him, something suddenly filled her vision, making her forget everything else. And the thing that robbed her of all reason was his broad back, vast as the Pacific Ocean. Those shoulders were wide and sturdy, and the muscles flowed downward from them toward his waist, forming a slim waistline with firm, sculpted muscle. Everything came together in a seductive curve, and across those muscles were scars, adding an unintentional sense of danger. And most striking of all was the hollow of his lower back, just above his waistband. It looked so. She had stared so hard her eyes practically wore out, caught red-handed admiring a handsome man. Honestly, it's not just those of us with a weakness for handsome men. Even our serious heroine couldn't escape it either. Oh my God, have I gone insane? That. There's no need to be embarrassed. I know I look rather attractive, but try not to get too excited just because you've seen something beautiful about me. Handsome and confident too. Who could possibly resist that? No, that will never happen. Let's say that's true then. After teasing her, he lay face down on the bed so she could treat him. But because his back was just too perfect, she still felt awkward, or, to put it plainly, she was still embarrassed about what had just happened. Still, being a responsible person, she forced herself to focus and return to the main issue, and to the question she had left unfinished earlier. Why assign this treatment to me? I'm not someone with medical expertise. Because Gigi would be noisy and a pony would nag. Those two make me uncomfortable. Besides, I was injured because of you. Shouldn't you take responsibility for me? At the words take responsibility, her hand faltered and she said nothing more. It was true. After all, he had been hurt because of her. Then I'll remove your bandages first. Once she sorted out her thoughts, she finally gave in and accepted that she would have to treat him. She bent down carefully and cut away each strip of bandage wrapped around his wound. She had to stay extremely focused while doing it, because if she was even slightly careless, it would affect the wound and him as well. And when the final strip of bandage fell away, she raised a hand to wipe the sweat gathering on her face. Why am I this tense? It feels like I'm trapped in a cage with a wild beast. She thought that while looking down at where he lay, clearly implying that he was the beast in question. All right, enough thinking. I need to move on to the next step. I'm going to apply the medicine now. She picked up the ointment and looked at his wound with slight surprise. The bruise is bigger than I thought. After that brief, stray thought, she was once again distracted by his back. The injury stretched from his back down to his side. She scooped out just enough of the translucent white ointment, then began applying it to his wound. Her hand touched his skin lightly and moved slowly along the injured area. Though this unavoidable contact should have been nothing unusual, somehow, by some strange miracle, Cesare found the sensation oddly affecting. Brother, I can't reach the wound lower down properly from this side. So, could you turn over a little? Even though Cesare knew she was only treating him, he still refused. I don't want to. Please, it's really just for a moment. I don't want to. Helpless after being rejected, she could only make another request. Would it be alright if I climbed onto your bed for a moment? At first, he was quite surprised by that suggestion. But as a man, how could he be foolish enough to refuse such a beautiful young woman? You don't need to ask permission. Thank you. Then excuse my rudeness for a moment. Once she had his permission, she quickly took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed as though it were the most natural thing in the world. And of course, when she climbed onto his bed, her only thought was that it would make applying the ointment easier. Not that she had any improper thoughts about him at all. But once her whole body moved close to his as she rubbed in the medicine, he could no longer endure it. Crash. Stop fooling around. Right after the sound of the medicine tray being knocked overcame Odell's cry. In that instant, he had pinned her down onto the bed, and at the very same moment, Odell still had no idea what was happening. But when she opened her eyes, his face was already right in front of her. The day the shoe shiner fell from the clock tower, not a single person asked whether she was all right. And yet, even so, that shoe shiner remained the same. No matter how everyone around her ignored her, she never once looked angry. Instead, she looked at me with worried eyes. How could she be so presumptuous and so foolish? Without me, she nearly would have died. So who exactly should be worrying about whom? As that thought crossed his mind, another conclusion sprang up in his head. No, she must definitely have some other scheme in mind. He suddenly remembered her in that thin nightgown from the other day. She had come looking for him dressed like that. She had even tried to care more about his body than her own. Her shoulders had trembled as though calling out to his protective instincts. Given all that, she must surely be harboring some kind of intention toward him. Otherwise, who would care about a man who had stepped on her foot? Brother, call me Cesare. I dislike that form of address when we're on a bed together. suddenly having such indecent thoughts projected onto her. She panicked. Brother, I don't know why you're doing this, but please let me go. Set aside this adorable little act for a moment, Miss Odell Beebe. I am a man, and you are a woman. Of course I understand what it is you want, and the more closely I look at you, the prettier you seem, and your foolishness is rather charming too. Don't worry. I promise I'll treat you just the way you want. In return, just pretend you know nothing and keep quiet. While Odell is being crushed beneath the dark fantasies of a man, let us briefly talk about the romantic history of Cesare, the reddest flag in the entire kingdom. Throughout Cesari's life, countless women had appeared in it and passed through it. Even if someone demanded an exact number, no one would be able to say how many there had been. And because that number was absurdly large, even a girl who genuinely loved him could easily have her dreams shattered. So this little sister of his really did not need to become one of them as well. But in the end, it happened anyway. Brother, Odell looked at him with a puzzled expression tinged with confusion. It seems I've chosen the best actress of all. You're very good at this, little sister. In his mind, he thought, she's pretending to resist, but in the end she'll give in just like the others. Because her goal is to seduce me, the illegitimate son of the Bonaparte family. And obviously, she's doing this simply to change the miserable life she used to have. You can be honest now. I'll surely give you what you want. As soon as he said that, the full weight of his body pressed down onto hers, and then he slowly lowered his face closer to hers. Open your mouth. At the very moment his lips nearly touched hers, a thought suddenly surfaced in the back of his mind. Wait, if I cross the line with my little sister like this, what will happen to the agreement with Delavin? He hesitated in silence for a little over 3 seconds, but then his gaze was captured by the lush, rosy, fair, full curves right before his eyes. The tempting sight stirred too strongly for him to refuse. Forget it. I'll think about that later. And if they feel it's unfair, that's their problem. I can't hold back anymore. She's too beautiful. So beautiful it drives me mad. And because of that, it would be a waste to sleep with her just once and be done with it. Just as this red flag man was reaching his climax, a sharp pair of scissors was suddenly thrust straight at his throat. The unexpected resistance from Odell, the woman he had assumed would be just like every other woman he had ever tasted, left him utterly stunned. What is happening? His eyes filled with shock as he stared at the tip of the scissors pressed near his neck. And even that beautiful face from moments before was now radiating murderous intent. Still, that shock was only momentary, because right afterward, he felt more intrigued than ever. This is insane, though they were still in the same position. Him on top, her beneath him, the balance between them had completely reversed because all initiative now belonged to her. Why are you carrying something so dangerous around with you? Were you really planning to slit my throat? If necessary, I would. Then are you confident you can do it? Have you forgotten that I come from Camorra? The more she spoke, the harder she pressed the blade of the scissors against his throat, and that action alone was enough to convince him she truly might cut it. It seems she really would. After that thought crossed his mind, he gave a wicked smile, and in the very next instant, he swiftly seized both her wrists. Let me go. No matter how she struggled, Cesare was still able to turn the situation around with ease. So it really is this easy to overpower you. He pinned both her arms down and locked her body in place. The reason he subdued her so quickly was the sheer physical difference between a man and a woman. And once he had her restrained, he mocked her, but she showed no fear and no caution toward him. Instead, she even dared to raise her voice and curse him. You really are foolish, and you are utterly licentious. For the first time, being insulted by someone made Cesare feel intensely entertained. Besides driving him mad with excitement, it seemed the little shoe shiner truly did not know how to pretend. As that thought crossed his mind, his train of thought suddenly stopped, and his eyes shifted downward behind him, more precisely toward his lower body. I've never had to endure this before. Although he knew she was not particularly good at enduring that sort of thing, because she had resisted him so fiercely, he had no choice but to let her go. So that's how it is. Lady Odell Beebe, it seems you dislike me, don't you? Hearing his question, Odell hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she still decided to speak her mind. I do not dislike you, my lord. When Cesare heard her answer, he froze. But the very next moment, she slapped him hard across the face. I do not dislike you. I simply hate having physical contact with you. Seeing the undisguised disgust in her expression, and the way she had tightly gripped the scissors she had just held against him, he went completely stiff. No one had ever resisted him before, much less dared to insult him like this. That alone proved she had never harbored any feelings for him at all. And once the humiliation became too much, all he could do was burst out laughing to shatter the atmosphere. But inwardly, he thought that she should have said she did not like him in the first place. Damn it. So deeply humiliated that he could barely stand it, he quickly moved away from her. Treat me quickly. I have to leave soon. At last, he obediently sat still and let her tend to his injuries, though that was certainly not what was truly on his mind. What am I supposed to do now? She is far too precious to hand over to an idiot like the son of the Delavin family. From the moment that thought first surfaced in his mind, his original plan had already begun to head into a dead end. So how would things unfold from here? It was all so nerve-wracking. Scene change. Elsewhere, Cesare was currently attending a meeting with the elders to promote the development of the family. A few days ago, I heard that all the envoys in the Okinina delegation returned in excellent spirits. They even expressed their gratitude to the Bonaparte family for such warm hospitality. And these successful achievements were all thanks to your grace, Lord Cesare. Of course. It was only my duty. As they chatted pleasantly, the man suddenly changed the subject. Even so, I heard that during the last banquet, you invited Miss Lucia Izia into your office. I wonder if I may expect to hear some good news? Faced with the question he hated most, his mood immediately soured, but he still maintained a courteous attitude as he replied, "You're thinking too far ahead. I merely had a few things I needed to discuss with her." And what might that have been? Seeing the man's curiosity, Cesare smiled, because that was the very question he had been waiting for. It was about my younger sister, the one my parents had after they left this family. The moment he revealed this shocking news, everyone seated there was utterly stunned and deeply shaken, because it was so difficult to believe. What? A younger sister? Yes, I understand everyone is confused, and, of course, there must be many questions you wish to ask. But rest assured, my sister's identity will soon be made public. The announcement ceremony will be held in a few months. At that time, she will also be able to meet Delavan there. The plan he had carefully prepared for so long had finally come to the day of its unveiling, and the political marriage that everyone in the council had been anticipating was abruptly changed at the last moment, leaving all of them in shock. Duke Cesare, do you mean? Regardless of everyone's reactions to the plan to come, he merely turned to the displeased man sitting beside him and said the very thing that man least wanted to hear. I am thinking of marrying Andexlet into the Delavan family. As her elder brother, I cannot keep such a young, beautiful sister, full of life and vitality, by my side forever. The reason he said this to him was because the man was the head of the Delavan family, and his full name was Duca Delavan. What do you think of my suggestion, Lord Duca? After all, you're the one who cares most about the happiness of your family members. If we do this, then Miss Lucia Izia will no longer have to marry a libertine bastard of the Bonaparte family like me. Back at the Bonaparte residence, everything had been peaceful at first, but then things gradually turned chaotic the moment a shrill cry rang out. Oh heavens, my beautiful lady. All the commotion had started here, from Gigi's huge mouth. He shot forward like lightning, rushing to Odell's side, utterly unable to hide his infatuation. My lady, you are just as beautiful today as ever. Your beauty never ceases to amaze me. Honestly, even mermaids would grow jealous at the sight of you. Gigi was enthusiastically praising her beauty when, all of a sudden, an entire ink bottle was dumped over his head, leaving a huge bump on it. May the goddess be with you, my sister. Yes, thank you. May the goddess be with you as well. Watching her greet him formally, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Since what happened that day, this is the first time I've seen the shoe shiner again, isn't it? The image of her from that day suddenly came rushing back to him. The irritation, the intimidation, the open disgust. Those were expressions he had never seen anyone dare show him before. And yet today, the very person who had left him with such unforgettable memories now stood before him, more elegant and composed than ever. But sometimes, wasn't that exactly the kind of thing he was looking for? Today, I have summoned another attendant to assist you, because I still have many other matters to attend to. So please feel at ease with him. All right. After he said that, everyone turned their eyes toward her, but she had no idea what was going on. It was only when Cesare had the person come in that everything became clear. Come in. As the door slowly opened, a handsome young man in military uniform stepped inside. And to remind everyone, this was the man who had arrested Madame Flavia and escorted her to the harbor. From today onward, he will officially become your personal escort, and he will also serve as your bodyguard. After hearing Cesare introduce the name and role of the man assigned to protect her, Odell found herself focusing only on his name. What? If he bears that surname, then doesn't that mean? At that thought, she glanced toward a pony. But before she could think any further, Cesare immediately answered her unspoken question. Geiger is a pony's younger brother. Indeed, if one looked closely, the two did resemble each other, especially that cold, expressionless face. They truly looked as though they had been cast from the same mold. Her younger brother? If so, then compared to her, he really was rather young. While her thoughts wandered, she suddenly remembered that she had not greeted him yet. I humbly ask for your guidance. Yes, I will do my utmost to protect you, my lady. At the same time, both Gigi and Cesare, having just watched the two exchange greetings, immediately praised her. Ahaha, she's quick-witted, isn't she? Is she? If she were truly smart, she would have realized from the very first time that Lucia, Izzia's maid in disguise, was not a Bonaparte maid. Well, she hasn't even been in this residence for a month yet. But let's leave that aside. We must head to the appointment now, Your Grace. Having his enjoyment suddenly interrupted left Cesare somewhat regretful. Time passes so quickly. I truly do not want this meeting to end. But even so, I cannot keep my sister by my side forever. Cesari's sudden words left her somewhat bewildered. She genuinely did not understand what he meant, and at the same time, the three bystanders also had no idea what was going on between the two of them. After their conversation and meeting in his office ended, Odell and a pony both stepped out to return to her room. As she walked back, she silently cursed that madman Cesare to ease her irritation. That damned lunatic. That madman seduced me himself, then got excited all by himself first. And yet afterward, his attitude changed completely. In her mind, the image of him pinning her onto the bed a few days earlier kept replaying, along with the part of him that had left the deepest impression on her. It was his brilliant golden eyes, utterly intoxicated. That was the first time I had ever seen the tear mole near his eye from so close. In that moment, I truly could not think of anything at all. because he was so absurdly handsome. Her mind was in complete chaos from thoughts of him. But afterward, she regained her senses and reminded herself that he was the kind of red flag she absolutely had to stay away from. He's just a debauched playboy and a shameless scoundrel. It would be best if I never got involved with him at all. But why do I feel excited whenever I think about him, even though I keep telling myself that I won't fall for him? While she was still wrestling with herself, the butler suddenly called out in an extremely urgent voice, "Lady Epony, steward." As soon as he spoke, Epony quickly went down to him. "What are you doing here, steward?" "Well, he stammered, not daring to say it aloud. Only once Epony was standing beside him did he dare whisper into her ear. And after receiving the information from him, Epony was visibly alarmed. "Please tell her that we need time to adjust her attire." After speaking to the butler, she turned to Odell and informed her of something important. "My lady, you must go to the room of stars at once. The matriarch is waiting there to see you. It seems she is looking for you because His Grace the Duke has announced your existence." As Epony adjusted Odell's clothes, she kept giving her one instruction after another. "She probably already knows about the contract between the two of you, so you absolutely must not lie. If a question feels too difficult, then simply remain silent." Listening to Epony's repeated warnings, Odell felt a little nervous because she had no idea what would happen next. "Everything is ready. May the Queen of the Sea protect you." As the doors to that room of stars slowly opened, although no sign of worry appeared on her face, she still could not hide her astonishment. The room was enveloped in a mystical darkness, completely opposite to Santana's usual bright atmosphere. And yet it was also incredibly beautiful, radiant like the Milky Way itself, impossible to look away from. This place truly is beautiful. She slowly stepped toward an older woman standing before her. That woman was beautiful as well. Even though her hair had grayed and her skin had wrinkled, none of it could conceal the authority and brilliance emanating from her. Standing before such a powerful presence, even Odell could not hide her awkwardness. "I should introduce myself first. According to Santana custom, one should wait for a greeting from one's superior, but in this situation, an exception was being made. Blessings of the goddess. I am ashamed that I have come to greet you so late. My name is Andexlet Bunapart." Although Odell bowed politely and apologized for arriving late, the woman did not utter a single word. And because of that silence, Odell gradually began to feel uneasy. But unexpectedly, the woman simply pushed a sheet of paper toward her. After reading what was written on it, Odell relaxed a little. "Blessings of the goddess. My name is Eva. To explain why she was an exception, let us begin with a bit of background about her. The woman unanimously chosen by everyone to serve as chairman of the family council was Eva Bunapart. She was highly regarded by all, because although she had a disability and could not speak, she still possessed abilities and leadership qualities far beyond anyone else. "How is the tea?" "It is very fragrant." Odell calmly answered her like she would any ordinary person, and immediately after receiving the answer to her first question, Eva continued writing her next one. But for some reason, whatever she meant to ask, she kept writing and erasing it. She erased so much that she had to turn to a fresh page, which made Odell even more nervous as she waited. What exactly does she want to say that she keeps writing and crossing it out like that? And then, after a while, Eva finally held out the paper with the words she wanted to say. "You truly are a beautiful girl. You flatter me." Odell answered gently, and then Eva wrote again. "Cesare must be very fond of you." Odell stared at the sentence for a moment, and then Eva continued writing. "Have you suffered any inconvenience during your time here?" "I've been well. My brother has taken very good care of me." After receiving that answer, Eva wrote another question. "He has taken very good care of you? In what way?" Though her face was smiling, there was a probing edge to her words. Odell, however, understood why she was asking that. Perhaps because that good brother had gotten aroused over his own sister. Cesari's shameless face surfaced in her mind again, and because of that, she simply could not explain to Eva how exactly her grandson had treated her well. Though she did not answer, Eva likely understood that attitude all too well, since she was the one who had raised her grandson. "Are you and Cesare in a romantic relationship?" As soon as she read the question, Odell froze. But then she firmly denied it. Absolutely not. Hearing her rebuttal, disbelief clearly showed on Eva's face, because most of the women who approached her grandson said exactly the same thing. "My dear, just speak freely. I am on your side. I do not need you to be on my side, because that will never happen. I do not even want to imagine such a thing. I do not care about your background, so do not be afraid. Please stop testing me. I did not approach him with that intention." The attempted alliance of understanding failed. Eva suddenly looked at her with cold, sharp eyes, because she believed Odell was trying to approach her grandson to change her fate. But Odell was even more irritated, since Eva kept trying to attach her to the perverted man she loathed most in this world. But after their silent stare down had gone on long enough, Eva shifted tactics again and returned to a softer approach. "Please forgive my rudeness. I had taken you for a fraud. But if you truly love Cesare, then I am willing to help you marry into another family." Eva wrote, while Odell read, but Odell still did not quite understand her purpose. "This may be somewhat cruel, but it would be better for you this way. As you can see, it would not be good if word got out that two blood siblings were in love. So, my dear, you do not need to go to Delavin and marry in Cesari's place. When Eva finished writing this confession of her thoughts, and Odell had read every last word, she was utterly shocked by the final lines left for her. I will acknowledge you as a member of the Bonaparte family. Compared to what Cesare promised you, I can promise you even more. Suddenly receiving such an offer from her, Odell was completely flustered, anxious, and at a total loss for what to do. Because she truly wanted to know Eva's reason. What did she really want from her? If she really loved him, would Eva truly marry her into another family? But if that were the case, then she would not have to go to the Delavan family after all. Odell was genuinely shaken by Eva's proposal. Because if Eva truly meant what she said, then why would she go this far? But contrary to Odell's turmoil, Eva only looked at her with gentle eyes, then smiled with a hint of hidden meaning. I truly only want Cesare to have a real love. Because ever since he was little, that child never had complete happiness from his parents. But then, wouldn't Miss Lucia Izia be the one who could give him that? As Odell was slowly being swayed by those heartfelt words, the door to the room suddenly flew open, and the one standing there was none other than Cesare. Grandmother Eva, you really are too curious. As soon as he said that, he strode boldly toward the two of them, then snatched up the notebook containing the conversation they had just had, and flipped through it page by page, reviewing everything they had written, clearly displeased. But then he suddenly smiled mysteriously and said something very strange. Ahaha, that must have been terribly boring, wasn't it? The moment he had grasped the full contents of the conversation, he promptly tossed aside his grandmother's notebook. And as soon as it hit the floor with a thud, the atmosphere around the three of them fell completely silent. Even so, grandmother and grandson only stared at each other with bright smiles, as if nothing had happened at all. Right after that, he stepped forward and kissed Eva on the cheek in greeting. It has been so long since I've seen you, grandmother, but unfortunately, we have somewhere to be now. After saying that to her, he turned and helped Odell to her feet so she could go with him. Let's go, Odell. Yes, grandmother. I wish you good health until the next time we meet. Goodbye. Once all the farewells were done, he led her out of the room without looking back. But Odell was different. She turned back and nodded one final greeting to Eva before the door to the room of stars closed completely. And through the crack in the door before it shut, Eva saw everything, including Odell's final gesture. Returning to the two of them, Cesare was now talking with her and asking about what had been said to Eva. How did you respond to her proposal? I refused. Well done. She truly does care for me very much. After he said that, Odell voiced something she had been wondering about. But I think you're going the wrong way. This is the direction of the main entrance. I told you earlier that we were going out. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes as he said it, she hardly dared believe it, but in the end it was true. So it was not just empty words. I will take you to the place girls most want to go with me. And so Odell got into the carriage with him, heading to the place he had described as the place girls most wished to visit with him. I never thought there would be a day when I could ride in such an expensive carriage. The Bonaparte carriage. This luxurious carriage was a symbol of aristocratic extravagance. It was so famous that it had even been featured in the papers. In Santana, where land was cramped and wide roads were difficult to build, simply owning a carriage was already a sign of a distinguished family. And when Bonaparte's enormous four-horse carriage thundered through the city, it was as if the whole country trembled before the family's immense power. The carriage sped through the streets and finally arrived at its destination, Bella Stella Street. I never thought I would set foot on this street, even once. It was a place I'd only ever dared to admire from afar, and now I was entering it as naturally as if I belonged here. And on top of that, I came with the Duke of Bonaparte. Her gaze drifted toward where he sat, and at that moment, he looked completely at ease, leisurely enjoying the cigarette in his hand. Then, when his eyes caught hers watching him, she startled slightly. You look to be in a good mood, yet you're not smiling. That remark made her pause for a moment. What does he mean by that? I know you're happy. It's all written on your face. He spoke to her with a bright smile, but she only stayed silent and thought to herself, humph, don't lie so casually. How could you possibly know when most people can never tell what I'm thinking? Even so, she answered him properly. It's because this is my first time here, but I'll get used to it soon enough. Seeing her indifferent attitude, he seemed faintly amused. Ahaha. If you like it, just say you like it. Why hide it? It's only a smile. What's so hard about that? Your face is already beautiful, so you should smile more. Noticing that her expression still had not changed, he finally voiced his last thought. Could it be that you don't enjoy going around with a scoundrel like me? Hearing that, she denied it at once. No, that's not it. I don't hate you. Or is it that you're not interested in anything you have to do with me? Once again, she was hit with a difficult question she did not know how to answer. Why has he been acting like this these past few days? Inwardly, she kept reminding herself, I'm only his sister. Only his sister. Don't read too much into it. After calming herself down, she forced a smile so he would stop talking. No, brother. I'm very interested. Life must have been hard for my little sister, The carriage had by then entered the busiest district of Bella Stella Street. Screech. As the wheels gave a sharp cry, it signaled that the two of them had arrived. We're here. Let's get down. As he was just about to reach out and open the door, her hand suddenly darted forward and touched his. The moment both of them became aware of what had just happened, they froze in place. But then, when he turned to look at her, she quickly withdrew her hand and explained, "Since you're injured, I was going to open it for you. Your wound will get worse if you keep moving around." She stumbled over her words and could not properly finish her explanation. So in the end, she simply concluded, "I absolutely do not mean anything by it, so don't get the wrong idea." To break the awkward atmosphere, he spoke again. "When I read my grandmother's notebook, I saw that you denied it very firmly. But to be honest, it had hurt me a little." His voice softened after saying that, and at the same time, as the door slowly opened, a loud announcement rang out across the entire street for everyone to hear. "Hearye, Hearye, the blue star has appeared." Everyone on the street instantly began stirring more than ever. "Everyone, back to your places. Bring out your finest items and display them at the front of the shop. Quickly, quickly. Everything must look perfect. Whether Lord Cesare visits our store or not will decide this month's revenue. Hurry, all of you. Which lady will he be accompanying today?" Jingle. The first fortunate shop he chose to enter opened before them. His hand supported hers, and then he entered with the polished bearing of a high-ranking noble. Standing side by side, the two of them unintentionally created a breathtaking scene. They were both simply too beautiful, so beautiful that words could hardly describe it. "Vous welcome, honored guests. Welcome to our jewelry store, Bottega di Vesio. A greeting from a goddess. I came to choose jewelry suitable for my sister. However, the pieces on display seem rather ordinary." He swept his eyes over them once, then told the saleswoman to bring out something more valuable. "Put out all your finest pieces and make sure they are worthy of a Bonaparte." Having received Cesari's order to present jewelry worthy of the Bonaparte name, the saleswoman immediately brought out the most expensive items in the shop. First, we have a flawless, colorless 15-carat diamond ring of the highest grade. You will not find such a perfect diamond anywhere else. Next is a 9-carat ruby necklace. It is crafted from the highest quality ruby, so its color is incredibly vivid, almost like blood. And what makes it special is that it was made by a long-established jewelry house. Next, we have a 10-carat emerald pendant. This is an extremely rare item, and it would be very difficult to find a second one like it. Every item here is among our most valuable and precious products. They are certainly worthy of the Bonaparte family. This enthusiastic saleswoman was in fact the owner of the store, and her name was Lisa Zanotti. On the outside, she smiled warmly and politely as she introduced each piece, but inwardly a greedy little devil had already taken over her heart. "What do the two of you think? Please buy them all." Contrary to her expectations, Odell only glanced coolly over the items Lisa had just promoted, focusing instead on the cheaper things. There's nothing worth seeing here. Seeing Odell so openly unimpressed by the product she had just shown, Lisa panicked at once. Oh dear, that expression. Cesare seemed to notice Odell's dissatisfaction as well and looked displeased. "What should we do? It seems these things have not impressed her much. But that makes sense. My sister's jewelry box is already full of pieces like these." Hearing him assume too much, Odell immediately spoke up to explain. "No, brother, that's not it. It's just that these are all so beautiful that I can't choose." "Oh, is that so? If it's so hard to choose, then we'll buy everything." At the words "buy everything," Lisa's eyes lit up. "I like the items you introduced, but bring out some others that suit my sister even better." "Why, yes, of course." The moment he asked for more pieces to be shown, Lisa knew fortune itself had arrived. "Oh yes, I'm gonna get rich." Aha! Once her delight at striking it rich passed, Lisa's thoughts turned curiously toward Odell's identity. Lord Cesare has a sister? What exactly is going on here? Please wait just a moment. As she thought this, she bent down to search for other jewelry. I don't know whether she is truly his sister or merely disguised as one, but one thing is certain. She is a noble woman. Otherwise, there is no other way to explain the unmistakable upper-class aura she carries. And yet she didn't react at all to any of the precious jewels I introduced. Usually, even the most refined ladies would not be able to look away from them. Oh dear, what should I choose for this difficult young lady? As Lisa struggled to find a set of jewelry that might please Odell, she suddenly spotted something that made her eyes shine. Compared to the other valuable jewels, this may not be quite as impressive, but in terms of suitability, I think this would suit Lady Andexla best. A beautiful pair of pearl earrings was displayed before them, and even someone as exacting as Cesare had to admit they looked lovely. It is pretty. He reached out, picked up one of the earrings, and turned to ask Odell. Andexlet, what do you think of this? Odell, still expressionless, looked at the pearl earring for a moment, then brushed back her hair and said, "My ears aren't pierced yet." This detail had been outside Lisa's expectations, and she was stunned. "Oh my, please forgive me, my lady. Normally noble young ladies have their ears pierced when they're very young, so I assumed. Ahaha, it seems mother was very conservative in raising you. But at least try holding it up first." Without saying much else, Odell quickly swept her gorgeous hair to one side, revealing her stunning face and her divine profile. Does it suit me? Her heart-stirring beauty seemed to double the moment the pearl earring was held up beside her face. Yes, it looks wonderful. Standing nearby, Lisa was also getting an unobstructed look at Odell's rare beauty. and she was utterly struck by it, then immediately captivated. The feeling she gives off is so beautiful and mysterious. While still lost in that admiration, Cesare suddenly decided on the purchase, jolting her back to herself. "I'll take this one." "Why, yes, of course. I'll have it wrapped immediately." As Lisa was preparing to take the earring back and package the items he had just bought, he turned to Odell and asked her another question. "Why does my sister still look as though she hasn't found anything she truly likes?" Hearing that, Odell looked in one direction and named the thing she wanted. "There is something I like. It's your brooch." Her attention had settled on a yellow gemstone pinned to Cesari's clothing. It looks rather ordinary." He casually removed it for her. That ornament certainly suited his handsome appearance well, but the design itself was simple. And yet the moment the plain stone came into Odell's hand, it suddenly became beautiful. "Is that so?" "But to me." She lifted the stone near her lovely face and examined it, then smiled in satisfied approval. "To me, it looks very much like the color of your eyes." Odell held it close to Cesari's eyes to compare, then clasped it tightly to herself with a very happy smile. "That's why I like it so much." Her sudden change in attitude shocked everyone, especially Lisa. Lisa stared blankly at Odell for a moment, then slowly recovered her senses. And in the end, her attention returned to the two people standing before her, unconsciously spinning an emotional scene like something out of a film. It was as if the two of them had lived apart all their lives, only to suddenly recognize each other through the bond of blood. But if it were me, I would never leave this girl all alone. Lisa's eyes were now fixed only on Odell, filled with total enchantment. At the same time, Cesare was smiling as well after hearing what she had said. Wow, women really are frightening. He rested a hand on his hip, then turned to Lisa with another request. "Lisa, find a similar stone and remake it for me." "Yes, of course. We will create the finest possible piece for you, my lord." After they had finished shopping and placed their orders, the two fake siblings cheerfully turned and left the shop. But Odell did not feel the same at all. "Thank you for your patronage. Goodbye. All right, let's head to the next store." And so the two of them continued shopping until dusk finally fell. On the way back, Cesare spoke up and asked Odell about what had happened earlier. "Andical, you don't like jewelry? Is there any girl who doesn't like jewelry?" She answered his question with another question, so he immediately asked again, "Then why didn't you look happy when you saw it?" Since he wanted to know, she did not mind giving him a direct answer. "Even if those things were bought for me now, once I leave, I won't be able to take them with me anyway, will I?" Her way of thinking made him pause for a moment, but then a sly smile appeared on his face. In truth, she was right. Seriously speaking, the things bought today were not for the shoe shiner. They were merely an investment in the project of turning Cesari's younger sister into a proper lady. And naturally, there was no reason to expect a bold kiss after gifting jewelry the way one usually would with other women. Her reflection in the glass looked utterly dispirited, but then suddenly she reacted to something, and he noticed it at once and had the carriage stop abruptly. Knock, knock. As soon as the tapping on the carriage window ended, the carriage stopped immediately. "What is it?" I just saw a shop." The moment she finished speaking, he turned to look at her and asked what kind of shop it was. Without hesitation, she told him the name. Secret Tome. Her eyes shone a little brighter than usual as she looked toward the shop, because that was the place she had always most wanted to enter. "Before, I could only look at it from afar." Cesare listened to her in silence. But whether by accident or on purpose, he then poured cold water over her excitement. "That's just a cheap store. The things you bought today are worth 3 times more than anything in that shop." As each word left his mouth, she abruptly became aware of who she really was, because reflected before her now was the image of her former self. And in that unguarded moment of awareness, life suddenly tasted unbearably bitter. "I see. Thank you, brother." And so the most expensive carriage carried the most dejected shoe shiner back to the estate of Santa's most exalted family. The mismatch of it all was painfully absurd. The next morning, while Ipon was helping her get ready, the two of them spent some time talking about yesterday. Although His Grace the Duke is famous for being wealthy, and he did seem to spend rather a lot on the shopping trip, I actually felt very happy. Until now, I've always had to use old leftover items from the mansion to do your makeup, so it was honestly a little difficult. She spoke as she worked, and before long she was done. As expected, my lady looks wonderful in dresses that show off her figure like this. My brother chose it for me yesterday, though it is a little revealing. In the beautiful blue dress with its daring cut, her beauty stood out all the more. And once everything was ready, it was time to choose shoes. "Which pair of heels would you like to wear, my lady?" "I'll wear the yellow pair." The moment she said that, Geiger entered the room and volunteered to help her put them on. "Allow me to help you, my lady." Geiger calmly knelt before her and gently lifted her foot. His every careful gesture gave Odell a different impression of this man. And at the same time, she found the experience of wearing heels very different from the last time. They're so soft and comfortable. It felt completely different from the heels Madame Flavia had given her before. Odell was enjoying that comfort for a moment when Geiger suddenly raised his eyes to look at her. The look startled her a little, and she swallowed before asking why he was looking at her like that. "Is something wrong?" "No, my lady." As soon as Geiger denied it, Ipon cut in. "Starting today, your lessons will be held in Aria's room." Geiger continued in her place. "And I will guide you there, my lady. It is outside the main residence, so it may still be unfamiliar to you." Odell had been sitting quietly listening to the two of them speak. So this time she was the one who asked, "Then who is my new teacher?" All her curiosity was answered the moment she arrived at Aria's room, because her teacher was none other than Cesare. "A blessing of the goddess upon you, little sister. Yes, may the goddess be with you, brother. Once they had exchanged greetings, he stepped toward her with a thoroughly cheerful expression. As you can see, I'll be the one teaching you to dance for the next few days. In contrast to his airy lightness, Odell's disappointment was plain to see. Yes, thank you very much. Come now, don't make it so obvious that you dislike the idea. After teasing her a little and getting nowhere, he held out his hand and moved on to the main matter. Gulme, I'll teach you to dance. Odell gently placed her hand in his, and the two of them officially began their first dance lesson. But before starting, they took a little time to talk. Will it really be all right for you to dance with me? Are you worried about me or about my wound? It's because of me that you were injured, but I stepped on your foot too. After only a few exchanges, the two of them fell into silence because both felt genuinely guilty toward the other. But then Odell asked him a pointed question about himself. Has no one ever taught you about human kindness? There is no such thing as human affection between a man and a woman. That is far too naive a thought. Once you're a Bonaparte, you must always sit atop the crest of the wave. But if we are too weak, that wave will swallow us whole. As Cesare spoke, he slowly walked toward the music player. Where the wind blows best, in the farthest reaches, that is where music exists. When music began, he quoted a line from a play, and then the two of them exchanged their first dance steps. Would you care to dance with me, my beloved lady? He extended his hand before her like a refined gentleman, and in response, she placed her hand in his as if accepting the invitation. And so their dance lesson formally began. First, the hand kiss in dancing. It must be brief. If he lingers, he's a scoundrel. And if that happens, kick him in the groin. Second, hold firmly but gently. And third, keep your posture steady. As he instructed her, he placed his hand on her bare back, making her a little uncomfortable, as though he had known this would happen and had deliberately chosen a dress with such a design for her. Yet when he noticed her discomfort, for some reason it delighted him. You do know that the posture for the waltz doesn't end here, don't you? He tossed out the teasing remark and then deliberately pulled her close against him. Oh, this is serious. I think I'm about to faint. The instant he finished speaking, she flinched and drew back. But somehow he naturally pulled her back to him and seemed to enjoy himself even more. Ahaha, I was only joking. Stop saying such nonsense. Yes, I shall obey my little sister. After fooling around for a moment, he returned to the point of his earlier question. Do you know the essence of the waltz? The man must do his utmost to charm the woman, and the woman must be graceful. And because that is the nature of this dance, I'll be the one leading you. So what you need to learn is to follow my stride. Once he had finished explaining the theory, they moved on to practice. Wherever the flowing melody led, he guided her there with him. The grace of the two of them dancing together created a picture of breathtaking beauty. Every movement was perfectly coordinated, and even the smallest details seemed without flaw. Because of that, their motions grew more and more fluid and supple, and the difficulty of the dance steadily increased. But perhaps even that was nothing, because even the most professional spins were completed with complete mastery and effortless ease. Good heavens, you're talented. His excitement showed both in his praise and plainly on his face, because this was the first time he had ever met someone who danced so well on their very first try. And so their dancing went on, while he continuously led her through every stretch of the room. Every step and every turn they shared was as beautiful as a painting, enough to make anyone who saw them stop and stare. But that was only how it looked from the outside. Inside, Odell had begun to feel slightly afraid of the man she was dancing with. Why did this man always look at everything with such hungry eyes? And why did there always seem to be something insincere hidden within him, even when he acted like this? At last the dance ended. She was breathing hard, yet one thought remained in her mind. It felt just like the fury of the sea. She had barely stopped to catch her breath when he started leading her into another dance, leaving her exhausted and breathless. I hope you won't set your standards too high after dancing with me. There isn't a man in all of Bonaparte who can dance as well as I can. Hearing his narcissistic words, she did not want to answer because she was so tired, but she could not leave him unanswered either. Yes, I suppose. You're right. Receiving her acknowledgement, he faltered for a moment, then smiled brightly like a flower in bloom. Oh my, that would be a serious problem. You might refuse to go to Izzy Delavin's simply because I dance better than he does. His teasing made her cheeks flush pink with embarrassment. But out of pride, and because of the plan she had already set for herself, she immediately refuted him. That will never happen, so don't worry. Now, don't be so certain. Who knows what the future holds? No, brother, that absolutely will never happen. Seeing how serious she was, he stopped joking and changed the subject to put her more at ease. You didn't dance badly just now, but it would be best if we practiced a little more. Yes, Odell quickly agreed and placed her hand in his again to prepare for another round. But after they had danced only a few more measures, the two most unnecessary people possible appeared. And those two were none other than the matriarch of the Bonaparte family and Miss Lucia Izia. Oh, Lady Aponi, may the goddess of the sea always be with you. Ah, and with you as well, Geiger. Ipon was extremely surprised by the appearance of the matriarch and Lucia Izia. Lady Eva invited me to come see Duke Cesare and Lady Andical. Odell had now also noticed the two of them, and of course Cesare had as well. But his expression showed neither surprise nor pleasure. He simply found them troublesome. Odell, don't mind them. Focus on me. He drew her back into the dance and forced her not to pay attention to them. And so the two resumed the lesson they had been in the middle of, but this time, with those two watching and commenting, she found it impossible to concentrate the way she had before. She still seems a bit awkward with the waltz, doesn't she? Well, of course, she's never attended any parties. But really, hasn't the Duke taught her anything at all? My, if this keeps up, fitting into high society will be quite difficult. Lucia Izia kept speaking up to criticize and humiliate her, making Odell's steps grow more and more uncertain. Yes, you're quite right. There will be many people attending the Bunapar party. She must be under tremendous pressure. But in truth, that is hardly an easy thing, unless she was born with natural talent. I hope she won't be too upset. After hearing enough of Lucia's slander, Odell unconsciously faltered on her heel and nearly fell backward, but thankfully Cesare reacted quickly and caught her by the waist, so she was unharmed. Seeing her in such an awkward position, he grew extremely irritated with the two of them, because he had heard every single word they had been saying. Come with me. The two of them stopped their lesson and walked over to the others. Greetings, grandmother. I didn't expect you to come here without notice. And you as well, Miss Delavan. Have you been well? Suddenly being addressed by Cesare, the woman visibly startled. Why, yes, I have been well. But could you perhaps call me Lucia Izia instead? She stammered out her request that he call her by name, but he ignored it. Let me see. All right, what brings the two of you here today? After receiving her grandson's question, Eva quickly wrote down what she wanted to say. I am looking for someone who can help Lady Andical make her debut in high society. And Miss Lucia Izia volunteered to help me with that. Wouldn't it be better to let two young ladies speak together? Reading the words Eva had written, Cesare curled his lip in a smirk and replied, You make it sound as if I only know how to converse physically. Odell watched the grandmother and grandson talking so casually and felt a little surprised because there seemed to be no distance between them. He openly showed his bad habits, even in front of his own grandmother. Please, just get married already. No thanks. I have no desire to marry yet. After the two of them talked for a while, Eva suddenly had an idea. That's right. Come to think of it, Miss Lucia Izia is very skilled at dancing, isn't she? If so, the two of you should dance together. Lady Andical can stand aside, watch, and learn. At Eva's sudden suggestion, both of them were a little surprised, but then Lucia Izia smiled in obvious delight because she knew her moment had come. You flatter me, Lady Eva, but if I can help Lady Andical, I would be glad to. Once she had finished acting sweet before Eva, she turned to look at Odell with a sinister expression and then said something that made Odell freeze. Lady Andical, I truly want to help you. As each word left Lucia's mouth, a scene exactly like this from the past flashed through Odell's mind. It's a pleasure to meet you. The same beautiful face and the same fake smile. That woman had cruelly plotted to assassinate her from the very first time they met. May heaven and the Holy Spirits protect her from such murderers. The image of herself in that life or death moment rose vividly before her eyes, sending a chill down her spine so severe that she stood frozen in place. Her whole body drenched in sweat, her face darkening. That horrifying trauma had all been caused by that woman. Her eyes gradually darkened, because the fear inside her kept growing and growing. And just as she was nearing her limit, Cesare stepped in front of her at once, shielding her from the very person who had terrified her so much. If that is your request, grandmother, then of course I must obey. After agreeing to Eva's words, he looked at Lucia with a face colder than ever. Your hand. Yes, of course, if that is what you wish, my lord. Once the two of them took each other's hands and entered the dance floor to begin dancing, Odell finally let out a quiet breath of relief. And after they left, Eva immediately took out paper and pen to quietly ask her something. Do you really have no relationship with Cesare? After reading it, she replied, We are brother and sister. Eva's expression made it clear she could not quite believe that answer. So she asked another question about the connection between the two of them. Then why is Cesare so concerned about you? When Odell saw the question, she did not answer at once. She merely turned in silence to look at Cesare and Lucia Izia, who were beginning their dance, their movements flowing gracefully together, from the placement of their hands to each refined turn. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, elegant and poised, as if every movement in their dance was enough to show that they belonged to the same world. And after coming to that conclusion, she firmly answered Eva's question once and for all. He cares about me because I am his younger sister. After their splendid dance came to an end, everyone applauded the pair. Can you move away from me now? I'm sorry, but I've done all I can. Lucia Izia kept clinging to Cesare in an affected, coquettish way, which only irritated him more. But since his grandmother had taken such a liking to her, he could not say anything too harsh to her just yet. Oh my, you two danced beautifully. You suit the atmosphere of the upcoming party so well. Yes, thank you, grandmother. Once the praise was done, Eva gave her grandson a few final instructions before leaving. Grandmother, Cesare had only just frowned and had not even managed to refuse before she quickly walked away. You must see that she has served dinner as well. I'm counting on you. you, my beloved grandson. Suddenly burdened with his grandmother's trust, he had no way to refuse. Still, he knew perfectly well she had done it on purpose, so the two of them would have more chances to talk. FSH. The scratch of a match sounded as he lit a cigarette. Then he turned to look at Lucia Izia with more disgust than ever before. Are you happy now that you've met me, Lady Delavan? Lately, it seems you've been appearing in front of me rather often. His gaze turned cold as he spoke to her, yet she still gathered all her courage to speak. I couldn't stand still anymore. Though she tried her best, her voice trembled badly, but when she glanced at Odell, she found a resolve to continue. Then stop. No, I can't. How long do you expect me to keep pretending when I know you're heading down the wrong path? And what is wrong with me freely meeting other ladies? No, but I believe that one day you'll understand what I'm saying. She poured out her feelings to him in grievance, hoping he would understand. I can't keep watching you walk toward hell like this, so I cast aside my pride and came here, but why won't you understand? Her tears fell nonstop, but even that was not enough to stop her from confessing her heart to him. Lord Cesare, I love you so much. I truly, truly love you, and I will always love you forever. So why won't you love me? The agony tearing through her heart grew sharper and sharper, because she had truly given him all her sincerity, and yet he kept ruthlessly hurting it again and again. What she believed to be love was, in truth, nothing but blindness. And that blindness had clouded even her reason, to the point that she was on the verge of going mad. The only person who can love you is me. Having witnessed her completely unhinged confession, both Cesare and Odell were stunned. But when they heard that final declaration, it seemed to push Cesari's patience beyond its limit. Love is nothing if it is not returned. As he spoke, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke right in front of her face, making her cough violently in pain. But he paid no attention to what state she was in, because the only one he cared about right then was his little sister. Odell, that's enough for today's lesson. Now go back to your room. Yes, brother. No. Just as Odell was about to return to her room, Lucia Izia rushed over, grabbed her hand, and shouted, Lady Eva wants me to befriend Lady Odell. That's right. She was the one who suggested it to me. No matter how much you may dislike it, you cannot go against her wishes. Fine. Cesari's face hardened, and his anger began slipping out of control. She had officially laid hands on the one thing she should never have touched. Thud! He threw his half-smoked cigarette hard to the ground. Then he looked at the woman gripping his sister's hand with an expression as though he wanted to devour her alive that very instant, making her shrink back in fear. But fortunately, Odell managed to call back the last remnants of his human restraint. Brother, if you don't mind, I'd like to have dinner with Lady Lucia Izia as well. There is something I want to say to her. Faced with her request, Cesare finally relented and agreed to let Lucia Izia stay, just as Odell had asked. Before long, an extravagant dinner for the three of them was laid out beautifully in front of them. Yet Cesare merely kept sipping the wine in his hand without touching a single dish. Is the food not to your taste, my lord? You haven't eaten anything. Lucia Izia put on a show of asking after him, only to be met with a bitter answer. Watching Odell eat is enough to fill me. Odell, who had been eating contentedly, suddenly heard her name and flinched a little. As for Lucia Izia, after receiving such a response, all she could do in humiliation was lower her head and eat. But inside, she was in turmoil and burning with resentment, because all of his attention was fixed on Odell, the girl he insisted on treating as a sister. She had no choice but to swallow the bitterness. But she was not the kind of person to let things go so easily. Brother, after dinner, may I escort Lady Lucia Izia back? While Lucia Izia had already been planning how to get close to Odell, Odell took the initiative and spoke to Cesare first, creating a chance for the two of them to be alone. I want to go with her by ourselves. Cesare was a little taken aback by the sudden request. It was the first time the shoeshiner had ever taken the initiative to say she would do something. After a brief moment of thought, he agreed. All right, as you wish. Yes, thank you, brother. As soon as her request was granted, he immediately set down his wineglass, then stood up and left. I'll go ahead. Ah, my lord, but you haven't eaten anything. Ignoring Lucia Izia's words, Cesare left at an unhurried pace. But before he went, he did not forget to say one last thing to her. May the goddess grant you peace. I hope we never meet again. After saying that, he went to give Ager a few instructions. Ager, keep your distance and protect Odell from her. Yes, sir. And Geiger, come upstairs with me. Once he had finished giving his orders, Cesare and Geiger went upstairs together to discuss the business projects that were still unfinished. The supply of materials needed for the shipbuilding production you ordered is running into difficulties. Why? It seems Queen Traven issued a directive. Even so, arrange the schedule for the shipyards. Also, find a merchant who cannot obtain a trade permit. Yes, understood. By the time everything was settled, the two of them had also reached the place they intended to go. We finally made it up. Cesare and Geiger now stood on the balcony, watching the two young women strolling below, Odell and Lucia Izia. It was lovely seeing you again, Lady Odell. May I visit you another time? I was also very glad to see you again, Lady Lucia Izia. However, if you wish to come again, you should ask my brother for his opinion first. Although seeing you would be a pleasure for me, my brother's decision matters more than my own pleasure. That's all right. This meeting has the support of the head of the family, after all, and yet I believe the matriarch would respect his decision. But I only want to have a good relationship with you. Have I done something wrong to you? Cesare and Geiger listened closely as the two women spoke. It's not like that. If not, then Lady Odell, do you believe friendship between ladies can exist? Of course it can. However, compared to the friendship between us today, it seems to me that you are far more interested in your relationship with my brother than with me. Odell's blunt words, delivered without the slightest hesitation, clearly struck a nerve, though Izia, still kept acting. That's not true at all. Why would you say such a thing? I really only wanted to be friends with Lady Odell. It's just that I felt a little awkward, so I sought Lord Cesari's help. Odell silently watched her put on that sweet, insincere act and felt utterly disgusted. So she decided to get straight to the point and stop Lucia from continuing her performance. Lady Izia, you say you love my brother, don't you? Then you should try harder to win his feelings instead of trying to control me. Odell's straightforward reply left Izia completely shocked, and at the same time, the audience who had been watching them all this time visibly grew more excited at the boldness of the way she spoke. Dolby, what did you say? As I said, even if I were to disappear, it would not make the two of you understand each other any better. Huh, how ridiculous. Lady Izia, must not be used to hearing something this direct. Cesare and Geiger nearly burst out laughing, because the famed young lady of high society was being cornered by a mere shoeshiner. Do you take me for a fool? Why would you think that? You're clearly looking down on me. Or is it because Lord Cesare does not return your feelings, so you've turned your jealousy against the women around him? Izia was so enraged, she had practically lost her mind, giving the two men yet another hearty laugh. Ha ha, Lord Cesare, did you hear that? Izia is absolutely right, isn't she? Returning to the conversation between the two women, the important thing I wanted to say when I asked you to come out here is this. No matter what you think of me, or how badly you treat me, I will still remain here if my brother wants me here. That means even if I make you uncomfortable, it will be useless. Wait a moment. Are you saying all this time that I am uncomfortable with you? How dare you accuse me like that? Odell looked at her with cold eyes and replied, honestly, I do not want to come between the two of you. Cesare puffed on his cigarette and listened intently to the fascinating exchange. But afterward, his mood suddenly sank when he heard Odell's next words. I do not know what you are thinking, but he and I are truly nothing more than pure siblings. The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere instantly turned bleak, so still that even the wind could be heard passing by. But last time, the two of you seemed very close. I had a small incident then, so he only paid me a bit more attention because of that. If not for that incident, he would have had no reason to care about me at all. After all, I'm only a younger sister who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hearing that reasoning, Izia could not find a single word to say in response. But then Odell added one more sentence, and the man who had been listening all this time, Cesare, went completely still. Besides, I will be getting married soon, so please don't hesitate because of me. My brother Cesare is a very good man, so I hope the two of you can be happy together. Whether it was because of her announcement that she would be marrying soon, or because she had just blessed him together with the woman he despised most, the feelings in his chest suddenly became as heavy as 100 kilograms. It was a gloomy, stifling pain beyond description. No matter who my esteemed brother chooses to be with, it has nothing to do with me. Those words kept echoing in his head from evening into the night. The tip of his cigarette glowed a fierce red, just like the flames burning in his chest. Memory after memory of her kept resurfacing in his mind. Every smile she had while dancing, the angry expression she wore when cornered, and even that blank, emotionless face she had in that foreign land while being trampled underfoot. Those images were so vivid, like a slow-turning film reel, as though they had happened only yesterday. Why do I feel so irritated? Scene change. Izia was now making her way through the forest on her return to her family's estate, and while waiting to go home, she exchanged a few words with her new close maid, Anise. Anise, Lady Odell said she would help me see Lord Cesare more often. But do you think she was telling the truth? I believe she was only trying to reassure you, my lady. Yes, I think so too. But there was something strange in her eyes. They were so emotionless, as though she truly did not love Lord Cesare at all. And, of course, those eyes were completely different from mine, because every time I stand before him, my whole body trembles. It was as if she knew exactly where she stood. What do you think, my lady, of revealing Lady Odell's true identity to high society? If I did that, Lord Cesare would only have more reason to hate me. Things are better as they are now. Right now, he only finds me a little annoying, but after that, I can still approach him little by little. It does pain me, but I, Izia, am willing to sacrifice everything for our future. Because if Odell can truly help me, then I will surely be able to see Lord Cesare much more often. I want to see him so badly that I can no longer control myself. The desire to have him was written all over her face, turning her into someone completely unlike the title of the foremost young lady among the nobility. But my lady, if the plan succeeds, doesn't that mean Lady Odell and young Master Izia will end up getting married? Yes, that's right. But she was never a noble in the first place. If someone like her marries the young master, then Izia seemed momentarily taken aback by Anisa's words, but then she immediately smiled brightly, as if that would only work out even better for her. That is Izia's problem. I don't care. Seeing her lady react so differently than expected, Anise was utterly stunned. She looks just like a noble lady on the outside, so nothing will happen. More importantly, will Lord Cesare and I be able to be together without any engagement? Because if he refuses to come to my side, then I will certainly find another way to threaten him. Hearing her lady's plan, Anise broke out in a cold sweat because she had never thought Lucia could be so cunning. So, Anise, you must keep Odell's background a secret as well. Is that clear? Why, yes, my lady. Besides, if she really is someone of low birth brought in from outside, then in the end, what is she to me? Truly a dangerous woman. Even her words alone gave off a chilling sense of menace. As for what she might do to Odell in the future, let's continue. Returning to the Bonaparte house. At that moment, Cesare was seated in a chair, intently writing a letter to Odell. To my beloved younger sister, Odell. It saddens me that I failed to follow the doctor's advice, and so for the time being, we will not be able to dance together. Though all the snares that nature and art have laid to capture the human heart, none can compare to the joy I feel when I see your radiant smile shining in my heart. Signed, Cesare Bonaparte. After reading the flowery, sentimental lines he had copied from a novel into the letter he sent her, she could only write a reply in return out of courtesy. Prepare paper and ink like the ones my brother uses for me. Ipon quickly brought the things Odell asked for. If my lady would like more reference material to help write a reply, I can. There's no need. I already read Dante. Dante was the very novel Cesare had used when writing to her. Once she knew what she wanted to write, she immediately picked up the pen and began her reply. Dear Brother Cesare, the time I spent with you was truly joyful and unforgettable. However, I understand that if I were to wish for more, it might conflict with the purpose for which you brought me here. Brother, who has always treated me kindly and cared for me. You are compassion, vast and boundless love, and greatness itself. All the finest virtues of creation have gathered within you, forming a person of perfect wonder. Signed, Odell Bonaparte. As soon as the reply was finished, she quickly placed it into an envelope to be sent out. But seeing how well-versed she was in literature, Ipon could not help asking about it. My lady came up with a reply right away, without even needing a reference book. Yes. Is something wrong? Odell asked innocently, not understanding why Ipon was asking, because it had seemed easy enough to her. No, not at all. If that is the case, then all the better. Odell nodded obediently to show that she understood, then asked her another question. But if my brother can no longer help me learn to dance, will a new teacher teach me? At that moment, Geiger approached and answered her question. Starting today, I will be taking charge of teaching my lady to dance. Although this is not normally the duty of a bodyguard, for the time being, it should be acceptable. Once he finished speaking, he extended his hand toward her, and Odell was surprised by what he had just said. Geiger will teach me? He doesn't really look like someone suited for dancing. Though that was what she thought, she still accepted his offer and took his hand, because he was willing to help her. I look forward to your guidance. Odell politely placed her hand in his and gently entrusted him with a sincere request. Yes, I will do my utmost, my lady. Geiger delicately pressed a kiss to her hand, performing the first courteous gesture of a man dancing with a woman. After completing that first formality, he led her onto the dance floor. His Grace wishes for my lady to dance the waltz. Very well, then let us dance the waltz. As music began to play from the phonograph, the two of them started to dance. And once they had begun, both of them focused fully on the dance without exchanging a single word. Geiger's lead was measured and steady enough that she could follow without feeling rushed at all. And he supported each of her turns with meticulous care and finesse. Everything might not have been perfect yet, but it was enough for her to feel much more at ease with the dance. Although Geiger's movements were still a little stiff, he suited being my partner better than Lord Cesare does, because he doesn't make my heart flutter like that. And he doesn't look at me with a predator's eyes that make me feel as though I'm about to be devoured, the way Lord Cesare does. She lifted her eyes to look at Geiger without saying a word, yet her mind was filled with thoughts about him. The first time I met him, I smelled blood and corpses. That sinister scent, something only those who came from Camorra could recognize. Cesare must have ordered him to take care of many different things. It's very possible he was also the one who killed Madame Flavia. And the reason he was assigned to protect me would surely also be to kill me, if necessary. She lowered her gaze to the sword hanging at Geiger's side, her expression turning cold. Then she looked back up at him with an entirely normal face, as if nothing at all were wrong. But inwardly, she reached a conclusion. I tried so hard to escape the hell of Camorra, but this place is not much different from there. After that brief wandering thought, she spoke to him. Geiger, are you good with a sword? Her question made him falter slightly, but then he avoided answering, his expression somewhat uneasy. As a bodyguard, I cannot answer questions on that subject. Then you ought to answer me more tactfully. Only then can I place my trust in you. Suddenly faced with such an imposing response, Geiger grew visibly nervous. So in the end, he answered the way she wanted. My lady, I'm the type who specializes in using a sword. I'm good. After getting her answer, she did not press him any further, and because of that, the atmosphere between them improved. If you ever have to kill me later, make sure to do it quickly. Before long, evening was approaching. Ipon was preparing Odell's pillows for the night, when Odell suddenly suddenly called out to inform her of something. Ipon, tomorrow I will be taking a trip outside the inner palace. Outside the inner palace? Why do you wish to go there? Noble people often come and go there, and my brother as well, so I want to observe them in order to behave more like a proper lady. I will observe quietly, so no one will notice me. I'll be taking Geiger with me as well, so don't worry. Seeing how serious she was, and since it was the first time Odell had made such a request, Ipon did not stop her. Very well, then I will go ask His Grace for permission. Could you ask him right now? Yes. Then please excuse me. I will return at once. Odell watched her leave, and only after Ipon was gone did she begin thinking of something else. Lucia Izia is a cunning girl. Simply agreeing to help her build a relationship with Lord Cesare is not enough. I also have to observe him and provide the necessary information. In the end, my role is to uphold my agreement with Delavin and not interfere with Lucia Izia. Even if that is discovered, Lord Cesare will still forgive me for the sake of his greater plan. That is just the kind of person he is. Now she was carrying the burden of two different plans on her shoulders. Both sides were dangerous people who could threaten her life, yet both needed her in order to carry out those important schemes. His Grace has granted permission, but on the condition that my lady must not neglect her dance lessons, since the new instructor will be arriving soon. All right, I agree. The next morning, Geiger escorted her to the outer district where Cesare worked. This is the best place to observe His Grace. I am certain he will not notice us here. The two stood on high ground looking down, then quickly hid behind a tree as soon as they saw Cesare about to come out. His Grace is coming outside. Odell's gaze now fixed itself on Cesare, who was holding a cigarette as he stepped out of the palace and stood waiting for someone. Soon after, a group of people approached from the distance and headed toward him. She watched everything carefully and in detail, only to be shocked by what she saw. Those people are Major Lucy Gasso. In front is Livy Rossi, head of the powerful Rossi family, and the man behind him isn't that former chairman Signora, Elder Giannini. They're all major figures in Santana. So why have they come here? And the shock did not end there, because those influential figures she had just named all bowed respectfully and offered formal greetings before Cesare, as if before a superior. Watching from afar, Odell could still feel the sheer force of his authority. She had truly forgotten that he was the child of God, and the one who had received every blessing from the goddess of the sea. That was why he was the greatest symbol of power in the entire empire. So this is Lord Cesari's true place. I forgot because he had been too close to me. I never imagined I would become the younger sister of someone like him. Everything had happened so suddenly that she still had not fully processed it. Yet afterward, she suddenly felt sorry for her own fate. I don't know why. He feels so far away. The unconscious words that slipped from her lips caught the attention of Geiger beside her. And so he replied, "It's all right, because now that is my lady's family." What Geiger said was not entirely right, but it was not entirely wrong either, because she truly was his family. Then if I do well. She left the thought unfinished and fell back into silence. While lost in thought, she gently touched a beetle resting on the leaves and played with it for a moment. But then the beetle suddenly flew away, and as she watched its wings carry it off in freedom, she finally found an answer for herself. "Geiger, I think it is time for us to go back so I can continue practicing my dance." The following evening, after returning from work, Cesare received a report about Odell. "Your Grace, my lady is over at 10 o'clock. Hearing that, he immediately turned his eyes toward that direction to confirm it. And indeed, she was sitting there with Geiger, observing him, though he had no idea why. What is she doing? I heard from Ipon that she wanted to come here, but I never heard she was coming here to observe me. The soldier beside him asked how he wished to deal with the matter. "Your Grace, would you like this handled?" "No, it's fine. Leave it as it is." In his mind, a theory immediately arose that she must have some sort of agreement with Lucia Izia. She must have made some sort of deal with Lucia Izia. Could it be that she intends to observe my habits and report them, or do something of that sort? How hurtful that she would dare to sell me out to someone else like this. Over the next few days, every time he stepped outside, he would glance toward that 10 o'clock direction to see whether she was there. "HM, she came again today? What an extraordinarily patient woman." After checking that she was there, he turned away and started to leave. But after only a few steps, he fell into thought again, remembering her figure and her words from that day. "To be honest, I do not want to be involved with either of you." Remembering those words, he turned inward and asked himself, what did I ever do to make her dislike me that much? This is what I wanted, and yet being rejected so openly by her still wounds my pride terribly. "Your Grace," he was so deep in thought that he did not hear someone calling him. "No one has ever rejected me before, and now I'm being flatly rejected by a shoe shiner. And on top of that, she even said that Lucia, Izia, and I suit each other. Good grief, I'm going mad from anger. Your Grace, Your Grace." Speaking gently did not work, so Geiger finally shouted straight into his ear out of sheer frustration, and still he paid no attention. What is wrong with her judgment? I'm this perfect. Your Grace, please come back to your senses. There's so many people waiting for you here. Only then did Cesare finally come to himself and return to reality. But after that, he frowned and began snapping at Geiger. If Odell asks about my schedule again in the future, do not tell her. Instead, encourage her to come meet me directly. Is that clear? Why, yes, I understand. When night fell, Cesare had returned from work and was now lying on his bed, thinking over the reports that had been given to him. My lady has been studying very diligently lately. She even studies by herself in the evenings more than she does during the day with her teachers. My lady takes every opportunity to practice dancing with me. Even if it is a restricted area, she practices very seriously. My lady has mastered the waltz and has improved greatly, sir. HM, she dances the waltz well? Cesare lay there gloomily, recalling the gentle melody from that time, remembering each step the two of them had taken together, remembering as well every touch as he guided her through the dance. He remembered every moment they had danced together and her graceful turns. Most of all, he remembered the naturally joyful expression on her face whenever the two of them came close to one another. Ah, those images were etched so deeply into his mind that he could not bring himself to believe her words were true. Could she have been lying when she said she did not care about him? Or was her arrangement with Lucia Izia merely a trick? Cesare was tangled in his thoughts. Yet the moment the music for the waltz began to play, every one of them suddenly vanished. I do not know what this means, but I'm certain she is very good at this dance. His fingers swayed to the music, and his heart felt strangely light. The next morning, Geiger came to his office once again to begin the day's work. I have already submitted yesterday's report, sir. And what about the matter concerning Empress Shevium? There has still been no response regarding that, sir. There's hardly any point in expecting much. Why would she deny someone's right to sail when that right belongs to the goddess of the sea? Seeing that the resentment and irritation he had been carrying since yesterday had still not faded, Geiger let out a sigh and then told him something. This morning, my lady came to ask me about your schedule, but I did not tell her. I told her she should come and ask you directly. Oh, well done. Only after hearing that did his mood improve and return to normal. Good news came rather quickly, did not? She said she hated me, so I thought she would never come here to see me first. But now this is perfect. Should I invite her to lunch with me? Cesare waited for her in high spirits like an excited child, and when she finally arrived, before he could even react, both Fan and Geiger cried out at the sight of their goddess. Oh my beautiful lady, my lady, I am here beside you. Geiger threw all caution aside and tossed away every document in his hands just to run to his goddess like a child. But unlucky for Geiger, because there was another fervent admirer here who had also been waiting for her arrival. A greeting from our goddess, my dear little sister. What precious wind has brought you here? Despite his warm welcome, she remained silent. More than that, she kept fidgeting with her hands, which only made him feel confused. But the moment he caught her darting eyes, he understood what was going on. Lord Cesare, there is something I wish to say. Are you free tomorrow? Sometimes I would also like to share my everyday moments with you, as a true younger sister would. That answer was entirely beyond his expectations. She is lying. His deep disappointment showed plainly across his face and in his voice. Share your everyday moments with me? Going to places where many nobles gather would also help me learn the etiquette of a true lady. Though she said that, he knew perfectly well that she was simply trying to connect him with Lucia Izia. Very well, I agree. But on one condition, I will personally take you to this gathering, so that you may properly learn noble etiquette. But the gathering I want. Tonight, at midnight. For the first time, he cut her off without caring in the least what she was about to say. Yet, even that was insignificant compared to what he had just said. Midnight? My lord? She thought to herself, could Lucia Izia even make it if the meeting was at midnight? Though she still did not know what his true intentions were. She tried to feel him out and learn where they were going, so she could inform Lucia Izia. Then, where are we going? At her naive question, he could only laugh dryly, because by now he could no longer accept her or forgive her. Just wait. It would not be any fun if I told you in advance. Cesare was furious, on the verge of completely losing control, because he simply could not bear the way Odell kept trying to push him closer to Lady Lucia Izia, a woman he truly despised. But instead of letting that anger explode, he decided to take her somewhere to meet and mingle. It was exactly the sort of plan she had prepared to push him together with Lucia Izia, but this time it would be on his terms, in his domain. You truly intend to take her there? If you want to stop me, you should have done so much earlier. But if your grace is already this angry, what am I supposed to do? Although she came from Camorra, perhaps because she had been used to living disguised as a man from the beginning, she remained naive in certain ways. Brother? As Geiger was speaking, Odell suddenly appeared. She came slowly from behind, worry on her face, yet that very expression only made her look even more beautiful in her mysterious black dress. Brother, where are we going? Somewhere wonderful. Now I'll get into the carriage first. Every word he spoke was cold and frightening. Because he was being so vague, it only made it easier for her imagination to run wild and her fear to grow. Still, she forced herself to ask an important question despite the fear in her heart. Are you planning to sell me? At those words, Cesare abruptly paused, caught off guard by the question. But then he returned to his usual state and smiled with cruel mockery. You are from Camorra, are you not? What is there for you to worry about? Cesari's disdainful manner was utterly vile. He turned half his face back toward her as he spoke with an insulting attitude. He knew who she was and where she came from, and that was how he behaved. It was truly absurd. But because what he said was not wrong, Odell could neither refute him nor say anything back. After all, she was only a sacrificial pawn to him. Still, because she was human, she could be hurt too. It seemed things were gradually unfolding exactly as he had intended, so he continued pressing with a few more words. Then again, even if I did sell you, how would that be any different from handing you over to Izia? Izia was Lucia, Izia's brother, the man she would later marry. Odell stiffened at those words, but still she said nothing. She even seemed to shrink back slightly in fear when facing him. Yet that attitude, that expression of hers, only pleased Cesare more and more. Even so, it is a pity that we will not be doing that tonight. Tonight, we are merely going to witness the dark underside of high society. And while we are at it, I want to see what kind of lady my little sister can become. As he spoke, Cesare handed her a black mask, then told her to put it on and hold the specially set jewel attached inside the mask between her lips. Put in your mouth. Teach Odell had not even finished speaking, nor had she understood what was happening, before Cesare forced the mask on her face and made sure she held that strange jewel tightly in her mouth. Hold it tightly. Do not let it fall. The sinister, mysterious look about him was enough to frighten anyone. Yet in the end, everything still had to go exactly as he wished. Their carriage sped through the luxurious streets of Delicia, and at last their destination was the Galliotto nightclub, a place that at this hour was gathering many ladies and gentlemen of the noble upper class. Odell sat stiffly, not knowing where they were. Where's this place, exactly? Why did he bring me here? As she quietly asked herself, she suddenly noticed a noblewoman with her face concealed, presenting a slip of paper before being allowed inside. Your pass has been approved. Please come in, my lady. Ah, I see. So, it is something like a nightclub. Just then, a person wearing a black mask shaped like a crow tipped his hat in greeting. Good evening, my lord. It has been a long time since we last had the pleasure of seeing you. I've been rather busy. I know, but you're the owner of this place. You should at least come by a little more often. After speaking to his master, Cesare, the strange man turned his dangerous gaze toward Odell and continued. But is she wearing a Moretta mask? My. It seems tonight is going to be a long night. With a mysterious air, he opened the door for them both to enter. But what exactly was so mysterious about that? Could something happen because she was wearing this mask? I hope the two of you have a very enjoyable evening. When the door opened, a dark corridor seemed to be waiting there to receive them. Yet things were far from simple, because hidden deep inside were many more spectacles, and the deeper one went, the more it held things Odell had never seen before in her life, not even back in Camorra. Before her now stood people of the upper class, indulging in depraved pleasures without the slightest concern for the standards of high society. One could even say they looked terrifying now, no different from vice-ridden addicts. It was all there in their bloodshot eyes, gleaming with raw desire, as though every one of them had been turned into a demon. They lunged at one another like starving beasts, and most frightening of all, they had noticed her, or rather, they had noticed her Moretta mask. Everything around her now felt like some dreadful, magical world. Those gazes, those leering smiles, and all those masks gradually moving toward Odell as if she were prey they were prepared to tear apart and devour alive. Ahaha, a Moretta has arrived. How marvelous. Odell was truly frightened and bewildered, because she genuinely had no idea what was happening. What was going on? Was a Moretta? The thought had only just arisen when she suddenly felt something strange. And once she realized it, she discovered that somehow she was now standing all alone in the middle of this place. Has this lady abandoned her authority? Suddenly, behind her, a man wearing a jester's mask appeared, carrying a tray of drinks, and his words only made her understand even less of what was happening. Abandon my authority? What does that mean? Odell instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, but that only seemed to delight the people there even more, as though she were some innocent creature wearing a Moretta mask for their amusement. Honestly, do you not know what a Moretta mask means? It means that no matter what happens, you're not allowed to speak. In other words, you're inviting others to do harm to you. The moment those words ended, dozens of grasping hands rushed toward her. Those hands immediately seized her whole body, including her arms, her legs, and other parts of her as well. Though Odell's expression was hidden behind that mask, one thing I can say for certain is this. She was in a state of utter panic. At that very moment, countless eyes were fixed on her with terrifying intent. Then a hand yanked her backward, plunging her deeper into confusion and fear. And yet there was someone calmly watching all of this unfold. Should we stop this, Lord Cesare? Her situation truly was dire now. Many people were crowding in, assaulting her body. They shoved against one another, curses flying without end. Everything had become complete chaos. But Cesare simply kept watching. He stared at her without intervening, even allowing what was happening to continue. Let it continue. Everything now seemed like the last drop overflowing the cup. Those shadowy, sinister things that had been lurking all this time seemed as though they had been waiting only for this very moment to attack her all at once. And what ignited it all was a ruthless hand that shoved her forward and sent her sprawling hard onto the floor. The instant she fell, the atmosphere only grew more fevered. It was a truly horrifying scene, because in that cramped space alone, one could plainly see the real faces of those devils disguised as nobles. and those bright, malicious bursts of laughter from deep within them made it impossible for Odell to lift her head again. Yet somehow, perhaps because of that cursed mask, she still looked strangely calm. But whatever the reason, at that moment, those depraved, rotten creatures could only fix their eyes on her precious body and give rise to vile desires. And at that same moment, Odell raised her eyes to him, to her brother Cesare, with the most emotionless gaze and the most alluring figure. And of course, just as she expected, Cesare looked back at her in complete shock. But then anger overtook his mind, making the veins stand out across his face as he struggled to keep himself under control. Damn it, I am losing my mind. At the same time, a man in a bird mask stood beside him, also watching the Moretta prey with obvious delight. He even began entertaining filthy thoughts at the sight of her seductive body and full chest. And Cesare saw every trace of that lust. That too seemed to push his mind past the very limit of what it could endure. Get lost. Before he had even finished speaking, Cesare lost his temper and hurled the wine glass in his hand straight at the man's face, making him cry out and clutch his head in pain. Why yes, my lord, I am sorry. After dealing with that pervert, Cesare turned back to look at her, the veins in his face standing out starkly. All of that was because right before his eyes stood the image of her, of that girl being mobbed by the crowd, and yet she simply remained sitting there without moving at all. And everything that girl was doing was exactly what he least wanted to see. But the very reason he had brought her here was so that he would not have to see such things. Admit it. Just admit it. Men are all the same. And that is why you came here too. It is all because you do not understand what these things are. So cry now. Even a soft little cry will do. Or run away. Or cling to my leg and beg. Cesare stood there watching her, his hands gripping the railing so tightly that his face was lined with bulging veins. His emotions were in utter disarray. The laughter echoing from those demonic masks only grew louder and louder. With their bloodshot, addicted eyes, they stared at her and gathered around her in ever greater numbers, as if she were prey, as if she were this place's amusement. At the same time, Cesare stood above, clutching the railing so hard that the veins stood out across his face in agitation. And yet he did not go to help her. He even kept watching her while those scum around her gazed at her with hungry desire. She is trembling. So why is she just sitting there? At least fight back. Do it the way you pressed that dagger to my throat that day. As that thought crossed Cesari's mind, he suddenly remembered what he had said before coming here. While we are at it, I want to see what kind of lady my little sister can become. Remembering those words at last made Cesare understand why she was acting this way. Such useless innocence. At last, it was time to end this. Standing above as the master of this place, Cesare gave the order for everyone to disperse. It is time to leave. Now all of you get out. With that supreme command, everything around her, and every person clinging to her with those ugly, lustful thoughts just moments ago, was forced to withdraw. And once everything had been settled, Cesare slowly began stepping down, and the echo of his footsteps made the entire space feel strangely grim and dangerous. It seems you were curious about high society, so I brought you here to behold it. So what do you think of it? Is it interesting? At those words, Odell was utterly shaken. It was as though the last drop had finally made the cup overflow. And the Moretta mask on her face slipped off on its own. Her tears did the same, falling endlessly of their own accord, because the restraint she had been forcing on herself could no longer hold. And after everything that had just happened, her beautiful face could hardly believe this reality. Just like that, the tears streaming down her cheeks would not stop. When Cesare saw her crying, he faltered for a moment. Questions flooded his mind, making her seem more incomprehensible to him than ever. What is this? She is a woman who does not cry, not even when she falls from a rooftop and nearly dies. Even when she fought back against me, she did not hesitate to brandish scissors in self-defense. So, is this really something worth crying over? Little sister. The moment those final words left his mouth, Odell truly reached the limit of her pride, and she understood everything at last. She clenched her hands tightly, trying to control the tears pouring down, then quickly turned her face away and walked out, leaving that damned Moretta mask sprawled on the floor with her tears still upon it. I will escort milady. Her personal guard hurried after her, leaving Cesare alone with an irritation and frustration he had never felt before. HM, why do I feel so foul-tempered? His eyes seemed as though it wanted to cast off all his troubles, yet could not. He knew everything. He knew I was following him, and I was too confident when I did it. That is why he brought me here to this damned, wretched place. And perhaps this is a warning to me. If I become too arrogant, he will throw me into hell at any moment. Odell shuddered as she remembered that moment. The moment she had been shoved down and left sprawled in front of those addicts, as though she were nothing more than a toy. And in that very moment, if she had been her former self, she would have grabbed that bottle and swung hard. She would have shattered it like a weapon, then used it to attack and protect herself to the very end. But in that moment, she remembered Cesari's words. By the way, I want to see what kind of lady my little sister can become. Yes, it was because of those words that she had forced herself to suppress her instinct to defend herself. No, I must carry myself like a noble lady. That's right, because I'm pretending to be Cesari's younger sister. So surely someone will come save me. In the end, that thought had been a mistake. Aha, so I was foolishly mistaken. I really thought I was Cesari's little sister. But even so, did he really have to go this far? If I make even the slightest misstep, he will kick me away at once and send me back to being nothing but a shoe shiner. As her emotions swelled, someone suddenly approached. It was her personal guard. He looked at her with deep pity and sorrow. And then he removed his cloak and draped it over her frail, pitiful body. His Grace ordered me to stay nearby to ensure your safety, so nothing as dangerous as you imagined would have happened. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and then she burst out laughing, as if trying to expel all the deep hurt in her heart. Aha! Truly, he is all-powerful. A shoe shiner like me really could never understand the meaning of it all, nor could I ever grasp anything so lofty. Her tears began falling again, but this time, there was someone there to help her hide them. The guard handed her a handkerchief, and she quickly accepted it to wipe away the tears on her face, as well as the makeup. I'll wash it and return it later. There's no need. I see. After wiping herself clean, she seemed to regain her composure and simply turned back toward where it had all begun. All right, let's go back. When the handkerchief she had used to wipe her tears was cast aside there, it was as if she had officially set foot upon the path she had chosen, with nothing left to fear. For this alone had shown her just how cruel reality truly was. I'm sorry for showing you something so unlike the noble lady you had hoped for. So, do you not regret failing to call Lucia? You wanted to arrange a natural meeting between me and her, didn't you? So he really did know all along. Once Odell realized Cesare knew her intentions, the only thing left for her to do was lower herself and accept punishment. If you wish to punish me, then I will accept it. Hearing her confession, Cesare showed no reaction at all. He merely raised his cigar to his lips, took a drag, and stared at her haggard, tear-reddened face. But his golden eyes did not stop there. They seemed intent on scrutinizing every hidden feeling and thought behind her expression through the emotion she showed. Yet unfortunately, he could glean nothing from it, nor could he understand the nature of the hurt that had made someone as strong as her cry. I feel terrible. Cesare let out a harsh snort and turned away at once. The irritation and outrage he felt at the way she behaved left him deeply confused and no less insulted. And when that emotion found no release, it led him back into a memory from his childhood, the most painful memory of all. At that time, Cesare had been running through the mansion, trying to catch up to his parents' carriage. But those two people who had given birth to him, only to heartlessly abandon him, had left an enormous scar upon his heart. Back then, his tears of anguish had poured down like a storm. A little boy abandoned by his parents. What could he possibly do? But at that very moment, someone appeared and led him out of the mire of his sorrow. Cesare, my grandson. When she was young, Eva alone comforted him and raised him through that dreadful time. And it was she who taught him what the ordinary truths of life were. Cesare, everyone can be punished, and they will be. It was precisely because of those words that his mind had been enlightened, and he had grown up carrying them with him until now. But now, something about them had changed within him. Cesare jolted awake from the dream, restless and annoyed. Rubbing his forehead, he silently cursed the damned dream. What a strange and unpleasant dream. And after waking to such a terrible dream, Cesare had no choice but to rise and begin a new day. I will now go over your schedule for today, my lord. At 11, you have a meeting with the head of the Amorte family, and at noon, you will be dining with Lady Odell. As Cesare dressed, he listened to Geiger recite the schedule. If I recall correctly, I wasn't supposed to have a meal with Duke Port's daughter today. Last time, you postponed your meal with Milady, so this time you must make up for it. But should I cancel it? I heard she cried a great deal yesterday. What is so serious about a shoe shiner crying a little? Hearing his master say that, Geiger fell somewhat silent, perhaps because even he sensed that something was off. Oh, is that so? Geiger's response took Cesare somewhat by surprise, so he turned his head to look at him and asked again, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Geiger stayed quiet for a moment, but afterward he did not hide it, instead smiling and speaking with perfect naturalness. "It's just that, since I also come from Camorra, I find her rather pitiful. You truly cannot imagine everything that happens there, my lord. It is a place that is genuinely dreadful and terrifying. And for people like her, with no family and no money, it is even worse, because whether one lives or dies no longer depends on oneself. Instead, it comes suddenly and tragically. She could be attacked and killed at any time. Yet all the worst things about that place do not end there, because no one can truly imagine just how bad the worst of it is. For once they can imagine it, they will likely just end up dead somewhere in Camorra. But the place I brought her to was not Camorra, and that is exactly why it was even more frightening and horrifying for her. All she would have thought was, why can't I escape this? I've struggled this hard, and yet in the end, why must I die here at the farthest edge of the light? Cesare listened in silence to every word Geiger said, because he knew Geiger was not the sort of man to empathize with others so easily. Were the things I did really that terrible? And what kind of place is Camorra, exactly? After a long while of restless discomfort, he decided to relent and do as she wished. Very well, lunch will proceed as planned, and in Lady Odell's name, invite Lady Lucia as well. Make sure she attends. What? Lady Delavin too? Are you serious, my lord? Geiger was utterly shocked to hear this. But for Lady Odell's sake, Cesare had no choice but to do it. Just thinking about it ruins my appetite. What was she thinking, trying to negotiate with Lucia like that? But if it is simply for survival, then it would be better for me to step in and help their relationship along. In any case, that shoeshiner must enter high society properly. So if Lucia becomes her friend and helps her, it will be much easier for her to win over those noble young ladies. Just thinking about it is already troublesome. Though he disliked it, he would still go through with it for the sake of the plan. Lady Lucia Delavin has arrived. And I heard, when the dining room doors opened, there sat Odell and Lucia, already waiting as if they had been there all along. Didi Duke, Cesare, good day to you. Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well? Their reactions were completely opposite, but what caught his attention was her eyes. Though they had been covered with makeup, it could not fully conceal the redness. Did she really cry all night? Yes. I was just talking with Lady Odell about her debut, and I heard you only returned yesterday, my lord. I hope this is not inconvenient for you. However, it is an important matter that must be handled before her introduction to noble society. Lucia awkwardly tried to make conversation with Cesare, but he paid her no mind at all. Fortunately, they gave Odell an excuse to speak to him instead. I see. Thanks to you, brother, I am about to have a splendid debut. When it is over, I believe it will be a deeply meaningful experience for me. Oh, do you really think so? Is that why you cried? Yes, I am still not used to taking off my country dress. I feel painfully inadequate, seeing and hearing her answer so calmly. Cesare could only remain silent. He likely had not expected her to recover her false composure in a single night, especially after the emotional shock of what had happened to her the day before. Lady Odell, may I help you in some way? The moment Lucia offered her help, Cesare seized the opportunity. That is a good idea. Before Odell's formal debut, let us meet often at this mansion. Please help her, Lady Lucia. I would be most grateful if you could teach me many things. It's nothing at all, as much as you like. Odell and Lucia spoke naturally and made promises to each other as though they were truly kindred friends. Isn't that what friendship is? Let us gather like this and chat again sometime. That would truly bring me great joy. Lady Odell, perhaps the two of us will become wonderful friends in the future. Don't you think so? Yes, of course. I very much hope so as well. Watching the two of them get along so well, Cesare felt greatly relieved because pairing them as friends seemed easier than he had expected. Everything was proceeding according to plan. And once everything had unfolded perfectly according to plan, Odell stopped eating. She slowly lifted her napkin and wiped her mouth with the grace of a noble lady. And of course, none of those movements escaped Cesari's notice. More importantly, the way she ate was no longer the same as before. Nearly all the food on her plate had been left untouched. Odell had barely eaten anything at all. After a delightful day, it was finally time for Lucia to return home. Duke Cesare, I had a wonderful time today. The meal and our walk as well. And please do not worry too much about Lady Odell. I am certain she will become a lady beloved in high society. Cesare looked at her with weary eyes, but in order to secure everything, he accepted doing something he had never done before. And that was kissing Lucia in farewell. Travel home safely, Lady Lucia. Lucia froze when she was met with such sudden intimacy, but then the frenzy of love awakened her heart, making her sink even deeper into it. Why, yes, I will take excellent care of Lady Odell at your birthday party. You mean you will become her guide, correct? Why, yes, of course. I will certainly guide her well. After lingering in the haze of love for a while, Lucia finally took her leave. Then, Lady Odell, Duke Cesare. Until we meet again. Once Lucia's carriage had disappeared from sight, the two of them sank into a vast silence. But then they turned to look at each other at the same moment, as if some unspoken instinct had guided them. Thank you for inviting Lady Lucia. I would also like the chance to speak with her again sometime. Hearing her words, Cesari's anger rose once more. He immediately strode toward her, startling her greatly. For he did not simply approach her. He pressed in close, imposing his presence upon her. What exactly is the problem? I do not understand what you're talking about. I'm asking what that displeased attitude of yours is supposed to mean. Cesare leaned in close and questioned her in utter seriousness. But instead of matching that seriousness, she only answered as if it were a joke. If your grace would tell me what displeases you, I will correct it as you wish. Are you mocking me? Cesare glared at her in anger, yet once again she answered him with that hollow smile. If that is how you want me to act, then I will do so. At that reply, Cesare let out a faint, contemptuous smile. Let me ask you again, is this something worth crying over? At those words, the fake smile on her lips suddenly vanished. Her whole body went rigid, and her face darkened as she fell completely silent. But faced with that attitude of hers, Cesare only grew more impatient, desperate for an answer, or even the slightest reaction. That's right, get angry, or cry like you did yesterday, if you want. Anything would be better than watching you pretend to be my little sister. 100 times better. Cesare had lost patience to the point that he had to clench his fists just to keep himself calm. Yet once she had composed herself again, she began putting on the act he hated most. You're right. I'm ashamed that I overreacted. Please forgive me, just this once. If there is anything that displeases you, I will surely correct all of it. And from now on, I will do my utmost to meet your expectations even more. As Odell spoke, she placed her hand on his arm, drawing a frigid smile from him. That comes easily to you, doesn't it? Yes, because it is something you told me to do, so of course I can do it. The more he listened, the more absurd it all seemed to him. Then if I tell you to sleep, will you sleep sleep too? Of course. Whenever you tell me to sleep, I will sleep. Her answer came without the slightest hesitation, and the cold smile disappeared from Sasari's face, replaced by an expressionless chill, because in his heart, he knew perfectly well that there was nothing else he could do anymore. Everything was so obvious now, so why was he still questioning it? But why had it only occurred to him now? Odell would marry Izia, and this was exactly what he had wanted from the very beginning. And yet when he had shoved her onto the bed, when that shoe shiner had pulled out scissors to defend herself from him, and when she had cried because she was trapped in the middle of that mad crowd, that same shoe shiner had refused to lean on him, all because standing beside her was Izia Delavan, the man he himself wanted her to marry. So that was what all of this was. It was all because of him. Seriously. Once everything became clear, Sasari's face changed at once. How disgusting. He hurled the insult at her and roughly shook her hand off him with open disgust, leaving Odell utterly startled and terrified. But then she came back to herself and accepted it. I'm sorry. I'll fix it. After an afternoon filled with too many things at once, Odell returned to the mansion in a daze. She even collapsed to her knees in fear. My lady, I'm Fina. That was all she said aloud. But in truth, Sasari's words kept circling endlessly in her mind. How disgusting. Remembering them, she bit down hard on her lip, then quickly relaxed it again, as though trying to set herself free. That's right. There was nothing strange about it. Nothing new at all. Just thinking that was enough to make the corners of her lips lift slightly. Let's practice the one step. I can't become a proper lady overnight. And just like that, everything returned to the way it had been, and so did her feelings. Day after day passed more quickly, and Odell's dancing improved little by little, month by month. She was always ready to learn and refine her dancing so she could become a perfect lady. And because of that, the sound of elegant music continued to echo through the vast mansion without pause. When I walk alone down the street, people come closer and turn to look at me. They look me over from head to toe and even wish to discover the beauty within me. And before long, the day of Sasari's birthday banquet and Odell's debut had finally arrived. Thanks to this event, countless people now had a chance to whisper among themselves. One carriage after another kept arriving without end. There seemed to be more guests this year than at last year's birthday banquet. Of course, today is also Lady Odell Buonaparte's debut celebration, after all. But isn't it strange? A younger sister who never appeared once in all her life, and then all of a sudden she shows up just when the Delavan and Buonaparte families are about to be joined by marriage. But is the rumor from Bella Stella true? Did Lord Cesare really spend more than 5 billion gold on her? If they truly aren't blood related, was all that really necessary? And lately, hasn't he also been inviting Lady Lucia Izia to the mansion all the time? If only someone would tell me what in the world is going on. But no matter. The things I'm curious about are finally about to be answered, because today, everything will be brought to light. Oh, Lady Genevieve, may the blessing of the sea goddess be upon you. And may the blessing of the sea goddess be upon you as well. It has been so long. Before the banquet began, it was the usual time for noble ladies to chat among themselves. It seems Lady Lucia Izia isn't here today. You two are always inseparable. That's exactly what I want to ask too. Where in the world is Lady Lucia Izia? Why on earth wouldn't she let me ride with the Delavan carriage today? Sorry, but I have to come separately today. Good grief. What am I supposed to do among all these total strangers? As Genevieve stood there at a loss, the main figure of the evening made his entrance. His Grace Cesare Buonaparte is entering. The moment the announcement rang out, every eye turned toward the guest of honor, and his appearance exceeded everyone's expectations. It was not overly flamboyant, yet highlighted his noble bearing and solemn dignity perfectly. More than anything else, what stood out was how impossibly flawless he looked. He was a perfect 10, truly as handsome as a prince from some foreign kingdom. Lord Cesare is always so dashing. That's true, and especially those sturdy legs of his. Do you think he's been taking nightly walks to prepare for today? Oh, honestly, you joke too much. Cesare was far too used to such praise to pay it any mind anymore. So soon after, he began the main subject of the evening. Honored ministers and officials, ladies and gentlemen, and also those esteemed elders who enjoy coming to places like this simply to admire the view. That light social just instantly brightened the atmosphere, and to continue his opening, he went on. Thank you all for coming and making this banquet shine all the brighter. And I, Cesare Buonaparte, host of tonight's banquet and the one whose birthday it is, shall entertain all of you honored guests with the finest things we have ever offered. And more than that, there is an announcement I wish to make. So rather than drag this speech out any longer, I will go straight to the point. It's finally here. The moment he said that, the guests became more excited than ever, because what they most wanted to know had finally arrived. I believe many of you have heard the rumors that I have a younger sister, have you not? Therefore, on the occasion of my birthday this year, I have held a grander banquet than usual, as this is also the opportunity to present her debut. So please welcome my younger sister from afar with the utmost courtesy. The moment those words ended, the feet of the most beautiful mermaid of the night appeared. A lovely lovely maiden with deep blue hair like 1,000 azure seas. She chose to stand high above, looking down, making every person and every eye lift toward her as though they were gazing upon and worshipping a living goddess of the sea. Yet even so, it truly had to be said, she was breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, almost every word that might describe her beauty felt inadequate. There simply was no word worthy enough to capture that heaven-given beauty and peerless presence. Everything about her radiated a regal elegance beyond comparison. After such a dazzling debut, people naturally gathered around her at once. Though somewhere among them, one person was less than pleased. Why didn't Lucia Izia introduce me to this woman sooner? But never mind that girl. Who had time to care about her now? At this moment, everyone cared only about Odell. May I ask, did you come from Capello? Yes. Do you know that place, my lord? Indeed, my lady. Distant relatives of mine have a villa in Capello. If I had known Lady Odell had once lived there, I would have asked for an introduction much sooner. But as you know, just 3 months ago, I was nothing more than a country girl. Someone like me would hardly have been worth your valuable time. With such graceful bearing, how could you possibly be a country girl? Besides, what in this world could ever conceal your brilliance? You embarrass me, my lord. Are you teasing someone making her debut? If there is even a jest on the tip of my tongue, then I am willing to be cast into the fires of hell this instant. Is that so? But if a gentleman is polite as you were thrown into the fires of hell, the ladies would surely be quite heartbroken. Oh, then Lady Odell, would you honor me with a dance? Before the nobleman could finish, Odell gently withdrew her hand at once. Yet that very act of refusal only made her seem more elegant, alluring, and refined than ever. And as a result, 3 noblemen were instantly smitten with her on the spot. She had completely conquered the hearts of 3 men in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, made everyone standing nearby acknowledge her as a true noblewoman. Oh, what lofty beauty! Lady Odell is truly the finest beauty the nobility has ever known. If only I could dance with her just once, I would die content. If only I could hold those delicate shoulders just once. Everyone had already submitted themselves at her feet from the very first meeting, and that included Genevieve as well. She's so beautiful. I understand why the men are falling over themselves for her. But how can someone even be born with a face that perfect? No, this won't do. At the very least, I have to try speaking to her once. Thinking that, she began forcing her way through the crowd to get to Odell, though it was proving rather difficult. Excuse me, let me through. Please let me through. Please, just let me pass. Please move aside for me. The more she pleaded, the more the crowd pressed against her. Fortunately, Lucia Izia caught sight of her dear friend, Lady Genevieve. Yes, it's Lady Genevieve. Lucia Izia rose happily to greet her friend, then turned cheerfully to introduce her to Odell. Lady Odell, may I introduce my friend? Well done, Lucia Izia. Find out more about her. May the blessing of the sea goddess be upon you. I am Odell Bonaparte. Odell's gentleness and soft grace were beyond Genevieve's expectations. She had thought Lucia Izia was only sounding out a rival, but Odell turned out to be so wonderful. May the blessing of the sea goddess be upon you. I am Genevieve Malatesta. Wow, she's even prettier up close. Once the greetings were over, Lucia Izia invited Genevieve to sit beside her. Lady Genevieve, would you sit next to me? Genevieve was rather surprised by Lucia Izia's invitation, never imagining the highborn Lady Lucia Izia would do such a thing. In high society, taking the seat beside a person of high standing was usually something decided last. Did this mean Lucia Izia had already acknowledged Lady Odell as someone above her in rank? It seems I was right after all. It would be wonderful if the 3 of us could keep spending time together like this. But just as she was enjoying herself, a mocking voice suddenly reached Genevieve's ears. Oh my, look at that. A cuckoo trying to worm its way in among us. Lady Odell, have you ever seen a cuckoo in real life? They're terribly greedy creatures. Faced with those remarks about her appearance, Genevieve could only stand frozen. For a young woman, there was nothing more crushing than being mocked for her looks. Lady Genevieve, have you ever seen an eagle hunting its prey? Yes, what? Odell suddenly spoke, taking Genevieve by surprise, but she was not finished. Odell continued, eagles have very heavy bodies. Because of that, they are not agile and cannot fly especially high. So in the sky, they are always outmatched by hawks, yet they are terribly greedy. Whenever they swoop down to the ground to feed, they deliberately beat their wings to drive the other birds away. As for me, though, the bird I love most is the canary. And Lady Genevieve's orange hair is as lovely as a canary's. As she said this, she turned her gaze toward the 2 ill-mannered noblemen from before. It seems the 2 of you do not share my view, so would you kindly step aside? Publicly rebuked and gracefully dismissed by Odell, the 2 men could only laugh awkwardly and try to smooth things over. Lady Odell, it was only a social joke just now. That's right, what we said was not aimed at Lady Genevieve. But of course, things would not be so simple. Your joke was not amusing in the least, and I'm fully aware that you take me for a fool. Odell's firm, decisive words immediately drew the attention of many. Because of that, people all around began murmuring among themselves, and the crowd grew more stirred up than ever. I wonder what family line they belong to dare offend the Bonaparte family like that. And they even dared to treat her like a fool. On such an important day, are there really people here who are unworthy of it? Should we inform Lord Cesare? with every whisper turning against them like knives. The two noblemen were terrified. So immediately afterward, the pair turned tail and ran. We're terribly sorry. After settling the matter, Odell immediately offered a few words of encouragement to Genevieve. Don't listen to the words of people like that. You're far better than they are, Lady Genevieve. Hearing that, Genevieve was deeply moved. Even when she had been with Lucia, Izia, and found herself in situations like this, not once had Lucia stepped forward to defend her that way. Thank you so much, Lady Odell. It was nothing. Once things gradually returned to normal, many people came forward to speak with Odell on all sorts of topics. Marine resources, seafood catches, even Northwestern diplomacy, and environmental protection as well. Whatever the subject, she answered fluently and without the slightest difficulty. Even Lucia, Izia, was able to join the conversation with ease. The two young women possessed equally profound knowledge, and Genevieve alone could do nothing but sit there and watch them talk. The conversation between them flowed effortlessly. As a result, more and more discussions sprang up, and so did the laughter. Everyone was delighted to converse with a beautiful young lady as knowledgeable and refined as Odell. I truly admire Lady Odell's knowledge. It's obvious you received an excellent education from a young age. When Odell received such lavish praise, she fell silent for a moment before speaking again. It seems that, in your eyes, gentlemen, I must look rather like Bisek, mustn't I? Bisek was a fictional character from a play, one who had been greatly favored by God. And the moment she made that comparison, a nobleman who looked very well-read immediately responded with a line from the play. First my tongue trembled and stiffened, and surely I could no longer gaze upon her. Odell recognized the line. She paused briefly in thought, then answered it with confidence. But I am unlike Bisek. Sitting by the water's edge, cool and sweet, I could sit beside the boat and enjoy the journey with a gentleman. Have you read Giovanni and Francesco, my lady? I would truly love to have such a deep conversation with you. Suddenly, another nobleman cut into the exchange with a bespectacled gentleman, and the man with glasses boldly stepped forward, trying to claim Odell's attention for himself. You say you are not Bisek, but in my eyes, you are a dazzlingly beautiful woman, adorned like an olive wreath upon a white scarf. And wherever you may go, whether to heaven or to hell, I would still follow. After rambling on at length about anecdotes from the play, he finally gathered all his courage to confess to Odell. Lady Odell, I Odell. A deep voice, warm yet no less commanding, suddenly cut through their conversation, and naturally, the bookish nobleman's confession was forced to stop. And guess who could possibly do such a thing? Well, there's no need to guess. The only one who could was Cesare Bonaparte. B brother, you're here. Cesare slowly approached Odell and stood directly behind her, so she immediately began acting out the sibling role according to the script they had prepared beforehand. But whether he meant to or not, his imposing presence alone was enough to frighten the bookish nobleman into silence. What is going on here? Oh, it's nothing, brother. He was just telling me a very amusing story. He even said he would follow me to hell, so I was just wondering whether I should accept his invitation. At that, Cesare gave a supremely confident smile, then bent down closer to her to speak in a more intimate tone. Then what do you think? Has the king of hell already appeared? Oh my, and how did you know? The exchange between the two siblings looked like a dazzling visual spectacle. Their mystery, combined with their overwhelming beauty, made for a breathtaking sight. Their words were a bit arrogant, and there was a clear sense of distance about them. But in the end, that only made them all the more captivating. Or blood siblings usually this alike? You cannot even sail a large ship out to sea, yet you are prepared to chase my sister all the way to hell? How could there be such a fool in this world as to bring that kind of temptation on my birthday of all days? Brother, if you threaten him like that, no one will come talk to me. If that is the case, then I shall have no choice but to look after my beloved little sister myself. Cesare spoke to her sweetly, with unmistakable affection, and then extended his hand to invite her to dance with him, naturally, in the role of her brother. Will you dance a waltz with me? Yes, of course. And so the two stars of the day were finally ready to take each other's hands and step onto the dance floor to open the banquet. Wow, just seeing those two standing close together is enough to overwhelm me. At first, when Genevieve saw them walk out hand in hand, she thought they looked wonderful. But when she looked a little more closely, something began to feel strange. What is it? Duke Cesare looks a little angry, doesn't he? She couldn't be sure, but Cesari's expression had undeniably darkened, even taken on an oddly shadowed cast. Could it be because of what had just happened? Still, that hardly mattered now, because the gifted and flawless sibling, the true stars of today's banquet, were about to begin the main dance of the evening. Brother, you don't seem to be in a very good mood. Should I call for a doctor? Drop that irritating way of speaking. You don't need to keep pretending now. Pretending? Those words hurt me, you know. That isn't a joke. It's a reminder for you to remember your place. On the surface, the two of them looked like a happy pair of siblings. But only the two people involved truly understood what was happening beneath it all. But if those wounds come from my brother, then I will accept them all. Is that so? Then do you know what I'll do? Cesare suddenly quickened the rhythm of the dance, and in the next moment he dipped her backward in a difficult move, taking Odell somewhat by surprise. If you run to your bed, are you sure you won't cry like last time? Odell had suddenly been pushed into a difficult position, but this time, things were different. Cry? Shouldn't I be welcoming my brother with joy instead? Isn't that right? Odell suddenly counterattacked. Recovering her posture, she pressed her body close to his, and that memory came flooding back in his mind once more. You do know that a waltz doesn't end here, don't you? Back then, the moment he had said those words, he had pulled her toward him and pressed her heated body close to his just like this. Oh no, this is bad. I think I'm about to faint. The joking, teasing words he had spoken back then had frightened her. But afterward, he had merely laughed it off as if it were nothing more than a joke. Haha, I was only kidding. But why was it different now? Had something gone wrong somewhere? I told her to play the role of my sister properly. So why has it gone this far? They really are a picture-perfect brother and sister, aren't they? Those compliments from the surrounding guests only made Cesare angrier and more irritated. While to Odell, they were proof that she was playing her role perfectly. Has Lord Izia still not arrived? I thought Lord Cesare would introduce him to us today. Why Izia? You haven't forgotten the marriage contract with the Delavan family, have you? The gossip turned towards someone who was not yet present, and Odell reminded him of something important. Yet at this moment, that only made Cesare all the more furious. Allow me to present Count Izia Delavan. After so many months of waiting, the most important person had finally appeared. The man entered the banquet slowly, and by the time he stepped inside, the stars of the evening were still continuing their dance. But this man ignored that entirely and approached the two of them as naturally as could be. Would this lady happen to be Lady Odell Bonaparte? At being called by name, Odell quickly turned her face to look. But Cesari's shoulders were too broad, and the man's face was hidden from view. Yet that mattered less than the person standing right in front of her now. Duke Cesari's face had darkened with anger, along with countless other emotions churning in his mind, and his hand was gripping hers tightly, as though he did not want to let her leave him even for a moment. And yet the man who was supposed to marry her according to the plan was standing right there. So what would Cesare do? Would he let her go to Izia Delavan, just as originally intended? After so long, that man had finally appeared. But someone as hot-tempered and possessive as Cesare could never accept it so easily, because some part of him had already begun to change from the moment the plan began. Are you Lady Odell Bonaparte? Even so, the plan had to continue. And with the two of them standing in the middle of the banquet, every action had to be carefully considered. About that, if you would. Yet the more the man spoke, the more annoyed Cesare became, until he could no longer keep himself under control. He even tightened his grip on her hand, as though he simply could not accept this situation at all. Fortunately, when Odell saw how black and stormy Cesari's expression had become, she managed to rouse the human side of him again. Let's go. Let's leave this place. After she drew him back to himself, he gradually regained his composure, then immediately led her away from the dance floor, leaving Izia standing there stunned and abandoned. But even so, his feelings did not grow any easier. Well done. Amid the applause of the crowd, he said only those 3 brief words in a calm voice before leaving her behind and walking away. It was as though something inside him was making him restless and irritable. And Odell was not the only one who saw him abandon her like that. Others saw it too. Lady Genevieve, yes. Have you ever seen Duke Cesare make a mistake while dancing? No, never. The Duke has always been naturally gifted at anything involving physical skill. Exactly. The Duke would never make a mistake. But just now he was startled. I know, because I admire Duke Cesare. And what's more, I'm always watching him, so I can't be wrong. But what could possibly have startled Duke Cesare like that? Seeing the look on Lucia Izia's face as she said this, Genevieve suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Lady Lucia, Izia, please calm down. It was probably just playful teasing between brother and sister. You shouldn't read too much into it. Besides, won't Lady Odell eventually become a member of the Delavan family? That's right. Lady Odell will most likely marry Lord Izia. In the end, that's how it will turn out. The banquet ended in an atmosphere that was somber, yet still every bit as splendid and luxurious. The host personally saw the guests off until only the final visitor remained. It was not until 4 in the morning that the schedule finally came to an end. You've worked hard, Your Grace. How did the guests react? It seems the pottery gifts you gave them were very well received, Your Grace. And as for the preparations for the parade, yes, everything is being handled with great care and precision. The young lady's debut party was a complete success. That alone is already a great achievement. So please try not to worry about anything else today and get some rest. That's right. I'll have your bedroom tidied up. Oh, and beginning tomorrow, the social season starts. So you'll need to start paying more attention to managing your image, Your Grace. If you lose your standing as the most desirable husband in high society, this household's position may also begin to waver. Smack. Handle it yourselves. If anything urgent comes up, report it to me. Yes, of course, Your Grace. Once everything that needed to be said was said, he turned and left. But after only a few steps, his aide called out after him to say one more thing. Your Grace, happy birthday. So that was it. Everyone had been so busy all day with Odell's debut celebration that they had forgotten that today was his birthday as well. Though he maintained his usual calm expression when receiving the birthday greeting, the moment he turned away, a rare smile appeared on his lips. A little later, while walking through the vast forest still within the grounds of his estate, he found himself thinking about something. HM, the young lady's debut party was a flawless success? That shoe shiner really did well, after all. Odell, For the past 3 months, Bibi had performed her role as a noble lady perfectly, and even the role of the Bonaparte family's long-lost secret daughter. On top of that, she had also fulfilled the role of a younger sister. She had even come to his office several times to study the gestures of his hands and make them her own. "You're back." As if that were not enough, she had acted like a real little sister and pestered him to buy her jewelry. I heard Bottega del Verso has a pearl ring with a very large gem. Wouldn't it suit me perfectly? Whenever he bought her something she wanted, her cheeks would flush with delight. How would it look if I paired it with the Mogani hairpin you bought me last time? This lovely rosy shade would go beautifully with pearls, wouldn't it? Thank you, brother. At times, he had misunderstood so badly that he actually thought she had truly opened her heart to him. She has never once tried those things on or shown any real interest in them. She even always leaves all her dressing and grooming to me. Oh, just as expected. Yes, she really is stubborn. Because of that, the slightest thing would set us arguing again. Because you're just a shoe shiner. Because without me, you're nothing. Other than that ridiculous pride of yours, you have nothing at all. Even a decent person would surely lose their temper at least once after being humiliated and cursed at like that. But she had never done so, not even once. You're too much, brother. At times like that, those were the kinds of words she would say. But if she was like that now, then where had the woman gone? The woman who had once held scissors to him? HM, perhaps on the day of the debut at the Gale Auto Club. It seemed as though she had disappeared somewhere along with those tears. TCH, how irritating. And yet he did not even know why it irritated him. He took a long drag from his cigarette. He mulled it over calmly, then let out a long breath, his face cold and displeased. But did he really need to know the reason? Wasn't the truth the only thing that mattered? While he was savoring the cigarette in his hand, a pair of pale feet slowly approached, and the one who came forward was none other than her, the very woman he had been thinking about this whole time. Seeing her suddenly appear in this forest caught him a little off guard. But why was she here and in this state? Did she also have something weighing on her heart? Though he himself didn't really know why, her presence here calmed him, if only a little. Was it because her expression seemed to be hiding something? Slowly walking deeper into the woods, she calmly sat down in one of the 2 rocking chairs that had apparently been placed there long ago. And once she had settled herself, she began to sing, her voice sweet and moving as it echoed through the whole place, as though all the sorrow and thoughts in her heart had suddenly melted away. But then, while she was humming softly, he stepped toward her and called her name. Odell, startled at being called out and discovered. She panicked so badly that when she stood up to leave the chair, her foot hit its edge and she fell painfully to the ground. Odell, are you alright? Seeing her fall like that right in front of him, the concern he had kept buried inside suddenly surged up, and he ran to her without thinking to ask after her. But in response, she only seemed surprised by his presence here. Brother, what brings you here? Seeing that she could still calmly question him in return, he simply let out a soft breath and crouched down to help her up. I was passing by and saw you. I was curious what you were doing. Is that so? I was just taking a walk and resting for a bit. If you hit that, it must have hurt. As he helped her to her feet, his eyes went straight to the thing that had caused her to get hurt and fall. Brother, you look tired. Shouldn't you rest too? As expected of such a rational woman, she regained her composure as fast as a train. So, are you worried about me? Following the now steady rhythm between them, the 2 began talking and exchanging words as usual. Of course, it's only natural for a younger sister to worry about her older brother, but there was something strained and unnatural in her attitude, and it made him uncomfortable all over again. Not only rational, but cold as well. Sitting down in the chair that had just made her fall, he let out a long, weary sigh, and when she saw him sit there, she cheerfully offered to give it up to him. Brother, I'll move aside so you can sit. No need. I think it'd be better if we stayed together. If that's what you want, then I'll sit beside you. She was good at enduring things too. Once they had settled again, he struck another match and lit one more cigarette. It had been a long time since he'd spent this much time alone with Odell, and she was acting as though she didn't even want to breathe the same air as him. Besides, she always left as soon as she was done with whatever she had to do. Most likely, once this cigarette burned out, she'd come up with some excuse and return to her quarters. And in a few days, she would probably be stuck to Izia again, following him around. As he thought that, he glanced sideways at her. She was no less bold, glancing back at him and smiling slyly in the smoke-filled air. But because the look in her eyes toward him had not changed at all, his irritation and displeasure soon rose up and took hold of his mind again. What was he even expecting from a mere shoe shiner? Holding the cigarette in his hand, he no longer understood what his head was thinking. The only thing he knew was that his heart was swelling with an unbearable feeling of loathing. Unable to endure that feeling any longer, he turned to her and finally asked outright, "Why do you hate me?" in response to the sudden question. She kept that same false expression and answered him calmly. "Not at all. I like you very much, brother. Stop acting. Go back to being the shoe shiner you used to be." What do you mean, shoe shiner? If it had been someone else, they surely would have been fooled by her. Refusing to back down, he asked again with the exact same question. "Then why do you hate me?" "I already told you. I like you very much, brother. You like me?" Yes, very deeply. A blatant lie, yet somehow provocative all the same. And those words affected him more than a little. In fact, they drove him to the most impulsive and unexpected action possible, as though to answer her reply in kind. Even like this, when he suddenly leaned in, bringing his face close to hers, she remained still, frozen in place. In that instant, it almost looked as though he was about to kiss her, as if his real aim were to stir the animal instinct sleeping inside her. So the closer he moved, and the more those cold eyes fixed on her, the more her displeasure finally began to show. Her brows slowly drew together, filled with contempt. But instead of resisting or pushing him away, she gently wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pulled him even closer to her. Yes, I like it very much. Then, may I call you Cesare? The moment she whispered those soft words right in front of his lips, something inside him snapped awake at once. The next instant, he recoiled in alarm and shoved her away from him. It was clear that this provocation of hers was the perfect way to strike back at someone as twisted as him. What a pity. You've gone mad. Her eyes were so empty, it was unbearable. And yet she expected him to believe her? Furious at being played so cruelly, the anger inside him flared up immediately, and he spared no words as he insulted and humiliated her. You sold yourself to a nobleman exactly as you wanted, so you must be happy, right? But don't you find it laughable? What difference is there between being sold to a brothel and being sold to a noble? No matter how noble you pretend to be, your nature can't change, so wake up. And it would be best if you kept this from Izia. If that hypocrite finds out about your background, he won't spare you a second glance. But in response to that stream of cruel and insulting abuse, she only gave him a gentle, emotionless smile, proof that those words no longer affected her at all. Don't you find it laughable? What difference is there between being sold to a brothel and being sold to a noble? No matter how noble you act, your nature will never change. You'd better hide this from Izia, because if that hypocrite learns your background, he won't spare you a second glance. The moment she finished repeating his words, his eyes widened in shock. The girl he had just humiliated before his very eyes was only smiling, a colorless, empty smile. Could it be that her expression was proof that he meant absolutely nothing to her? Deeply wounded in his pride, he could only fall silent. Then his face darkened, and he turned away in anger. But that alone was not enough to calm him. Being near you always makes me feel disgusted. Throwing down the half-smoked cigarette near her feet, it was clear that the one who needed to leave first was him, not her, contrary to what he had thought before. But would this ill-fated bond between them burn out like that cigarette? Before long, Fornadier social season had arrived, an event that was held twice each year. The first season stretched from the warmth of spring into the blazing summer, roughly from April to June, when the weather was pleasant and ideal for festivities. The second began around December and lasted until February, in winter, and during that time Cesare would host a lavish party on his birthday, marking the beginning of the winter season. And after that, as usual, the seaside event would be held under the name of the Bonaparte family. But before the event began, a small problem arose. My apologies, master. I didn't realize it would become this serious. Calmly, Cesare listened to his subordinate continue. I never expected the situation to get this bad. Nay, nay, nay. Before he could finish speaking, the shrill cry of a horse suddenly cut him off. And the reason it was shrieking like that was because Odell was on its back, while the subordinate had to rush over and help rein in the horse's madness at once. My abilities can't make up for Milady's riding skills. It's normally a gentle horse, but the moment Milady rides it, it turns into this. He wasn't wrong, and it was terribly frustrating. But it was just so high. Looking down from the horse's back, a kind of fear she had never known before washed over her, and she had no idea how to handle the situation. She had come from Camorra. When would she ever have had the chance to ride a horse? Brother, could I ride with someone? Huh? What? Caught completely off guard by her sudden question, he could not hide his surprise and bewilderment. But what she truly meant was this. It's hard for me to travel on horseback, but I can't be absent during the social season either. So may I ask Iger? I see. If that's the case, then do as you wish. Thank you, brother. With a trace of disappointment and a flicker of relief mixed together, he quickly turned his head away and left. A little while later, with the bodyguard Geiger's help, she was finally able to ride the horse safely. Thank goodness. Since it wasn't summer, she wouldn't have to swim. You can't swim. It's not that I can't. I sometimes swim in the river, but the sea is a little frightening. The two of them rode the same horse together, chatting as they went. But when she said that, the bodyguard fell quiet in thought for a moment. There aren't any sharks in Adair. Aha, Geiger, I'm not a 10-year-old child who doesn't know that. It's just, the sea makes sounds. Though he didn't know what those beautiful ocean waves had once done to frighten her. Wasn't it true that the sea was beautiful? But then, while she was riding leisurely and admiring the ocean, a group of nobles suddenly came racing toward them from behind on horseback. And among them, Cesare was leading the race, dashing right past her. She was startled, not understanding what was happening at all. What is he doing? His grace is horse racing. And as the race continued, Cesare remained in the lead. With his confidence and strength, he quickly widened the gap between himself and everyone behind him. And of course, with such overwhelming force and such a clear distance between him and the others, the victory naturally belonged to him, without question. And the final winner was Duke Cesare. Wonderful. As the magnificent beachside horse race came to an end, everyone turned their eyes toward him, unable to hide their admiration and infatuation. Wow, Duke Cesare came in first again this year. He's amazing. I heard he's naturally athletic. Looks like it's true. Pant, pant, pant. Lord Cesare, your horse is cheating. If you think it's unfair, why don't you ride one too? They're expensive. Aha, is that so? Laughter rang out beneath the open sky. Handsome and radiant, he dazzled everyone around him, and all were captivated. But there was one person who did not feel that way at all. So he could joke and laugh normally with other people too. While she was thinking that, she suddenly met his golden eyes looking at her, making her jolt in surprise. But after only a brief glance, he quickly turned away again, leaving a large question mark in her mind. Huh, what was that? She had only looked because she found it strange. Every time he looked at her, his eyes were always sharp and severe. From behind her, Geiger seemed to sense that something was on her mind, and as the man assigned to look after her, he simply took it to mean that she wanted that too. My lady, would you like to race as well? What? It's not as though I lack confidence in my riding skills. Hearing her bodyguard say that, she didn't understand at first, but after a moment, she seemed to realize what he meant. Oh, he was trying to comfort her. All right then, but are you confident enough to race my brother and win? He paused slightly at her question. Still, he was a simple man, and after giving it some thought, he answered, it's not impossible. She was fairly surprised by that response. She hadn't expected him to actually say it. But the greater surprise came right afterward, as soon as he said those words to her. Very well, let's go. Suddenly, Geiger pulled the reins, making the horse rear up on its hind legs in a charging stance, and she was utterly startled. The sight was so shocking that her eyes widened round and her mouth fell open in astonishment. And with such a perfect starting posture already prepared, the two of them naturally took off racing along the beach. Because it was her first time experiencing such speed on horseback, she could not hide her surprise. But after a while, she began to feel the thrill of it, and a bright, satisfied smile spread across her face. Geiger, I'm betting on you in the next race. Make my brother lose face. Gladly. Following her wish, the bodyguard Geiger cheerfully accepted at once, though neither of them knew when that chance would come. We're almost there. This place is called Adea. After riding along the coast for some time, they finally reached their destination. Wow, this place is beautiful. Indeed, during the whole social season, my lady will be spending all her time here. As he explained what she needed to know while they continued onward, the two of them finally arrived at the largest estate there, a place called Stellan Resort. Overwhelmed by the luxurious and splendid sight before her, Odell slowly stepped inside. And waiting there to receive her, Cesare and Lucia, Izia, had already been standing there for some time. She arrived at just the right time. The moment Lucia, Izia saw her appear, she brightened and welcomed her warmly. Lady Lucia, Izia, may the goddess bless you. Thank you, and may the goddess bless you as well, Lady Andeklek. I've been waiting for you. There is a rather sundar walking path nearby, so I was thinking perhaps. No, I was already planning to take a walk with the other ladies. Oh, is that so? In that case, Lady Andeklek, would you like to join us? I have already received Duke Cesari's permission. While Lucia, Izia, spoke with enthusiasm, his gaze remained fixed entirely on Odell and Geiger. The two of them were riding the same horse, pressed far too close together, and for some reason that irritated him deeply, though he could not tell whether it was jealousy. All right then, Geiger can explain the details to you later. Yes, in that case, I will have your horses brought back, and then let us meet at Santa Lucia Square in 30 minutes. Once they had finished what needed to be said, the two of them went off in different directions, leaving Odell with an unbearable sense of pressure and tension. Oh no, does the social season begin the moment I arrive? This is going to be difficult. Very well, I shall explain everything while I fix your hair, my lady. To begin with, the social season officially starts today, and since you have now made your debut in high society, you'll have to constantly meet members of the upper circle. But the first thing to remember, and the most important thing, is that the Fornadier circle may be extremely wary of a young woman entering their circle so late. However, to join that group, anyone who wishes to enter must climb up and ring the bell in that bell tower. If they can accomplish that, then outsiders are permitted to step inside, because that is how their world is defined. Even Duke Cesari's mother, Lady Katerina, had to struggle to join them, simply because she came from Oceania. But Lady Katerina is of royal blood, is she not? That is true, but she was still an outsider seeking entrance. They will always have their own doubts, and they will wonder whether you truly carry Bonaparte blood. So you must show them who you truly are. Encouraged by her lady-in-waiting and armed with all the knowledge she needed, Odell had no choice but to steel herself and go through with it. Once the arrow had left the bow, there was no turning back. All right, I will do my best. Wow, this coast is so beautiful. It always feels magnificent whenever I gaze upon it. I do hope Lady Odell will come to love the wonders of this season as well. By the way, do you find horseback riding difficult? I noticed it when you were riding with your guard. Oh dear, is this not the easiest sort of place for riding? That must have been inconvenient for you. Yes, here it comes. Before long, the very first trial of joining the circle had arrived, and Odell calmly prepared herself to answer with composure. Oh, to my embarrassment, I do not find it easy to become one with a horse, but through this experience, I have come to understand just how difficult the struggles of riders truly are. That is why I spoke about it with my brother, and I believe we will soon have a proper public policy to address the matter. Aha, yes, I see. They had meant to put her down, but her response was so well-reasoned that the ladies trying to corner her were left speechless. So they were forced to steer the conversation in another direction. But yes, tell me, do you feel at ease around Lord Cesare? After all, the two of you were separated for such a long time. Yes, he is very considerate, so I've never felt uncomfortable around him. It seems the Bonaparte blood runs even deeper than we thought. As she spoke, she casually raised her hand, deliberately showing off the pearl ring he had once bought for her. Oh my, is that a ring from the shopping center at Bottega di Veso? Yes, that is right. One can keep up with all the latest trends there. Wait, did you perhaps buy the blue diamond 4 weeks ago? The blue diamond? I'm not quite sure, but I think you may have bought it for me. Though to be certain, I shall have to check my jewelry box first. Oh my, she does not even know which jewelry she owns. Wow, Lady Odell must have quite the collection, mustn't she? Not to that extent, just enough to adorn myself, that is all. With that light, effortless display, every girl who had wanted to scrutinize her was left speechless and could no longer find fault with her. But to break the tension, Izia spoke up first. Ladies, I appreciate your interest in Lady Odell, but please do give her a little room to breathe. Oh yes, forgive me. Aha, indeed, I was simply a little curious. Yes, so let us pause this conversation here and enjoy the view of the sea together for a while. Oh, of course. How exhausting. Breathing out in relief. She thought the worst of it was finally over. But things were not that simple, because there was still one more person here for her to face and deal with. Lady Odell, there's a lighthouse at the far end of the shore. It is a famous landmark of a door, and I would love to show it to you. So if you do not mind, would you like to come with me? Oh yes, of course. She agreed outwardly, though inwardly she did not want it all. Even so, in order to humor her, she had no choice but to accept. Everyone, we will be going to Lighthouse for a little while. Yes, I hope you two have a wonderful time. After saying goodbye to that difficult group of girls, the two of them climbed up the hill together toward the lighthouse as planned. You're quite impressive indeed, the way you answered and the things you said. You truly are Bonaparte. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that you see me that way. Everything had been perfectly fine, yet this young woman suddenly began acting strangely. So when she turned to look at her, Odell grew slightly uneasy. Lady Odell, we are friends, are we not? Just as you support my love, I wish to support you as well. She had no idea what Izia meant, but Odell stayed alert just in case. I hope you will have a wonderful time here. May the goddess bless you. As Izia said those strange words to Odell, a man appeared. But what came next was entirely unexpected, because the moment she finished speaking, she shoved Odell hard, catching her completely off guard. Ow, what in the world was that? What is wrong with her? The push sent her crashing painfully to the ground, and she could not understand why Izia had acted that way. But while she was still seething with irritation, that man approached. Seeing his shadow draw near, Odell instinctively turned to look at him. To her surprise, it was the very person she had been trying to reach, Izira Della Valor, Izia's elder brother. You are? Startled by his appearance, the two of them had an entirely unintended meeting. But could this be the beginning of new and interesting developments to come? You are. Caught in this sudden, fateful encounter, Odell could not hide her confusion. While he simply stood there, staring blankly at her. Yet almost immediately after, anger and irritation surged through him, all because of the shameless thing his sister had just done. He had witnessed the entire incident from the very beginning, but there was something else troubling him as well. What a pointless thing to do. After saying that, he lowered his gaze to her, still seated on the ground where his sister had pushed her. Sigh, all right then. Are you hurt anywhere? He bent down and held out a hand to help her up, and as she stared at the hand before her, her thoughts would not stop. I heard he is the gentlest man in all of high society, but perhaps that was a mistake. No, that is not important. What matters now is that eye contact no longer works. Ignoring the hand he offered, she got up on her own, but the shove from earlier had injured her ankle, making it difficult. Did you hurt your ankle? At his question, she was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, How rude. Do you really think you can get straight to business without even offering a greeting to a woman of the Bonaparte family? No, I was only trying to ask how you were first. Besides, Izia told me that. Oh, then you should wait for her to come, but that does not give you any reason to be rude to me. So what was I supposed to do? I could hardly ignore an injured person right in front of me. I do not care. Sigh, is that why you stayed here from the beginning? And do not tell me you and Izia arranged this meeting. Hell, what makes you think that? You are pretending not to know, are you? Duke Cesare brought you here because he does not wish to marry my sister. And to prevent that, you may have cooperated with him. Rumors are spreading that you and I are to become engaged, but I will not marry in that way. Faced with his vehement attitude, she fell silent and thought to herself. Think, he has guessed almost everything. If this keeps up, the plan will be exposed. And if that happens, the one who will go mad is Cesare. He'll never let this go. I need to find a way out of this quickly. After a brief silence, spent searching for a solution, the atmosphere between them sank into a deadlock. Yet only moments later, she found a way to deal with it. You are far too full of yourself. Do you think I want this political marriage? Let me make one thing clear. I came here only because I wanted to be with the family I had lost. And tell me, are you not overestimating your own importance a little too much? Do you really think you are so special that I would offer up my body just to marry you? No, that is not what excuse me, but I carry Bonaparte blood. Let me say it plainly, so you understand. No one can ever be suitable enough, persuasive enough, or important enough to marry me for political reasons. Do you understand? So keep your delusion to yourself, that I need you or that I am pushing for this marriage. Assaulted by her sharp words, his face suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. And unexpectedly, after she had finished speaking, he softened his voice and asked her one last question. Then does that mean you will not marry me? Yes, that is something I can say with certainty and conviction. Besides, you may choose to defy the sacred pact between our families, for we have both lived well under the honor of our ancestors. But that does not mean we should allow those unreasonable promises to affect future generations. Hearing her sharp logic, he seemed to run out of words. And yet it seemed he had been captivated by her integrity. I apologize. I simply assumed that you saw me as a candidate for a political marriage. I understand why you misunderstood, but please do not judge a woman based only on rumors. I'm sorry. That was entirely my mistake. I sincerely apologize once again. Very well, I accept your apology, but if you would, could I ask for a proper greeting from you? Seeing how sincere and earnest he was, she no longer wished to nitpick or make things difficult, and so she gave him the polite greeting he wanted. Yes, may the goddess bless you. I am Odell Bonaparte. Yes, and may the goddess bless you as well, my lady. Thank you for forgiving my rudeness. If you do not mind, may I help you return to the resort? Having reached a mutual understanding, the two of them quickly put the matter behind them and agreed to return together, though she still felt rather awkward about it. Lord Azira, I feel as though my weight may be too much for you. Not all. It is an honor for me. I will support you however I can. This city of Adon truly is a magnificent one. It has everything a person could ever desire. Tell me, have you ever heard this saying? If one morning I woke at the center of admiration, all my desires would awaken at once and surround me completely. No sooner had he finished than she replied with the next line exactly, leaving him so astonished that he immediately turned to look at her with entirely different eyes. You know Calvino? Italo Calvino, the Italian writer? Seeing the sudden excitement on his face, Odell was utterly surprised. She had never imagined that such a small exchange would astonish him this much. Wow, I have met many people who admire Dante or Francesco, but very few who truly appreciate Calvino. This is fascinating. Oh, so it seems you, too, have a love for literature. All those trips to the library have finally paid off. Lady Odell, do you have any plans for this social season? No, I do not. In that case, would you like to join a reading club? I host one. A reading club? Yes, I could come and escort you. While the two of them chatted cheerfully, with Azira even carrying Odell in his arms, the entire scene fell into Cesari's sight. And when he saw how warmly and intimately the two of them smiled together, he was seized by a strange surge of displeasure, jealousy, and resentment. Could it be that something in his heart had changed, causing this jealousy to flare up even more fiercely? It was still impossible to say, but one thing remained to be seen. What would he do later with his plan and with the jealousy burning inside him? That cunning fox. As Odell and Azira laughed and talked happily together, those bright expressions of theirs were caught completely in Cesari's gaze from afar. And it did not please him in the slightest. That cunning fox. Though it was unclear whom exactly he meant by those words, one thing was certain. This was definitely not a good idea. But just as he was suddenly starting to feel uneasy, a gust of wind swept past him, jolting him back to his senses. Standing alone in the middle of the forest, he slowly took out a cigar and began to smoke. Still, after everything that had happened, smoking had become his way of relieving stress and calming himself down. At this point, it had already become a habit, and he used it to soothe his unsettled mind. Perhaps this is for the best. Sometime later, the two of them finally left the forest, but their conversation was still unfinished. So, they simply kept talking without pause. But because they were so engrossed, they failed to notice that someone had been waiting for them all along. Oh, it seems the two of you have grown closer. Standing in front of the mansion gates, Cesare greeted them with a smirk that was both taunting and insincere. But from Odell and Azira's point of view, when they saw and faced that smile, both of them looked utterly shocked, mixed with irritation and confusion. Brother, why are you? Greetings, Lord Cesare. Please do not misunderstand. I was simply helping Lady Odell because she sprained her ankle at the lighthouse. Beginning with an explanation, Odell quickly added right after him. That's right, I stumbled earlier, so thank you, Lord Azira. Carrying my sister all the way back here must have been quite burdensome for you. Cutting her off before she could continue, Cesare succeeded in making Azira feel both confused and annoyed because his attitude did not seem concerned in the slightest. Forgive me, but let me say this once more. Your sister is injured, and that is all you have to say? Oh, is that so? But she looks perfectly fine to me. That is because I was there to help her. Oh wow, then congratulations. You've devoted yourself enough to earn the right to spend the night with her. When he provoked him with such an outrageous and sensitive remark, Azira's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment and shock. But that feeling quickly turned into irritation and anger. So he immediately snapped back at Cesare to vent his frustration. Hey, why do you always behave like this? Where are your morals and your self-respect? Why, right here, of course. No, you never stop insulting other people. You are shameless. Aha, it seems Lord Azira understand me very well. Could it be? Are you interested in me? The more Cesare talked, the more he provoked Azira, until Azira was trembling with anger in front of him. Ridiculous. What I mean is that I look down on you. Everyone else praises you, but from what I see, the exact opposite would be more accurate. Oh, then I can take that to mean people enjoy talking about topics related to me, can I? If so, I am honored. But you really should not be trying to win my sister's affection because of me. I need to take my sister home now. Unable to bear another word from this madman, Azira turned to Odell and offered her a sincere apology. I am sorry. We became so caught up in talking that I forgot your injury should have come first. It's all right. I'm very grateful that you brought me back. And besides, our conversation was very interesting. Is that so? Hearing you say that makes me look forward to continuing it. But this does not seem like a good place to keep talking. So I hope we can meet again next time. Yes, thank you for helping me. You are truly very considerate. Watching the two of them speak so warmly to each other made his eyes itch with annoyance. So he quickly cut in to interrupt their conversation. Well then, it seems this meeting must end here because I cannot stand here and watch you flirt with my sister for another second. Once back inside the mansion, Odell was immediately attended by a doctor to treat her injury. But while she sat there as the doctor examined her ankle, Cesare was puffing away on a cigarette, and the smoke made her cough a few times from her reaction to it. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing a few times, she quickly covered her mouth in surprise, because this time was unlike the others. She had accidentally revealed her dislike of his smoke. Unexpectedly, however, the sound of her coughing caught his attention, and he immediately stubbed out the cigarette he had not even finished smoking. That was something he had never done before. Well, is her injury serious, Dr. Yodo? No, Your Grace. The young lady only needs to take a little care of the injury. I will instruct Ipon on how to tend to it properly. Very well. You may leave. Yes, Your Grace. Once the doctor stepped out and closed the door, only the two of them remained in the room. With nothing left to hide, he immediately got to the heart of the matter. All right, explain. Yes. At first, there was really nothing to it. I was walking with Lady Lucia Izia. He remained silent as he listened to her recount everything, paying close attention to every single word without missing a detail. I believe Lord Azira has started showing interest in me. She ended with a conclusion that sounded utterly certain, yet he still said nothing. Only after he had spent enough time gazing at the sunset beyond the window and at his own reflection in the mirror did he finally respond to her story. Oh, interest, is it? It seems you did well. Yes, thank you, brother. Right after that thanks, silence once again settled between them. Perhaps that silence came from the unexpected success she had achieved. You said he invited you to his book club, didn't he? Yes, though he only mentioned it briefly while we were walking through the forest. But now I want to take you to the O'Hara Club instead. What do you think? I know you already received an invitation from Azira, but you may choose whichever you prefer. It's fine. Huh? What? Why is he letting me choose? Why, yes. In that case, I will do whatever you... Wait, hold on. If he is saying that, is he testing me? If that's the case, then in this situation, I should. I think it would be better if I accepted Lord Azira's invitation. Her answer was both exactly what he had expected and not what he had expected at all, which left him feeling slightly irritated, yet also curious as to why she had chosen that. Why do you want to go with him? Well, because isn't our goal for me to marry him? Since this opportunity is right in front of us, I do not think there is any reason for us, or for me, to refuse it. Her reasoning was so convincing, and it also reminded him of their original goal, that he had no choice but to calm down and accept it, though he was still very displeased. Very well, then go with him. Seeing his strange attitude, she had no idea whether she had done something wrong. Did I choose the right answer? Azira will come and pick you up tomorrow, so be ready. He is really coming here? Didn't you say you enjoyed your conversations with him? Seeing his attitude change so completely, she stayed silent. But once she understood what he meant, she replied, yes, that is true. Who knew what exactly he was thinking deep down when she said those words? Yet right after that, he suddenly burst into laughter. Aha! I can't believe that fool would lower his pride enough to walk beside a shoeshiner girl. Aha! But of course, the two of you suit each other. Never mind. That alone has been entertaining enough for one day. The next day, just as Cesare had said, Azira truly came to take her to the book club. Greetings, Lady Odell. Has your injury improved? Hello, Lord Azira. It has gotten a little better. Oh, he really did come to see me. I apologize for arriving without notice. I thought it would do you good to join the literary circle I mentioned. Oh, please do not apologize. I'm interested in it as well. Really? You like it? To tell the truth, this literary circle is only an excuse so that I can come see you, because I was truly worried about you. What is this sweetness? Has Azira officially stepped onto the path of love-struck devotion? To tell the truth, this literary circle is only an excuse so that I can come see you, because I was truly worried about you. Taken aback by his honesty and his excuse, Odell could not believe things could progress this easily. Wow, I really did not expect Lord Azira to be like this. But just look at his expression and his clothes. He even prepared everything so carefully. Ahem, my outfit may be a little overdone, but I thought it suited the occasion quite well. Don't you think so? Seeing him behave awkwardly like a little puppy, Odell could only let out a laugh at how adorable he was. And when he saw her laughing at him like that, he could only rub the back of his head in embarrassment and laugh along with her. After all, he knew perfectly well why she was laughing. But beyond that, seeing the person he liked laugh at him made him happy too. Aha, hee hee, my lady, you are making me blush. While the two of them were laughing happily together, someone else suddenly approached. My lady, I have been instructed to accompany you to this social event because, as you know, you need someone to help you walk. It turned out to be her familiar bodyguard, Geiger. But from Azira's point of view, this bodyguard was like a thorn in his side because, given his temperament, he tended to look down on people of lower status. And when it came to this bodyguard, Azira seemed to sense that he was somehow connected to Odell and Cesare, so he immediately turned away. Very well, I understand. That was from Azira's point of view, but now from bodyguard Geiger's point of view, he too seemed somewhat displeased with this man. Still, setting that aside for the moment, because now, Odell and Azira, along with the not especially necessary presence of bodyguard Geiger, were all riding horseback together along the seaside. Lady Odell, may I ask whether Duke Bonaparte treats you well? Yes, my brother's always been very kind. Kind? Yes. Sometimes he can be a little irritating, but he is very friendly and actually rather shy as well. Huh, shy? But why do you ask? Is it because my brother made you uncomfortable yesterday? No. I was merely a little worried, because you did not grow up with him after all. I see. But that is only because you do not understand him. For example, just yesterday when the doctor was treating my ankle in his room, he was very concerned about me. What? You were treated in his room? At Azira's reaction to what she had said, she could not understand why he was responding so strongly. Did I say something wrong? A woman being personally cared for in his bedroom. People could easily misunderstand. Suddenly recalling the suspicious attitude of his younger sister when she had said something similar, he seemed to realize something. I feel as though his sister made the same assumption. Thinking that, he turned and saw her awkward, silent expression. But even so, it was still impossible to know exactly what he was thinking. Even so, he had already made up his mind. Do not worry, I will not say anything. But if you need help, please let me know. After riding for some time, they finally arrived at the place they had arranged to meet. I have not attended any social gatherings since returning to Capello, so I feel a little out of place. Please do not worry. You will do well. The moment all three of them stepped into the center of the club, everyone turned to look at them. Because among all those people, her appearance, there was the last thing anyone had expected, especially since she had arrived beside Azira, when there had already been so many rumors about the two of them. Oh my, Lady Odell Bonaparte is here as well. Oh, is that the young lady we have been hearing so much about lately? But why is Lord Azira here escorting her? While the whole club buzzed over them, in one corner of the room, the orange-haired young Lady Ginevra was very surprised by Odell's appearance. Ah, Lady Odell. Oh, that person is Lord Azira. There's a young lady over there whom I know, so may I go greet her for a moment? Of course. Greetings, Lady Ginevra. May the goddess always be with you. Seeing Odell walk over to greet her, Ginevra's eyes lit up with delight. Greetings, Lady Odell. May the goddess always be with you as well. You still remember me? Of course I do. We became friends that day, did we not? Odell had come over to greet her first, and even acknowledged her as a friend. Ginevra was so overjoyed she nearly cried, her heart pounding again and again with happiness. Lady Ginevra, I must confess that I feel rather awkward, since this is my first time attending a club like this. So if you do not mind, would you join us and sit at our table? Truly? If that is the case, then of course, Lady Odell. Lord Azira, you do not mind, do you? Of course not. I will be very glad to have her join us. After forming their little party, they finally had a group with which to read and exchange ideas together. Has anyone here read the classics by the author Aeneas? Oh, of course, the author Aeneas. The gathering was lively, and everyone contributed their own opinions, but she alone still did not dare join in. At first, I did not expect much from them, but now that they're discussing things in this much detail, the bits of knowledge I merely picked up from reading books in the library feel far too meager for someone like a shoeshiner girl. But then again, it is only natural that they can understand things so deeply and so broadly. They are academy professors, poets, and scholars, the finest minds in the empire. So of course it makes sense. And precisely because of that, if I say something wrong here, I will surely be met with looks of contempt and scorn. I don't even want to think about something so awful. Lady Odell, may I ask who your favorite authors are? Because from what I heard at your debut, it seemed you were interested in the authors Durrani and Boccaccio. Is that right? After staying silent and avoiding the conversation until now, once she was addressed directly, she could no longer evade it, so she gathered all her knowledge and confidence and answered the question. Yes, that's right. But besides them, I also like Petrarch. Still, it would be an oversight if I failed to mention the works of Santine, because they truly are masterpieces for the ages. I also like Cavino, just like Lord Azira. Hearing himself mentioned, Azira was overjoyed. Yes, I'm delighted to learn that we share the same tastes, Lady Odell. Author Cavino is indeed one of my favorites as well. One of his works is about a man who climbs a tree. While Azira went on enthusiastically about his favorite author, Odell was finally able to fall silent and think more about this man. He knew he was overwhelming people and drawing everyone's attention. But was he doing it deliberately to attract notice, or was he simply being kind? Yes, in my view, that is truly a very fresh perspective, Lord Azira. And I think I agree, but if you look at it from another angle, we can also see it this way. Thanks to Azira's support and the way he spoke up for her, she was soon able to join in everyone's discussion. Not only that, she was able to speak freely and express her thoughts with remarkable ease. And that gave her a different impression of the intellectuals in this upper-class society. Wow, this is actually fun. I thought they would only talk about literature here, but I never imagined they could be this friendly and gracious. Back in Gimor, I could never even have imagined a scene like this. In my mind, nobles were arrogant people, yet all of them are speaking with respect and kindness. It seems I worried too much, but that was only what she thought, because the real ordeal was still to come. What a farce. That place always seems to cause trouble. I mean the Gimor slums. That place is overflowing with social vices and countless dangerous criminals. Gimor? It truly is an unsafe place. So much so that even the commoners there hide themselves away just to stay alive. What about you, Lady Odell? Has Duke Bonaparte made any plans to destroy that area yet? This was bad. The moment this woman brought up the place Odell came from, she froze. But the vile, contemptuous remarks did not stop there. In fact, they only got worse. It's absurd that such a criminal district exists in a luxurious, splendid city like Fernati, a place visited by so many tourists. That's right, I agree with you. If Gimor disappeared, it would be wonderful if we could build a large garden there instead. In my opinion, welfare policies should also be revised. Rather than supporting them through taxes collected from the nobility, they should work and pay taxes just like we do. Abu Zegli, perhaps we ought to teach them how to work harder. Honestly, if someone had any intelligence at all, they could escape Gimor, couldn't they? What do you think? Do you agree, Lady Odell? Every word stabbed into her heart like 1,000 knives, leaving her paralyzed and pale, because she herself was that person, the one who had used her own mind to escape the Gimor slums. It's absurd that such a criminal district exists in a luxurious, splendid city like Fernati, a place visited by so many tourists. That's right, I agree with you. If Gimor disappeared, it would be wonderful if we could build a large garden there instead. In my opinion, welfare policies should also be revised. Rather than supporting them through taxes collected from the nobility, they should work and pay taxes just like we do. Abu Zegli, perhaps we ought to teach them how to work harder. Honestly, if someone had any intelligence at all, they could escape Gimor, couldn't they? What do you think? Do you agree, Lady Odell? Driven into a corner, Odell now saw that the people she had thought kind just moments ago seemed to have revealed the true nature she had always believed nobles possessed. They say that place is for criminals, poverty, and ignorance. Is that really all it is in their eyes? In reality, it would be difficult to clean up such an area, but if we just leave it as it is, foreigners will hardly have a good impression. That's right. To solve that problem, wouldn't exporting the people of Gimor abroad as slaves be a good option? Laughter and inhumanly cruel remarks echoed through the room, reflecting all too truthfully the nature of the people standing at the top of this capitalist society. Even so, Odell chose to stay silent and avoid the matter. But she was not granted that wish because the noblewoman who had spoken so contemptuously about Gimor noticed her. It seems Lady Odell is not especially concerned about 480 circumstances, is she? No, it's just. I was only wondering whether Milady would dare say the same thing out on the street. With that single remark, the atmosphere between them changed immediately, and the woman's expression stiffened for a moment. Oh, what are you saying? Surely a member of the Bonaparte family like you is familiar with Omerta, the ties among nobles, and the rules of silence. I do not know what Milady means by that, but this has nothing to do with Omerta. I was merely wondering whether what you said earlier is truly fitting for a republic like Santerra, a nation founded on principles of equality, yet one that would export its own citizens as slaves. What are you saying? Are you implying the people there are innocent, respectable citizens? You should remember that place is full of delinquents and danger. I'm not speaking of those who have broken a law. And in Gimor, not everyone has broken a law. Some of the people there would rather escape, if anything. Those people have done their utmost in their own way. And yet, for one reason or another, they still have not been able to. They try to leave and flee Gimor, only to be caught again. They are forced into circumstances where they can do nothing else, circumstances for which they cannot simply blame themselves. And gradually, it becomes a problem that society as a whole must solve together. Hearing her words, the elders here, these learned and distinguished people, all fell silent. But Lady Odell, don't you realize that everything comes down to the position of the one in charge? The people there do not even try to save themselves. Take Viscount Sigilly over there, for example. He built a great trading company, starting with only 50,000 gold from his family. Or look at Lady Adri over there. She devoted her time and effort to inventing a groundbreaking medicine that saved many from death. So you could say that even these noble aristocrats are always striving to improve themselves and society. But what about the people there? If they put in even 1% of that effort, Gimor would have disappeared long ago. Listening to every word the woman said, Odell remained calm, then responded with the understanding born of her own perspective. How can you compare them like that? The people there do not even have 50,000 gold from military funds. In fact, many of them do not even have enough money to buy a single meal for the day. Nor do they have the support of their families. Or rather, they have no home to live in, no food to eat, and worse still, some do not even have clothes to wear. Lady Odell, that's just. The people of Gimor work all day and can only afford a temporary place to sleep. That is why it is wrong to belittle the efforts of others based only on your limited point of view, milady. Her argument was serious and precise, sharp, and full of reason and compassion. The noblewoman was shaken and stunned by Odell's words, because she had never before encountered a noble who thought this way. Yet instead of yielding to Odell's analysis, She only grew more resentful and refused to accept such a way of thinking. Frankly, such problems are beyond our concern. But if they have anything to resent or dislike, they should blame themselves for not being born into better families. She could not have been more outrageous. She spoke as though where they were born were somehow their own fault. And the moment Odell heard those words with her own ears, rage surged inside her so strongly, she nearly lost control and exploded. More than anyone, she had never wanted to be born in that place, and neither had the people there. Yet these people spoke as though that alone were a sin. But just as her anger was reaching its peak, someone reached out a hand and eased both her fury and the suffocating tension in the air. Well, it seems we ought to stop discussing this topic now, because suddenly, I feel I need to have a private conversation with Lady Odell. Thanks to his status, Izira quickly rescued her and brought the argument to a peaceful close. He led her to a quieter place where she could calm down, then gently handed her a glass of water to cool her temper. Here, have some water. Thank you. Taking the glass from Izira, the two of them stood silently beneath the moonlight, allowing her tension and irritation from the argument to ease. Tell me, why did you help me? Because you looked like you needed my help then. Oh, was it really that obvious? Still, I finally had a chance to erase my past and live a better new life. And yet the memories of that place still haunt me. Lord Izira, do you agree with her view? Listening to her question, he was silent for a while. I'm sorry, you may be disappointed, but in truth, I do think somewhat like they do. That place really is not a good one, so it is difficult to force the nobility to think otherwise. Hearing his honest answer, she finally calmed down and understood, because it really is hard to make someone change the way they think. Lady Odell, you look as though you are about to cry. In an unguarded moment, her feelings showed plainly on her face, and at that very instant, Izira reached out and touched her cheek, creating a scene both deeply emotional and unexpectedly romantic. Lady Odell, you look as though you are about to cry. As he gently touched her beautiful face, an indescribable pain flickered in Izira's eyes. But why did he look at her that way? Could it be that he truly felt heartache at seeing the woman he loved so sad? Seeing that look in his eyes, Odell was deeply startled. Could it be that he had really come to care for her? My lady, just as the moment was on the verge of reaching its height, the bodyguard Geiger appeared like a god and interrupted them. It is time for us to return. But why did Geiger's eyes look so displeased? Could this bodyguard actually be jealous? Back inside the reading club, the noble woman who had argued with Odell earlier was now making a great fuss. Even the sea goddess sometimes turns a blind eye, but you all heard it, didn't you? Basically, Lady Odell called me a violent thug unworthy of proper standing. But wasn't it merely the sort of joke nobles often exchange among themselves? Yet now that woman with no sense of humor is criticizing me. But Lady Odell was not entirely wrong. In some ways, what she said was true, while in the end, it is the kind of subject people are bound to disagree on. That's right. Besides, she is a member of the Bonaparte family, so perhaps she knows more than we do about governing people. Even so, she does have a certain quality, don't you think? Suddenly, while they were gossiping, one noblewoman made a remark that left everyone around her unsure what she meant. Oh, what do you mean by that? Let me paint a picture for you all to imagine. Suppose a few gentlemen decided to duel for my honor, nothing more and nothing less. What would you all think of that? Events, Signor Bruno. Oh, a duel? I mean, you could call the man who did that a gentleman, couldn't you? Exactly. In our society, we once had that tradition. Gentlemen would duel for a lady's honor. But as you know, that sort of thing is no longer favored because nowadays it disrupts a woman's social life. And instead, these days one can only read about it in books. If I think of it that way, I suppose I too would have trouble speaking to Lady Odell. But what would happen if she were asked such a question? Oh, that is an interesting question. But in that case, perhaps she would simply walk away. I hope that gentleman would win, or else it would be something like this. The fabrications about Odell became more and more excessive, reaching their peak when she uttered the following words, causing everyone to cast sinister looks. Even if she may have grown up in the provinces, how could anyone be that naive? There must surely be something wrong with her bloodline. The moment those words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned dangerous. But it did not stop there, because the woman who had given Odell such a hard time went on to make several more shocking remarks. Indeed, the problem may lie in her bloodline, but the experiences that shaped her are equally troubling, are they not? And calling Lady Odell a passionate noblewoman would not be correct either, because that would only make her seem even more suspicious. So if anyone were to ask me, I would say outright that she's a young lady of unclear origins. What is this? She really had the nerve to badmouth the Bonaparte family. Well then, let's see whether she truly deserves to be one of the children of House Bonaparte. The place will be the upcoming gathering at the Denable Salon. While that book club was making plans to expose her, over here was the Licentiate Club, where Fernati nobles came to look for partners for the night. Duke Cesare, long time no see. Indeed, I'd almost forgotten what your grace looked like. But why have you come here tonight instead of the O'Hara Club? He ignored the babbling men pestering him with questions, yet deep down, he was asking himself the very same thing. Why indeed? I think Lord Desire Zaira has taken an interest in me. Oh, an interest? Remembering yesterday, when the sunset had bathed the room in crimson light, he had felt both disdainful and strangely surprised to hear that. Earlier, you said Zaira invited you to his book club, didn't you? Yes, but he only mentioned it casually. All right, but instead, I was thinking of taking you to the O'Hara Club. What do you think? Even if Zaira invited you to his club, you can choose whichever you want. If so, then it would be better to go where Lord Zaira invited me, since our goal is for me to marry Lord Zaira. Thinking back on what she had said, a strangely hollow feeling rose inside him. Think positively. This is good news, nothing more. He kept telling himself it had nothing to do with him, that it was even to his benefit, but he still couldn't stop thinking about it. I don't like the idea that some idiot who knows nothing about men has already managed to conquer half of him. She's probably off somewhere right now, happily chattering on about Durrani. That damn book club, holding a glass that no longer had any wine left in it. He kept swirling the melting ice over and over, and even after it had turned to water, he still couldn't calm down. You ask why I came here? Because I'm hungry. That's why. To be honest, I was shocked. You haven't touched a woman in months. That's right. About 3 months now, isn't it? All because I was forced to abstain because of that damn shoe shiner. Well, by now she's probably clinging to the heir of House Delavalor. Shouldn't I enjoy myself a little too? He downed the rest of his drink in one gulp and slammed the glass onto the table irritably. Oh, aren't you drinking alone? It's been a while since I last saw you. How have you been lately? While he was drinking alone to ease his tension, a woman suddenly approached and spoke to him. Her name was Charlotte Iviea, the beloved youngest daughter of Duke Ivor from the Priory of the Southern Islands. And yet, in response to her question, he merely turned his head slightly to look at her and said nothing. Oh my, what is this? Are you really drunk? She leaned in closer to get a better look, and with his face flushed that red, he was clearly completely drunk. Duke, you really need a rest. Acting as though it were the most natural thing in the world. She moved closer and planted a passionate kiss on his cheek. But strangely enough, he felt no pleasure from it at all. If anything, he wanted to avoid her. Wasn't this the reason I came here in the first place? If I can satisfy some part of this craving now, maybe I'll stop reacting to that damn shoe shiner. Maybe I should think more clearly. All right, let's go. Having found a partner, the two of them quickly shed their clothes and got down to business. Cesare, to be honest, you're the best at this. As she spoke, she wrapped herself around him and pressed her body against his. After that came the inevitable foreplay and kisses. But why was he not responding to this woman at all? Wasn't this what he was best at? It was the first time she had seen him so unresponsive, and she too was puzzled by his behavior. Why are you so cold tonight? Is it because you're still drunk? Though he showed no reaction, her own arousal had already risen too high, so it no longer mattered. Fine, that's not a problem either. She shoved him down onto the bed and left him sprawled flat on his back, her expression now revealing the true face of a lustful yet thoroughly professional predator. Tonight, I'll be the one devouring you, so you'd better prepare yourself, Duke Cesare. Slowly crawling toward him like a beast, she was clearly eager to get her hands on him. But as for him, in his drunken haze, his eyes merely drifted downward over his own body, because below him now, a lustful woman was aggressively making her way toward him. And yet, although she was dressed in an extremely seductive way, he couldn't make out her face at all. Instead, what appeared before his eyes was Odell. That damned shoe shiner, wearing a tempting expression as she gazed at him intently. As she crawled over him, the woman was delighted to see that his body had finally responded. Aha, wonderful. At last, he's reacting. Let's begin now. Saying that, she slithered over him like a snake. At that moment, the only words that could describe her feelings were desire and lust, or rather, overwhelming pleasure. So much so that nothing could stop her from having him now. Straddling the hardest part of him, she slowly lowered herself and began moving with practiced expertise. But from his drunken perspective, everything had already been warped into a haze. Odell, that's right, in that intoxicating, lust-filled fog. The person he saw was no one else but his fake younger sister, the detestable shoe shiner who was always lingering in his thoughts without his realizing it. And in that feverish dream, her every movement became bolder, to the point that any man who saw such a lure would have fallen to it. What is this? As her hands wandered over his body, he faltered for just a brief moment. But when he saw that gaze brimming with seduction and allure, all of his reason vanished. In its place came the thrill of lust, pride, and the joy of victory. See, Odell, I knew that one day you'd become like this. But honestly, even you. Oh, did you just smile? Why do you look so cute tonight? While he was drowning in his hallucination, the woman here merely thought he was finally responding to her seduction. Cesare, you really are drunk. Gently touching the face, so beautiful it looked like a work of art, she brushed against his lips and caressed them as though admiring a trophy. But in his eyes, the one doing this to him was not her, but Odell, smiling beautifully at him in clothing that challenged his masculinity beyond endurance. The climax came when she lightly touched his lips and parted them. And from that point on, nothing could restrain his emotions anymore, because her whole body was now lying completely atop his, slowly lowering herself to give him a deep, burning kiss. Her face before his eyes looked exactly like the masterpiece that haunted his mind again and again. Cesare, I like you so much. May I call you Cesare? But just as the moment was nearing its peak, the memory of that day in the forest suddenly came rushing back in his mind, snapping him out of the illusion. The hazy image of Odell leaning down to kiss him instantly changed into that pink-haired woman about to touch her lips to his. making his eyes fly open in shock. Had something truly gone wrong with his mind? But forget his mind for the moment. Right after that, he abruptly sat up and shoved the pink-haired woman aside, leaving her shrieking in surprise. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly acting like this? While the pink-haired woman kept noisily protesting, he simply sat there in silence, one hand covering his face as he thought. Had he finally realized that something was wrong with him too? I must have gone mad. After laughing to himself like a lunatic, he stood up and walked out, leaving the pink-haired woman staring in utter disbelief. I'm leaving. What? Hey, what are you talking about? Hey, you're really just leaving me and walking out? Are you insane? Hey, Cesare. Ignoring her shrill cries, he simply walked out without looking back once, because at that moment, it felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. He truly could no longer understand himself. Sometime later, dragging his exhausted body back to the mansion, he happened to run into the butler coming from the opposite direction. Oh, Your Grace, I didn't expect you to return tonight. Wait a moment, your clothes. And I can smell the alcohol all the way from here. Good heavens, I'll have someone prepare a bath for you. In the meantime, I'll bring you a cup of espresso, and you can sit in the garden and enjoy some fresh air. With that, the butler hurried off in a fluster, leaving him alone with the emptiness inside his mind and with the loneliness of standing in the middle of such a vast mansion. Am I an idiot, brother? At the very moment he was lost in thought, her voice rang out, jolting him from his tangled mind. Expressionless, he turned to look at her almost instinctively, and the shocked look on his face made her pause. But it was not only his expression that surprised her. She was also startled by his gaudy clothes and the traces of a woman's lipstick on his chest. This. It's not what it looks like. I know it isn't. I said it's not like that. Of course. At least pretend to believe me. It's all right, brother. Even if my guess is right, your private life isn't something I should interfere in. Forget it. Brother, you seem uncomfortable, so I'll give you some space. Even after hearing her say that, he still did not answer, because what caught his attention now was the fact that she was dressed and ready to go out. It's fine. Let's sit there for a while. The butler will be here soon. We'll ask him to escort you. Yes. Following his words, the two of them went to sit elsewhere and talk while waiting for the butler to arrive. Why did you go out when your leg still isn't fully healed? And with a face like that too. Why does he always read my expression so easily? Or maybe I still can't control my emotions. The impression that place had left on her would not fade. It kept replaying in her mind, making her deeply uncomfortable. Is it because of Azira? No, Lord Azira really helped me a great deal. Then how exactly did he help you? Start from the beginning. Ordered by him to explain what had happened there, she fell quiet for a moment before finally beginning to tell him everything. They brought up Gimor, talking about the recent unrest there. It's absurd that such a criminal district exists in a glamorous city like Fernati, one that receives so many tourists. Exactly. I agree with your opinion, madam. If Gimor disappeared, it would be wonderful if we could build a vast garden in its place. In my view, we should also reform those welfare policies. Instead of supporting them with taxes collected from nobles, they should work and pay taxes just as we do. That's right. Perhaps we should teach them how to work harder. Exporting the people of Gimor as slaves might not be such a bad idea. After hearing that, I acted rashly, and in the end, I said this. The people of Gimor work all day long and can only afford to rent tiny attic rooms to sleep in. It is wrong to belittle the labor of others based on your own limited perspective, madam. After that argument ended, she was left completely speechless by my reasoning. But now, when I think back on it, I feel a little sad and uncomfortable because that place was once where I lived. And as he sat beside her and listened to the whole story, he too fell quiet after learning everything that had happened. That's all. Yes. As soon as her words ended, silence fell between them. But after sitting in silence and thinking for a while, he turned to her and said something surprisingly important. Can't you let go? Why are you so fixated on a past that was never good to begin with? Besides, aren't you now a member of the Bonaparte family? After he reminded her of who she was now, the air between them turned completely still. The reason was that she was somewhat startled by his unexpected reaction. I don't think he's criticizing me, but could this be his way of trying to understand me and comfort me? Maybe the wine is the reason he seems different from usual. Should I tell him to drink more often? After asking herself several questions in her head, she finally turned to face him directly. My lord, since we're speaking of this, please allow me to say something. Do you know what my second favorite thing after becoming a member of House Bonaparte is? It's underwear. Underwear that fits me properly, that sits right on my body and doesn't have a single hole in it. Some of it even has lace. I had never worn such things before. I know this may not be something I should say, and this was the first time she had ever shared this with him. But she spoke honestly, without hiding how she felt. Because whenever I look in the mirror and see my reflection, I still see the person I used to be in that dark past. When I was poor, the parts no one could see were the first things I neglected, but I can never forget them. Even if it's only underwear, I still remember how torn, stretched out, and worn it was. Every morning, when iPon helps me change, I think of what I used to look like. Even when I'm wearing a dress worth 3,000 gold coins. Or when I talk about the things I gathered from those old books there, even a simple Joe from a noblewoman can send me right back to Gimor. So for all those reasons, how could I ever become the perfect daughter of House Bonaparte? And while I was thinking about that, I suddenly realized that your plan may be far harder to achieve than I first expected. After she finished speaking, he glanced at her expression and attitude, then let out a long, weary sigh. No, I think I'd better have Geiger tell me exactly what happened. Yes, please do as you wish, my lord. But didn't you say that that man, Izira Della Valor, helped you a great deal? Lord Izira. At the mention of his name, the image of him lightly touching her face flashed through her mind. But knowing Cesari's temperament all too well, she chose to keep that to herself. I don't need to tell him all of that. Yes, he helped me a lot. All right, but don't give too much of your heart to him. Hearing such unprecedented advice from him, she turned her sorrowful eyes toward him and answered, "A person who is about to drown has no ability to weigh such things. Just like the first time I took your hand when I accepted that fateful proposal." The next morning, as the sunlight poured over the vast mansion, Odell went out with Geiger to receive her first guest. "May the goddess's peace be with you. I'm sorry for summoning you so suddenly. I should have arranged it with you in advance. May the goddess's peace be with you as well. It's all right. I was happy to be invited by Lady Odell. Actually, I agreed to come because I wanted to see for myself whether what they said was true when they claimed she didn't look like a noblewoman. But perhaps high nobles like them simply expect everyone else to fit their schedules. Come tomorrow at 11 in the morning. That's all they need to say. But even if she grew up in the countryside, she still couldn't have lived like a commoner. So why doesn't she know those things? Please come this way. Lady Ginevra." "Yes, my lady." As she was led into another room, the orange-haired young lady was stunned in amazement at the magnificent drawing room of House Bonaparte. So much so that she forgot all the thoughts she had just been having. Wow, is this the reception room for honored guests? This place is even grander than the Della Valor residence. I can assure you we won't be disturbed today, so please stay as long as you like. Yes, thank you, my lady. Have you eaten yet? If not, would you like to join me? Yes, I'd love to. Clink. Butler, please serve our meal. As soon as the bell rang, food carts were wheeled in one after another. And of course, every dish looked exquisite, luxurious, and delicious. "Forgive me, my lady, but would the young lady like something to drink? Some orange juice, please." "Yes, my lady." "Lady Odell, why do I feel like I'm some kind of guest of honor here? Please make yourself at home and come back whenever you like." As you can see, the chef at the Bonaparte mansion is very talented. "Huh? What? My lady is treating me to food prepared by the Bonaparte chef himself? Well, we're friends, aren't we? We're friends. We're friends. We're friends. We're friends." Under Odell's spell, Ginevra felt as if she had drifted into paradise, overflowing with happiness. "Why, yes, of course. We're definitely friends." Nodding rapidly like an adorable little puppy, she then suddenly noticed Odell's injured ankle wrapped in bandages, and her expression changed at once with concern. "Lady Odell, your ankle. Was it Lady Lucia Izia who did that?" "Oh dear, that's terrible." Sensing that the girl was sincerely worried about her, Odell still did not want to go into detail, since it was a private matter. "I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I was just curious whether she was the one who did it." "Lady Ginevra, aren't you her friend?" "To be honest, I thought so too. But then someone woke me up and told me I was a canary, not a cuckoo like people said." So this young lady had turned to Odell's side ever since that day, because out of all the people who mocked her, only Odell had stood up to defend her. So after hearing her reason, Odell smiled warmly to herself. "But Lady Lucia Izia seems very eager to match me with her brother." "No way. That definitely isn't what she wants, I can assure you. Her real goal is only this. She wants to exchange escorts with you during this social season. But if that's all, why would she deliberately hurt someone? It was just a warning. She wanted you to know that she truly could harm you if you ruined her plan." "Lady Odell, I know it must be hard to believe she would go that far, but her obsession is far stronger than you can imagine. And it's been going on for a very long time. 10 years ago, when Lucia Izia was 8 years old. It all began when little Lucia Izia, still so innocent and tiny, first started harboring feelings for him. There's Lord Cesare. The two of them met when they were very young, around that time, when Lucia Izia visited Cesari's house and accidentally fell into the snare of love from that very moment. There's Lord Cesare. When she saw him standing alone on the nearby bridge, young Lucia Izia hurried over to him, plucked a flower on the way, and said something important. Can you guess what the first thing Lady Lucia Izia said to him was? It was, "Lord Cesare, please marry me." She proposed a betrothal. A betrothal proposal? Yes, the very first time they met, that's what she said. But in contrast to the pure feelings of a little girl, he answered her with lifeless eyes and a cold heart. "I have no need for anyone who is of no use to Bonaparte." After that harsh rejection, Lady Lucia Izia suffered such a terrible shock that her whole worldview gradually began to change. "Oh dear, I really can't get used to this noble logic." But that was only where the story began. From that day on, Lady Lucia Izia began studying everything there was to know about a territory called Sorek. It was as if she had foreseen that one day the Stalin Enterprise would expand a branch all the way to Sorek. And throughout that research, Lady Lucia Izia never stopped learning. As time passed, all that effort brought her remarkable results. She became the foremost authority in that field. Other scholars admitted that no one knew more about the culture and art of Sorek than she did. Even the Duke sometimes sought her expert opinion for the sake of the Stalin Enterprise. That is why he cannot completely reject Lady Lucia Izia, troublesome as she is. Isn't all of this a little frightening? Yes, it really is. She tried that hard and worked that much, all just to make him depend on her. No, based on this story, I feel like my plan to turn an enemy into an ally was a mistake from the very beginning. Oh right, there's something else you should be wary of besides Lady Lucia, Izia. You'll soon receive an invitation from the Jinnable Salon. Do you remember Lady Ravenna, the woman who argued with you at the Literary Society? She seems to bear you ill will. From what I heard, she has been plotting something to humiliate you in public. Specifically, it will be at one of the gatherings founded by Duchess Pamina Jinnable, the predecessor of the Jinnable family. Hearing that someone was plotting against her, Odell rested her chin on her hand and began thinking seriously about how to respond. Lady Ginevra, could you tell me more about Duchess Jinnable? For example, what she likes, what her tastes are, anything like that. Of course, that's my specialty. Duchess Pamina Jinnable is especially fond of gambling. More than anything, she loves hearing about an interesting wager. She even runs a casino herself. Do you know any more details? At that same moment, in the very casino they were speaking of, that young woman had arrived there to prepare for something. Oh my, what an honor it is to see you here today, Lady Lucia Izia Della Valor. Your appearance here is quite strange indeed. After all, you're such a learned woman, so why come to a place like this? But why you look so gloomy? Is there something you wish to ask me? The predecessor of the family and Duchess Pamina Jinnable. To understand why Lucia Izia had come here today, we must go back to last night, when her guard reported a most significant piece of news. What? Duke Bonaparte and Lady Charlotte Iviea, when she heard that the man she loved had gone with another woman. Her face turned ashen and her whole body trembled. You should go and rest, my Duke. Every seductive, intimate gesture that woman had used on him had been clearly witnessed by her guard and reported without missing a single detail. Yes, that is correct. However, there was something very strange. He left the pleasure room shortly after entering it with Lady Charlotte Iviea. What? What did you say? Then where did he go afterward? My lady. He returned straight to the Mansion District. What? The Mansion District? He rejected Lady Charlotte and went back to the Mansion District? But why? Don't tell me. But how could that be? No, it can't be. Did he return to that mansion only because? Odell, was she waiting for him there? But does he truly have feelings for that girl? Drowning in dark, inescapable thoughts, she twisted with terrifying madness inside. And in the midst of that jealous rage, she came up with a plan. A niece. Yes, my lady. Bring me paper and a pen. I need to send a letter to Duchess Jinnable. Back in the present, the two of them got straight to the point. Lady Ravenna has already spoken to me about this. She wants to make sure Lady Odell is invited to this year's Jinnable Salon. But clearly, you have some business with that young woman, don't you? So now tell me, what do you want to happen? Do you want her to be humiliated? I do not have enough power to do that myself. Let me see. So, you mean you wanted to lend a hand? I do enjoy teaching beautiful young ladies a lesson, but I can't simply help you without a reason. Understanding immediately, Lucia Izia took out something to offer in exchange. Please rest assured, I could not come here empty-handed. So I brought a gift that I am certain will satisfy you. You see, I know a few master craftsmen from Sorek who are living in seclusion in Santine, and I will introduce them to you. What? Potters from Sorek? Getting close to them is practically impossible. No matter how much money is offered, it cannot be done, because House Bonaparte has exclusive rights to their works. At first I intended to ignore her, but if this is what she is offering, are you certain this is not an empty promise? I swear it in the name of the goddess of the sea above. Very well, I accept your proposal, Lady Lucia Izia Della Valor. Smack! The loud slap echoed through the mansion grounds, and even the birds perched on the bell tower flew off at the shock. And the reason for that sound was that Lady Charlotte Iviea had just dealt Cesare a resounding slap. Lord Cesare, what exactly were you doing a few days ago? The moment she slapped him and demanded an answer, everyone seated in the estate fixed their eyes on the three of them without blinking. What on earth just happened? Did Lady Charlotte really just slap Lord Cesare across the face? Things have been quiet for a while, but I suppose something is about to begin again. You ran away right before we got to the important part, and now you casually show up at the church where I'm receiving instruction. While she was furiously scolding Cesare, Odell seemed to understand what had happened. And when she connected it to the trace of lipstick she had seen on him that day, nothing could have been clearer. So she was the one who was with Lord Cesare that day. As Odell thought silently to herself, Cesare noticed her expression, and not wanting her to think things had gone too far, he calmly responded to Lady Charlotte's slap like this. At least say it properly. I simply didn't like your dry, coarse hair. As he spoke, he raised a hand to her bright pink hair, then leaned in close and said with a mocking expression, "Is that somehow my fault?" Humiliated by him, and in front of everyone, no less, Lady Charlotte's face turned purple with both shame and rage. She hated him so much she could barely even yell enough to vent her fury. If you intend to act like a low-born brute, then at least have some integrity. Do you think you're the only special one? Do you think you're the only one with money? Hey, if you want to argue over details, let's do it later and in private. Why? You said you did nothing wrong, didn't you? Then what is there that can't be said here? What is all this commotion? We are in the middle of service. Please be quiet. While the two of them were arguing, Izira suddenly appeared from somewhere and sternly interrupted them. But he stopped halfway through his sentence almost at once, because standing right in front of him was her, Odell, the woman he loved. Lady Odell. Ah, Lord Azira. Very well. I will offer a proper apology for this. Then what is it that you want now? You will play this game with me right now. Even though Odell and Azira had only just run into each other and had not even had the chance to exchange a word, they were dragged into Cesare and Charlotte Iviea's quarrel. And the way they chose to settle that dispute was by playing cards together. All right, then I'll deal the cards now. With that, the dealers swiftly handed out cards to each of them. But even as they received their hands and the game began, they did not stop sniping at one another. You look quite well, Lord Cesare. Oh, thank you. I suppose that is the price one pays for becoming a successful man. Is that so? Then allow me to slap the other cheek as well. Unfortunately, I cannot permit that because I have no desire to be slapped for something I did not do. Enough. Aren't you ashamed of behaving like this in front of Lady Odell? Why are you getting so worked up? Do not forget that Lady Charlotte was the one who started this. Are your ears just for decoration, Lord Azira? Much like the Lord's conscience. No, more like your lower half. Oh, then why are you clearing your throat? Everyone knows Lord Azira is still a virgin. While the three of them kept bickering and throwing barbs back and forth without end, Odell remained silent, inwardly wondering why she had been dragged into all this. Cards? How did it suddenly come to this? And more importantly, could this really be called an apology? Holding two cards in her hand, she was deeply puzzled by this noble method of saying sorry. Then Cesare boldly wagered the money he had. And when Charlotte and Azira saw that, the cunning instincts of the upper nobility immediately stirred in them as well. So the two of them promptly threw in their own money, determined to go all in against him. I'm in. Me too. Standing outside that battle, Odell merely folded and let it pass. I fold. The stakes are getting higher. Cesare laughed freely, full of confidence, because it seemed that this hand was his. Oh, his hand is quite strong. It looks like Lord Cesare really will win this round. Sorry, but I have three of a kind. It seems I've won, hasn't it? Just when it seemed settled. Azira, who normally looked dull and slow, unexpectedly threw down a shocking hand, leaving Odell utterly surprised and Charlotte thoroughly delighted. My, ending the round so neatly with a full set of three? Now, this is interesting. Next round. A pair of twos, a straight. I win again. Next round, then. Next round, next round, next round, next round. The card battle continued relentlessly without pause. But can you guess who the winner turned out to be? Well, what can I say? It seems the goddess is favoring me today. A royal straight? Does a hand like that really exist? At this point, calling Azira a god of gambling would not have been an exaggeration. Please tell me where you get your luck from, Lord Azira. And you call this a fair game? This is outright cheating. Why is that bastard even part of this game? What are you talking about? Are you talking about yourself? If you lost, just accept it. Why be so upset? Wait, Lord Cesare. Is he really that bad at card games? Take your chips and leave. It was humiliation beyond words, and Charlotte and his aide simply could not stop laughing in his face. My lady, I can explain, Lord Cesare has catastrophically bad luck. Not just with card games, but with gambling and dice too. Anything that depends on luck. He is unlucky at all of it. No matter how good his hand may look, he always loses at the very last moment. Perhaps it's because his personality is rotten. Even the goddess knows how unbearable his temper is. It seems you're feeling much better now, aren't you? Absolutely, absolutely. After watching Lord Azira strip you clean, I'll let it slide this time. The game ended in endless laughter, though naturally the only one not enjoying himself was the loser. Honestly, I thought I was about to die of boredom. A little while later, he and Odell went out onto the balcony to smoke, talk, and admire the view. So you were only pretending to be annoyed back then? That's right. Why? Because people like me better that way. In answer to her question, he spoke calmly as he took a drag of his cigarette. Don't tell anyone. It's a secret. Seeing this side of him for the first time, Odell was a little surprised. She had never imagined he had such an oddly adorable side, or such a foolish little secret. But you really were annoyed with Lord Azira, weren't you? That's also a secret. It's written all over your face. Little sister, I'm starting to feel annoyed now, so please keep that secret too. All right. Their conversation was unexpectedly light and comfortable. So much so that she could hardly believe it. How was it possible for her to speak so easily with this man? Was it because of the conversation they'd had a few days ago? Could she really not forget it? Suddenly recalling how he had looked that day, she seemed to remember something and asked him, "You've already received Geiger's report about that matter, haven't you?" I have. Then why didn't you rebuke me? I didn't act like a proper noble at all. That's a long story. Then tell it to me. Exhaling a long stream of smoke, he answered gently and began to speak of what he had once believed. Because I used to think that way too, that the poor were pitiful because they were lazy, that they did not work, and that if only they tried harder, they could rise above their circumstances. But the problem is, even the most persistent woman I have ever known probably would not have escaped without my help, and that is not the Poti I want to see. As he gazed out over the beautiful seaside city of Poti before them, Cesare shared with her, for the first time, the thoughts that had changed within him. And when he finished speaking, silence fell between them, broken only by the sound of the waves. But then Odell gently voiced her own thoughts. But I don't think my way of thinking is especially noble. Even among the nobility, there may be common ideologies, but not everyone agrees with them. I'm only telling you this so you'll know I'm not on either side. I'm far too exceptional for such things. Although she had heard and understood his words, she was still rather surprised by that stance. Even so, she still harbored thoughts of her own that he could never know. I thought you would be angry with me for agreeing with them, even if only halfway, but you weren't. What's truly interesting is that you even try to be fair, quietly observing her and listening. He then stated something frankly. In any case, all of them are idiots. And when those idiots start fighting, I am the one who has to step in and sort out. That was the real surprise. She had never imagined he thought of those noble people that way. But honestly, it did seem to be the truest thing he had ever said to her. After watching him smoke for a while, she suddenly burst out laughing, loud and uncontrollably. It seemed this was also the first time she had ever been able to laugh so freely in front of him, without having to pretend. So even those so-called great nobles are just fools in the hands of this man. Whether shoemaker, merchant, or noble, everyone became merely another fool in need of careful management. In Cesare Buonaparte's arrogant and selfish worldview. In other words, among the people who existed in his eyes, they were simply dolls for him to play with, and he made no exceptions. That only makes you more attractive. If that is how you see the world, then you truly have no reason to care about the lower classes at all. Even if you look down on people and use them, no one could really do anything to stop you. What? Do you even know what human rights are? She froze for a moment at his question. But that was fine because by now she already understood very well what kind of person he was. Laughing softly, she spoke calmly and openly of what she thought of him, no longer hiding anything. You know, you're actually a better person than I thought. At her unexpected assessment, the corner of his mouth seemed on the verge of curling into a concealed smile. But you're far more foolish than I expected. No matter what, he still could not resist taking a jab at her competitive nature. By the way, have you really been calling me just you this whole time? That's awfully insolent for a shoemaker. No, that's not. It was I. Let's see. How should I punish you? As he spoke, he lifted a hand to her forehead as if he were about to flick it. Thinking she was about to be flicked, she reflexively squeezed her eyes shut. But after waiting and waiting, the flick never came, so she cautiously opened her eyes a little to look at him. And when she did, she saw that his hand was no longer raised toward her forehead. Instead, it had drifted down to her hair and was touching it. He gently caressed her blue hair as he looked at it, leaving her thoroughly confused. It was simple enough. His expression and attitude had suddenly changed completely, and together with the still, silent atmosphere, she could not understand why he was acting like this. She turned her face away to avoid him, while he continued absently threading his fingers through her hair. Then, as he stroked it, a gust of wind blew by, and she reached up to smooth her hair back, and that seemed to make him suddenly pause. The hand that had been touching her hair slowly came to a stop, and then, almost unconsciously, he leaned his face closer to hers. What do you think you're doing right now? Just as the moment reached its peak, Izira suddenly rushed in and shouted, causing Cesare to stop at once, while Odell hurriedly turned to see who it was. Lord Cesare, answer me. What exactly were you trying to do? Nothing. Faced with Izira's fierce reaction, Cesare merely smiled as though nothing had happened at all, which only made him even angrier. Don't lie. Just now what is it? Did something happen? Cesari's mocking response only inflamed Izira further. At first he had not intended to say it aloud, but provoked beyond endurance, he blurted everything out. Cesari's mocking reaction only made Izira, who was already angry, even more furious. At first he had no intention of saying it out loud, but after being provoked so much, he ended up blurting everything out. Weren't you just trying to kiss Lady Odell? Odell was utterly startled when she heard that. Little sister, what do you think? Lord Izira, I appreciate your concern, but I'm certain it was only a misunderstanding. I don't believe that. How could it be a misunderstanding? Then why will my brother do that? We're siblings. It's true that we were standing rather close, but I'm certain he was only trying to blow away an eyelash that had fallen onto my cheek. Izira could not accept her explanation, so he immediately objected in a raised voice. An eyelash? Ridiculous. I saw it with my own eyes. Lord Izira, please do not insult my brother with such unpleasant assumptions. Receiving such staunch defense from her, Cesare only smiled smugly without saying anything more, but Izira still could not accept that explanation and remained visibly upset. Lord Cesare, is that truly so? You really have no improper feelings toward Lady Odell? Of course not. Knowing there was nothing else he could do but accept that answer, Izira fell silent for a moment, then stepped forward and spoke more seriously. I understand. Then, as her brother, I assume you wish to see your sister happy, do you not? If so, then at this moment, this is the only proof I can offer. It may be a little sudden, but it is more than enough to express my sincerity. As he said this, he knelt before her, slowly lifted his face, and at last uttered a shocking proposal. Please, marry me. Everything had happened far too quickly. Izira had seriously proposed to Odell right in front of Cesare. But what would happen next? Lord Cesare, I cannot trust you, because anyone who witnessed what you just did would feel the same way. Therefore, I will take Lady Odell out of the Buonaparte estate as soon as possible. While she was still reeling from his sudden actions, he quickly pressed his keepsake into the palm of her hand and then placed a kiss upon it, treating it as both a promise and absolute proof of his sincerity toward her. I will soon send a formal proposal, so please wait until then. Once he had said all he needed to say, Izira turned and left, leaving the two siblings in a heavy silence. Everything had happened too fast and too unexpectedly for either of them to process it at once. But instead of remaining dazed by what had just occurred, she gradually regained her composure and looked down at what Izira had given her. Then, quietly, she turned and lifted her eyes to Cesare, probing his feelings. Brother, congratulations. Your plan succeeded. In complete contrast to her words of congratulations, his expression and emotions had become utterly uncontrollable. Or rather, he was furious now, regardless of whether his original plan had succeeded. A week later, my lady, you haven't been allowed to attend any social gatherings lately. You must feel stifled, don't you? I wonder when my brother will finally stop forbidding me to go out. Who knows? To be honest, it would not be true to say she did not know, because after Azira proposed to her, Cesare had returned to his usual self and grown irritable about everything, especially anything related to her, more precisely, her romance and marriage. Everything was proceeding smoothly enough, and yet something about it felt suspicious. After all, love was merely a flame. Sooner or later, it would burn out. Ridiculous. I've done everything perfectly, and instead of being rewarded, I'm locked up in this house. While she was still nursing her resentment, her maid suddenly chimed in. Still, I'm rather glad that at least he permitted you to attend this gathering. Even so, I still feel a little uneasy about it. Yes, her concern is perfectly understandable, because this invitation came from Salon Ginable. Given Duchess Pamina Ginable's influence, not even Lord Cesare could refuse it. Perhaps I should go with you. Don't worry, Geiger will escort me. But more importantly, what about the matter I asked my brother for? Here it is, my lady. Thank you. My lady, may I ask why you requested this? Money, she answered with a single word, brief and simple. Yet it revealed just how carefully calculated her intentions were. A little while later, at the beautiful and magnificent mansion of Duchess Pamina Ginable, the upper crust of high society sat together, laughing and chatting without pause. It was also a place where noble ladies could indulge in games of chance to their heart's content. Lady Odelle Bonaparte has arrived. The moment the announcement rang out, the doors slowly opened and light spilled into the room. And at that very moment, Odelle made an entrance so dazzling it was impossible to look away from. I seem to have arrived a bit late. It looks like everyone is already here, doesn't it? May the goddess bless you all. The instant she offered that greeting, dozens of dark and cunning eyes turned toward her as though she were some strange creature, making the atmosphere more dangerous and unsettling than ever. May the goddess bless you as well, Lady Odelle. Welcome. You've arrived at just the right time. Oh, Lady Lucia Izia is here as well? May the goddess bless you. Yes, Duchess Pamina was kind enough to invite me. My, Lucia Izia is here too? What a surprise. Well then, now that we are all gathered, let us begin enjoying the party. Though they welcomed her with smiles that were false and no less malicious for it, Odelle merely responded with quiet grace. And from that point on, she found herself drawn into the gathering with these people, whether she liked it or not. Judging by the atmosphere, Lady Lucia Izia must not have revealed her background. While she was thinking that to reassure herself, one of the ladies suddenly spoke up, drawing her into the group's conversation. Now that I think of it, there is something I'm rather curious about. Lady Ravenna and Lady Odelle here. Is it true that the rumor about the two of you arguing a little at the book club is true? Oh dear, who could possibly be spreading such a dramatic story about the two of us? I suppose it would be best to clear up the misunderstanding. That's right, we merely had a small disagreement during a social gathering. So please don't stir up the mood with such an unnecessary, intense rumor. To be honest, it was not anything serious at all. It's simply that Lady Odelle has rather unusual views about Jamora. Even among the nobility, there are those with ideas outside the norm, though not everyone agrees with them. Even though she knew she was being cornered once again, remembering his earlier words gave her the strength not to shrink back this time. I'm glad to hear that you believe our disagreement was nothing serious. However, my opinion has not changed, so I do not think there is any misunderstanding that needs clarifying. But this concerns the lawful rights of society's elite. Or do you simply fail to understand that because you grew up without being taught such things? I may come from the countryside, but I do know this much. Calling for the enslavement of others is not a right anyone possesses. Her sharp, uncompromising reasoning left everyone seated at the table in complete silence. Yet, as the highest-ranking person present, Duchess Pamina broke the suffocating tension. My, Lady Odelle, you are even more interesting than the rumors said. Still, with such a bold and fascinating young lady before me, I think I ought to offer you a bit of advice, especially in situations where your views differ from everyone else's. As a Bonaparte, nobility among nobility, don't you think you ought to behave with at least a little more courtesy? Don't you agree? Though framed as advice, it was in truth a warning. And more than that, she clearly intended it as an opening for the others who had been itching to attack Odelle all this time. Oh, Duchess Katerina, I understand that your daughter may have had difficulty adapting to Fornacia, but to raise her to reject the values of the nobility is rather. I worry that Lady Odelle may never adjust and will leave this place before long. Though she knew she had fallen right into these women's trap, she remained perfectly calm, as if nothing at all had happened. She even answered them with a bright smile. Thank you all for your concern, but I'm not like my mother. I do not believe I'll be leaving Fornacia. Besides, my brother cares for me very much as well. Smack! As Odelle was speaking, a shrill, jarring sound suddenly rang out among them, startling everyone into turning around. The source of the noise was Lucia Izia. who had dropped her wine glass from sheer agitation, trembling all over. Lady Lucia, Izia, the moment Duchess Pamina called out to her. Lucia, Izia seemed to come back to herself and realized the mistake she had just made. I'm sorry. I was just a little lost in thought. It was simply because I was thinking about how deeply Lady Odell truly cares for ordinary people. I wish everyone could have the chance to see that. With her sharp instincts, the Duchess immediately grasped the implication behind Lucia, Izia's words, and quickly came up with an idea that was as sinister as it was entertaining. That is a wonderful idea. Lady Odell, I have an interesting proposal for you. Let's gamble. The winner will donate the prize money to help develop Jamora. What do you say? It's the perfect chance to prove the purity of your heart. Odell's face darkened as she realized she had fallen into these people's trap. But what did she do now? Would she accept this wager or not? As you can see, this is a brand new deck of cards. There is nothing suspicious about it. And since this match is between Lady Odell and myself, and merely a private game, the dealer will rotate to ensure fairness. Very well, I accept. Now then, let's see. As for the entry fee, shouldn't it be at least 100 gold to preserve the dignity of the Bonaparte name? Oh, that sounds acceptable. Then let us begin. The battle began. Odell and the ringleader sat ready to face each other. Let us see who will emerge victorious. At the same time, back at the Bonaparte estate, the aide Geiger arrived at his workplace to begin the day's duties. However, his employer did not seem to think the same way. My Lord Duke, isn't it the social season right now? It is. So what? In a room thick with cigarette smoke, Cesare sat with his legs up on the desk, looking utterly bored. Then why are you staying cooped up in the office instead of going out and mingling? His employer merely stared at his aide with emotionless eyes, saying nothing. Because you refuse to rest, I'm the one who gets dragged here. Cough, cough. The cigarette smoke is so strong. And on top of that, you've gone and given me such a strange order. Even as he complained, Geiger was already at work opening his case and taking out the materials he had been asked to gather. Here is everything you told me to find. Luxurious houses on Sippo Street. These are all well-guarded residences, suitable for an unmarried adult woman living alone. So that had been the task Cesare assigned to Geiger. But for what reason, and why had he asked for such a thing? Well done. Won't you tell me what these are for? Still wearing the same cold expression. Cesare merely took a drag of his cigarette before giving Geiger his next task. First, inspect every one of those houses. After that, look into the people connected to them. Used to receiving orders like this, Geiger asked no further questions, though inwardly he still had countless doubts. But when he noticed that object, his eyes lit up at once, and he immediately asked what it was. My lord, the purple envelope by your feet, is that a letter from Delavalor? Unable to contain his curiosity, he bent down on his own and peered closer to see what it was. A proposal? What? A marriage proposal? And from the Delavalor family, no less. Geiger shouted to the heavens the moment he realized what the purple envelope was, utterly shocked to witness an event of such historical significance. It seems Lord Azira is even more susceptible to beauty than we thought. But why would you hide it away like this? You ought to have framed it and hung it on the wall. And what about Odell? Speaking for the first time after such a long silence, Cesare made Geiger freeze on the spot. But once he had calmed himself and remembered what his actual duty was, he turned serious again and began reporting what he knew to Cesare. You mean the old ship you arranged the moment you brought that girl in? If that is the one, then it is currently on standby, just as you ordered. But should I have it sunk? Or if not, should I send it to her? It was impossible to fully understand what these two men were referring to, but from those few clipped remarks, one thing was certain, it was nothing good. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two men were discussing some mysterious and unrevealed scheme, a knock came at the office door. My lord, it seems there's an urgent matter. With that, Geiger quickly stepped over to the door to speak to the visitor. But instead of letting the person in, he remained there speaking through the narrow opening. Throughout the exchange, the more the mysterious messenger said, the more Geiger's mouth slowly fell open in shock. But when the conversation turned to a young woman, Geiger's reaction became so startled that he nearly panicked. It would not be an exaggeration to say that after hearing the report being delivered, Geiger was left flustered and at a complete loss. WH, what am I supposed to do now? If I report this as it is, then that young lady will. Geiger Ma Brady, why are you taking so long? Report at once. As if he sensed something ominous, Cesari's expression darkened, and he repeatedly pressed Geiger to say what he had just heard. Interfering in someone's private affairs is absolutely unacceptable, but if it is all for my lord's sake, then. My lord, someone is about to strip Lady Odell bare. Bang! The instant he received such a shocking piece of information, Cesare kicked the door open and stormed straight into that place. And naturally, with such a ferocious entrance, every young lady, noblewoman, and matron present screamed in terror. Good heavens, what is going on? Lord Cesare, ignoring the uproar around him, Cesare anxiously turned this way and that, searching for the young woman. It did not take him long to find her, accompanied by Duchess Pamina's outraged cry at the disturbance. Lord Cesare, what exactly do you think you're doing? But disregarding all reproach, he said nothing and simply stared intently at Odell, checking whether anything had happened to her. No signs that her clothes had been removed, no signs of tears, and that expression. Why are you here? Odell's expression was as calm as ever. In complete contrast to his excessive alarm, Odell only looked at him with a giant question mark written across her face. And once he realized he had misunderstood and grossly overreacted, he no longer knew what to say. Or rather, he was now overwhelmed by embarrassment and confusion, because hadn't Geiger said exactly that? So what had stripper bear meant here? I don't know anything about it, my lord. Lord Cesare, it has been a long time. Have you been well? I certainly hope so. To break the strange atmosphere, Lucia Izia boldly stepped forward to greet him. You seem to be wondering what is going on, don't you? Folding her hands and gazing up at him like a woman utterly enthralled, Lucia Izia's face could not conceal her infatuation. Lady Odell has wagered everything. Not only the large sailing ship built under her name, but even the pension the Bonaparte family is to provide her. 50 million over 30 years, 150 billion gold in total. Shocking, shocking, and shocking. When something is important, it must be said 3 times. So that was what Geiger meant by strip bear. Odell had wagered every bit of property she possessed on this card game, which was no different from stripping herself of everything she wore. But wasn't that far too much, far too reckless? Even Cesare himself was stunned when he heard it. Duke Bonaparte, it has been a long time. How have you been lately? Oh my, you look as though you were wondering what exactly is happening here. Lucia Izia could not hide the feverish adoration on her face at the sight of him appearing here. But in order to continue the scheme she had set in motion, she told him what Odell had placed at stake. As you can see, Lord Cesare, Lady Odell has wagered not only the large sailing vessel built in her name, but also the pension the Bonaparte family promised to provide her. So if one calculates the total income over 30 years, the amount rises to millions in gold. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered a crucial detail. The large sailing vessel and the pension the Bonaparte family had promised her. Were those not exactly the things Odell had mentioned in the letter she sent him a few days earlier? Dear brother, I have a question for you regarding the Ginable Salon I will be attending. First, may I borrow the Bonaparte name for that gathering? Second, could you lend me the modern galleon you mentioned the other day? Third, please tell me how much pension a Bonaparte lady is entitled to receive. And one final small question. May I act as though I have authority over that pension for the sake of our contract? At the time, I did not think it would be an issue, because she clearly knew her place. But now, so this is what she intended to do with it. Falling silent, like a sly old fox who had grasped the whole game, he allowed himself the faintest smile, as though he now understood everything. It seems all of you have completely lost your minds. His face darkened with visible displeasure, because he now thought this was nothing more and nothing less than a trap. This is rather ridiculous, wouldn't you say, Duchess Ginable? A lady who has only just arrived in Fornacia ought to be shown the finest side of high society, and yet here you are, chasing money like a greedy beggar. And that really annoyed me. As he spoke, he walked toward the center of the room, then stopped right behind her with a look of utter contempt, startling her and making cold sweat break out across her face. Oh, whatever do you mean, my lord? Clearly Lady Odell is the one who has the right to use her own pension. Besides, we've already signed a contract, so please don't think of taking back what you promised. I have no intention of doing that, so don't worry. However, I believe I also have the right to join you ladies for a few rounds, don't I? Would that be acceptable? He's trying to salvage the situation. But that's fine. Cesare is famously terrible at gambling. Besides, I've already put plenty of safeguards in place, so there's no way I can lose. Yes, we'd be delighted to have you join us. Thank you for your generosity. I'll bleed you dry just like your little sister. Now that his request had been accepted, Cesare happily took a seat near Odell, not forgetting to tease her as he did. Oh, so you like card games, do you? Brother, are you really gonna play? That's right. I can't let my little sister lose her pension. Then all you had to do was give me more money to bet with. Because you're really unlucky when it comes to cards, aren't you? What? Try and play the gallant knight. He was instead frozen by her blunt reply, then immediately got irritated at being judged so harshly. Hey, are you even in your right mind? Of course I am. Saying that, she turned her head away with a tired, exasperated look as if her head ached. Sigh, Cesare is only making this more complicated. Why do you have to join in? Fine then. If you want to play with us, do exactly as I say. A little while later, Cesare suddenly took off his coat. Phew, it's a little warm in here, isn't it? Goodness. The young ladies and noblewomen standing nearby all flushed red with excitement when they saw him unbuttoning his clothes. Because being charmed by a handsome man was practically in their nature. Would someone be so kind as to hold my coat for me? With that striking physique and his natural flirtatious charm, the women all rushed forward, eager to take it from him. Lord Cesare, please allow me. Lucia Izia could not hide her jealousy when she saw the other girls swarming around her crush. Oh, thank you. But I think we could use a little more whiskey too, don't you? With his irresistible presence, he succeeded in becoming the center of attention for every woman in the room. And naturally, everything he had been doing up until now had a purpose behind it. Please draw everyone's attention. Some brazen girl had the head of the Bonaparte family feeling unwelcome, and now he was even being used as bait for someone else. Really, what in the world was this society coming to? Still, whatever the case, I want to see what she's planning, so I'll play along. So that was why he had been acting like that all this time, because Odell had asked him to. Meanwhile, she remained focused, diligently shuffling the cards. But honestly, her skill was a little too polished, too practiced. And to explain how she came by such talent, we have to turn back time to the past, to when she was still living with her best friend. Ugh, these sleight of hand tricks for card games are so hard. When am I ever going to learn them? Boo-hoo. Say, Odell, how do you learn so fast? Because I practice more than you do, Clarissa. Why are you even learning this skill anyway? It's not like you work at the the casino with me. So what? It's always good to learn another skill. Anyway, alright, let me show you one more time. I'll go slower this time, okay? I definitely won't lose again. Thanks to the tricks and techniques Odell taught her, Clarissa returned home not long after with a bright smile on her face. Odell, look how much bonus money I made today. Let's go buy some meat with it. Huh? Bonus money? That's right. I totally fooled some idiot. That naive nobleman had no idea about any of our tricks. Aha! And today, I even used the marking trick too. Remembering those happy days with her dear friend back in Jamora, Odell felt deeply nostalgic for that joyful, fleeting time. I miss those days. As she shuffled the cards, she drifted through those memories, though the feeling lasted only for a moment. Because right now, she was about to put all of her talent and tricks to use. And of course, she would do so while the others were too busy watching Cesare to pay any attention to her. One by one, the cards were placed neatly in position, while Cesari's laughter and conversation with the ladies around him filled the room. Before long, she had finished dealing with flawless precision, setting every hand down in front of each player in perfect order. Did you really think you could cheat at a rigged game against someone for Jamora? You have no idea who you're up against. The moment the players began turning over their cards one by one, each of them reacted differently, and even the onlookers outside the table were no exception. But none of them could possibly know that she had controlled this game from the very beginning. Her gaze sharpened like a hawk watching its prey, and her first target was Duchess Pamina, who stared at the cards in her hand with utter disbelief. What just happened? I have a king, and even two of the second strongest cards in the game, right after the aces? But why? How does Cesare somehow have two aces? How is that possible? It wasn't only the Duchess who was shocked by the hand she held. Even Cesare could hardly believe this was real. Well, the result is obvious, isn't it? A wager of over 100 million gold, if I remember correctly. At this point, Odell was nothing less than the new god of cards in high society. But this was a result Duchess Pamina could not accept because she had never lost before. I don't believe this result. Duke Buonaparte cannot possibly have beaten me. That's impossible. It simply can't be true. She screamed like a madwoman, unable to accept the outcome. But Odell already understood everything, so this came as no surprise to her at all. Why is it impossible? Why are you so certain of that? Because I always cheat. Of course, that was only what she thought. She would never dare say it aloud. But it was precisely because of that crooked mindset that she finally realized something. Didon, tell me. That's right, old woman. You picked the wrong person to cross, because I was raised in the most notorious den of swindlers in the entire empire. Why would you do this? You have status, luxurious clothing, and you've never once had to face the cruelty of life. All you had to do was be content with your life and stop meddling in things you know nothing about. So why insist on doing something so vile? The tide of the game had turned completely, because now Odell had the Duchess cornered. The very thing she had always believed made her superior had become the reason she could neither act nor argue anymore. After ending the day with a far greater victory than expected, Cesare laughed all the way home. Ha ha ha. I had no idea the little stray I picked up was a complete lunatic. A professional con artist. You really are more talented than I ever expected. Well, Duchess Ginable started it. If she had been honest from the beginning, I wouldn't have done any of that. Whatever the case, tell me how you fooled her. I want to see how you won that 100 million gold. Here, I happen to have a deck of cards right here. What's with him? Is this really that important? Even though she was a little too lazy to explain, she still forced herself to get it over with. It's just a simple trick. Anyone can do it, as long as they can distract their target for a moment. As she spoke, she demonstrated it for him, and in an instant she deftly turned the 2 of hearts into the 3 of spades, leaving him, who had seen the switch with his own eyes, astonished and thrilled by the slick trick. Wow, where did you learn that? Did Clarissa Donati teach you? The moment he mentioned the name of her old friend, Odell's face darkened. But since he'd already brought up her friend's name, she took the risk and asked him about her whereabouts. Clarissa, is she all right? Of course. Hearing him answer immediately without hesitation, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. I see. Phew. As long as she's not in danger because of me. Thinking that, she turned toward the window, sinking into quiet thought because her mind was full of that place and of everything she had just been through. Before going to the salon, the very existence of Pamina Ginable terrified me. I was sure she had planned to isolate me through her connections with the other nobles. But in the end, whether or not I was qualified to become a noblewoman wasn't what they truly cared about. Place a bet with me. Lady Odell, are you claiming you have the right to your pension? We've already signed a contract, so don't even think about backing out. At that moment, she had been utterly confident because she thought she had me trapped. But when she lost, she refused to believe it. No, I don't believe it. I couldn't possibly lose. If you ask me, she was blinded by money to the point that she got swept up in a rigged game. And in that regard, she was no different from the people I used to see at the casinos in Jamora. As she thought that, her eyes shifted toward him, and then she arrived at a conclusion that was impossible to deny. So nobles aren't really all that great after all. I told you that already. After riding in the carriage for some time, they finally arrived home. But But the moment they stepped down from the carriage, Cesare excitedly ordered a grand celebration on the spot. We have a reason to celebrate. Close off the back garden and prepare a party. Hearing him make such a bold declaration, the butler hurried over and asked what had happened. Your Grace, what do you mean? You only just got home. Haha, as you can see, I won at poker. W what? Are you serious? I can hardly believe it myself, which is exactly why we need to commemorate the occasion with a celebration. Aha, and as you can see, what could possibly make me happier than this? So hurry up and prepare the snacks. Cesare laughed like a madman, but Odell could not share in his joy because she was the one who had won that victory for him. Sigh, all I did was help him win a card game. So why is he this happy over something so simple? And yet he was cold to me after I received Lord Desira's proposal. Lost in those thoughts, she was suddenly interrupted when he leaned down close to her face. What's wrong? Is something bothering you, my dear Lady Odell? If there is, then say it. I shall grant you whatever favor you wish, anything at all. The rare, unguarded cheerfulness on Cesari's face, a side of him she had never seen in all this time, made her begin to see him a little differently. HM, I suppose I'd be this delighted too if I'd never won a single game of cards in my life. At last, the small celebration for Cesari's first ever victory at cards was fully prepared. Though calling it small hardly did it justice, it was warm, elegant, and properly arranged. Cheers! Tonight, let's drink our fill, everyone. Top off your glasses. And I'll add to the fun by mixing a special cocktail, just like the ones from Jamora. Hee, what's that bump on your ear? Ah, it's nothing. Just know that this bump is proof that your brother tried to protect you. The little party was lively and cheerful, and Geiger took the chance to show off his bartending skills by mixing each person a cocktail to celebrate. But after they drank them, everyone had a rather strange review. HM, this flavor is, awful. It tastes terrible. Everyone complained, but only the guard Ager seemed openly pleased. Since he was in the minority, however, Geiger refused to accept the criticism. Ah, how rude of you. Aha. Oh, that's right. Since some of us aren't drinking cocktails, why don't we dance? Oh, what a splendid idea. And so, following Ipon's suggestion, everyone danced merrily together until the sunlight faded and night fell, which meant it was finally time for everyone to return to their rooms and rest. Phew, that's enough for me. I still have things to do tonight. Me too. I'm not as young as I used to be. It's time for me to sleep. Boo-hoo. I like to sleep too, but I still have some work to finish tonight. Oh, then I should be going too. Odell was about to leave like everyone else when he suddenly caught her by the hand and stopped her. Not you. You stay. Startled by the sudden pull, she looked surprised, but instead of obeying him, she still wanted to leave just like everyone else. But it's already night, brother. No, the night has only just begun. There is no dance partner more suitable for me than you, Odell. The other girls in Fornacia are all too short. No sooner had he said that than he lifted her hand at once, as if to prove his point. See, you're the perfect height for me. When she saw his bright, joyful smile, she was too stunned to react at first, but only a moment later, that smile drew a natural, easy smile from her as well. And so, once everyone else had gone, the two of them began to dance together, swaying to the gentle melody. They moved beneath the moonlight in the wide garden, creating a scene so romantic it would be impossible to forget. And in that rare moment, he truly cherished her with every touch, as though nothing else remained in his mind. And when his eyes fell softly upon her, he saw how beautiful she was, and how she, too, was looking at him sincerely, without the usual trace of pretense. And so, in that moment, he truly couldn't control his feelings anymore. This wasn't a dream, was it? Suddenly lowering himself and burying his face against her, he could no longer hide his feelings. And as if that weren't enough, right after that, he held her even tighter, so tightly that she couldn't break free, leaving her utterly startled and shocked. But it didn't stop there, because in the very next moment, his weight suddenly pressed forward, making her fall backward. His body came down over hers, and the two of them collapsed onto the grass. Yet in that instant, his hand still remembered to shield and protect her head. And then, after regaining his senses, he used those same hands protecting her head to lift her face. But contrary to the sweetness from just moments ago, his eyes had changed now, as though they were filled with anger over something. Yet once again, his gaze shifted, this time overflowing with all the feelings he had always kept buried in his heart. And at that very moment, when she saw the changes in his eyes, she was completely stunned by what was happening before her. Could it be that something she could never have foreseen was about to happen? Faced with his cold expression, Odell lay perfectly still in that moment. But when his gaze changed again, turning deeper and more tender, her eyes widened in shock. Even so, his actions did not stop there. They only grew bolder, making her once calm heart tremble violently. His hand touched her neck and slowly caressed downward, and his breath flowed warmly against her skin, throwing her inner world into chaos. Worse still, his actions became more and more uncontrollable, until at the peak of it, while pinning her to the ground, he suddenly lifted her body into his arms. Then he slowly closed his eyes and lowered himself to kiss her, making her stare at him in utter shock. And yet, in that very instant, she suddenly heard the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. creating a vivid, resounding noise. But what was strange was that within the roar of those waves, she once again heard that strange, mysterious voice echoing inside her mind. Kill him. The moment that voice rang out within her, she snapped fully awake and immediately shoved him away. Yet her heart was still in turmoil over that voice. I heard it again, just now. But before, it had never been this loud. While she was lost in those strange thoughts, Sasari's face darkened, his heart feeling as if it had been gravely wounded. Am I really that disgusting to you? Startled, she was jolted by his question, one filled with sorrow and loss. She immediately understood what her actions just now must have looked like, but there were feelings she truly could not explain to him. He would definitely think I'm insane if I told him I heard a strange voice. But why? Should I have let Cesare go further? Despite the tangle of thoughts in her head, he had already come to his own conclusion about why she had reacted that way. Of course. You would have let Azira do it, wouldn't you? His words were thick with jealousy. Whether she had actually thought about that or not, he had already decided it was the truth. He thinks I would let Lord Azira kiss me? Thinking that, she suddenly paused, sinking into another line of thought. Because she remembered Azira's eyes and expression that day. They had looked exactly like Sasari's just now, and both of those gazes had left her wide-eyed in surprise. And yet, in that moment of closeness with Azira, a different feeling had risen in her heart, unlike anything she usually felt. No, there was only one answer to this question. She didn't need to think any further. Without beating around the bush, she frankly acknowledged that Sasari's question was true. Yes, of course. The moment she gave that blunt answer, his heart seemed to stop for a beat, then was struck by a sharp sense of pain and loss. Because perhaps the reason was this. She had just admitted that she would rather accept Azira than him. But unlike him, even though she fully understood how much her words hurt him, she had no intention of explaining further and simply let him walk away in silence. Perhaps this was the best thing she could do, to keep their sibling relationship from slipping out of control and to stop matters from becoming even more complicated. Returning from the garden, he lay down on his bed in exhaustion and sorrow, trying to sleep. But why was he tossing and turning like this? Unable to sleep. Throughout the sleepless night, he sat up over and over, tapping his foot against the floor in an effort to steady himself. After that, he even resorted to doing one-handed push-ups, hoping to tire his body out enough to fall asleep. And yet none of these methods worked in the slightest. If anything, he only became more awake. HM, is it morning already? Dragging his weary body and tired feet to the balcony to look outside. His heart felt utterly hollow as he watched the dawn slowly break. And yet, in that golden moment, the image of Odell smiling at him deeply appeared before his eyes. Then, after that, the memories and moments of the two of them dancing together that night flooded back into his mind, and he could not erase her from his thoughts. More than that, she only became more special in his heart, to the point that he could no longer control himself. Suddenly jolting out of those thoughts of her, a strange, indescribable feeling rose within him. And with that feeling, anyone would know exactly what was happening to his body. He immediately went back inside and quickly entered his bath, trying to stop his body and mind from spiraling any further. But it was clear that he truly could not drive those thoughts out, and he no longer knew what to do. My body's out of control, but why is it like this? I didn't just storm into the mansion because I was worried about that shoeshine girl, and last night I still remember how tightly I held her. His heart clung ever more firmly to that moment, and when his hands slowly touched her body, her reactions and her scent became something he simply could not forget. Those moments only sank deeper and deeper into his mind, until no matter how much he wanted to wipe them away, he couldn't. Pressing a hand to his forehead in helplessness, he angrily slammed his hand into the water, as though trying to vent that frustration. Damn it, I can't deny it anymore. I have to admit that I desire Odell. So this problem has to be resolved, once and for all. Scene change. Back to work. An attendant was handing him a document with a deeply apologetic expression. I'm very sorry, my lord. Oh, they won't say it openly, but they're criticizing me for barging into someone's house with my knights. I'm the fool here. Why are you apologizing to me? Just then, Odell slowly opened the door and stepped inside, cutting into their conversation. You called for me, brother? The moment she appeared with a calm face, as if nothing had happened last night. Sasari's expression darkened in a way that was difficult to read. The attendant seemed to notice this too and immediately withdrew, leaving the space to the two of them. I'll take my leave now, my lord. Very well. After glancing toward the door and confirming the man had truly gone, he finally returned to the main matter and spoke to her. Azira has sent an official marriage proposal. Things don't usually move this fast, but it seems that because it's you, he must truly like you. In any case, you've done well. Thank you, my lord. Besides that, there are some things I want to discuss with you. That is the real reason I called you here. With that, he extended a hand towards several house designs he had prepared for her to see. Then he made an offer. An offer so unexpected that it was completely beyond her imagination. If I offer you these, will you sleep with me? Without any preamble, he went straight to the heart of the matter. This was the very issue he was facing, and he wanted to settle it with her once and for all. But how would she react? After making that proposal, the entire room sank into silence. But to break it, he continued speaking of the arrangement he had just offered. If you want more, just say so. And if there's another district you like, or a different price range, tell me that as well. I can adjust it for you. Silent, looking down at each place he pointed to, she finally understood the reason behind all of this. It seems you really don't want me to marry Lord Azira." As if she'd struck the nail on the head, he merely sat there with his chin propped on one hand, his thoughts drifting elsewhere, especially to where her lips might touch his body. She has such beautiful lips. So why won't she stop talking nonsense and just kiss me, so that afterward we can do all sorts of reckless things? The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became, because by now he was no longer capable of controlling the desire raging through his body. This is driving me mad, but how can she make me feel this way? After a long moment, he suddenly smiled and said the very thing he should not have said. "That Azira is still a virgin. You probably wouldn't even know whether you are or not, as long as you know how to keep your mouth shut." So, outwardly, she pretended not to care, but inwardly, she understood perfectly well why he was saying this to her. "Because you're beautiful." And in return, he didn't bother saying more. He went straight to his reason. That left the conversation between them in silence once again. But because she kept staring at him with that look while saying nothing, he gradually became irritated. And with the atmosphere growing heavier as the light outside dimmed, his emotions became more tangled, and his words more and more uncontrolled. "Stop looking at me like that. Do you think I want to make such an offer to some ordinary shoeshine girl? Besides, would it make any difference to you? If you'd sold your body from the start, your life wouldn't have been this hard. And wasn't the reason you kept yourself untouched because you intended to use it as a ticket to climb the social ladder? If so, then this is your chance. Sleep with me. Sleep with me a few times before you marry Azira, and that will be enough for me to get out of my system." The more she stayed silent, the more outrageous his words became. So now, she would no longer sit still and listen to such disgusting insults. "Is that why you acted that way yesterday? Because you wanted to sleep with me?" He was a little surprised by her counterattack. He hadn't expected her to confront him so directly, and when she brought that up, he couldn't help but think again of the moment she had rejected him. I didn't think she'd be the one to bring that up first." As the moon slowly emerged from behind the clouds, only to fade again behind them, he no longer felt any need to hold back regarding what lay between them. "Yes, and it would have been better if we'd done it yesterday, while I was still in the right mood. But let me guess, someone like you probably doesn't want to sleep with someone like me." Driven into a corner, she lowered her head without saying a word, because if she was honest, this truly was one of the vilest provocations she had ever received. And yet, no matter how vile it was, she was now completely clear-headed and ready to answer him. "That's right, I suppose I wouldn't." As she spoke, she slowly walked toward his desk and picked up the mansion plans he had prepared earlier. "If we follow what you've said, then that means the great Duke of Buonaparte is very desperate to sleep with me. In fact, so desperate that you can't restrain yourself anymore. Isn't that right?" Suddenly, she clenched the sheets of paper and flung them away in front of him, as if she wanted to slap him across the face. "Even so, if you want to buy a night with me, do you really think a few mansions are enough? That won't be enough. Bring me something more expensive if you truly want to buy me." Calmly, she stepped closer to his desk, sat down with composure, folded her arms, and provoked him with proud defiance, no longer bothering to be deferential. Because she knew that by doing this, she could crush his dark intentions. But she had underestimated him, because he could, and always would, go even further than that. "Then how much do you want?" They confronted each other like true merchants making a deal, except the thing being traded was her maidenhood. What stranger negotiation could there possibly be in this world? Don't pretend you don't know. Isn't this what you wanted? Or do you simply not know how much you should demand? But if you don't know just how much money I could pay for that of yours, then I might actually be disappointed. So choose something worthwhile and sleep with me. It's the best offer you could possibly imagine. She had listened to him in silence long enough. "If you want to sleep with me that badly, then show the proper sincerity. Or, at the very least, kneel." Receiving her provocation, he smiled with an unreadable expression, but no longer had anything left to hesitate over, because what he wanted most was almost within reach. Rising to his feet and approaching her, he seemed almost eager, as though he had wanted to do this for a long time. "You should have said that from the beginning. It seems this is what you like." As soon as he said that, he bent down toward her, leaving her unable to believe her eyes. But it didn't stop there, because he lowered himself even further. And yes, at that moment, he cast aside his pride completely and directly knelt before her. On top of that, his face was filled with unmistakable delight, as if he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. But that still was not the end of it, because his hand slowly reached out, lifted her foot, and removed her shoe without a single wasted motion. And then, after that, he lifted her legs and pressed a kiss to them. But the kisses did not stop there. They only continued, steadily intensifying. And each kiss landed higher and deeper than the last. And of course, from her point of view, faced with such actions, she could hardly believe this was real. She even began to feel ashamed of her own decision. "What is it? Isn't this what you wanted?" And no, it's not. No? Her face had turned bright red, and her body had begun to tremble. Had it already reached the point where even her body was no longer under her control? In a situation like this, what else did you expect from me besides kneeling? His wicked hands suddenly attacked, roaming up her thighs and slipping beneath her skirt, making her eyes widen in shock and disbelief. It felt as though time itself had frozen, and only he alone was allowed to move and do such things. And once those hands had finished their task, she realized she had made a mistake, because the garter fastening her stockings to her lingerie had already been deftly undone by him. Cesare kissed her foot while glancing at the long stocking on her leg, and so right afterward, he made that his first target and tore it off, as if to make it easier to carry out what he intended. But his actions were so blatant and rough, and happened so quickly, that before she could believe her own eyes, she was already blushing in shame and stammering for him to stop. Wait, no, stop. Even though her heart was screaming at him to stop, the words she wanted to say would not come out properly. And when she saw him between her legs, she became even more certain that this absolutely could not be happening. No, he isn't Azira. If I, Duke Bonaparte, kneeling before you like this, is still not enough, then what more do you want from me? What can I do to satisfy you, Odell? Lewd words slipped from his mouth without the slightest hesitation, and they filled her with both shock and disgust. Hadn't he been the one who planned all of this from the start so that she would marry Azira? So why had he become like this now? Every kiss he placed on her legs grew more intense, more sensitive, because he had gripped the lace wrapped around her legs and then kissed over it until she could bear no more. Tell me, why won't you say anything? From kissing to licking, he spoke as he licked at her legs, and on top of that, his hands were tightly slipping beneath the lace on her legs as well. But it did not stop there, because right after that, he went so far as to roughly bite down on her pale leg once more. And when everything finally reached its limit, she could endure it no longer, and he shoved them away with all her strength, sending both of them tumbling to the floor at once. Haha, looks like you're trying to act aloof. Even after being pushed down by her, his words remained just as insidious and filthy as ever, until her whole body could take no more, and she immediately got up and ran away. And when she rose and fled, Cesare simply remained seated on the floor without the slightest reaction, because it seemed that his regret was rising more and more, enough to make him lose sight of his own reason, even the plan he had begun with. At the same time, outside Cesari's study, Odell was running for her life, not daring to look back even once. And in her heart, a silent scream was echoing, leaving her unable to remain calm any longer. I have to leave this place. I have to forget everything. I have to leave. No matter what, I have to get out of here. I absolutely have to leave. Ignoring the icy cold beneath her bare feet, she kept running into the night, because now she had no reason left to stay here. But at that very moment, and because of that very thought, she suddenly came to a halt and asked herself who she was and where she could even go. Me. If I leave here, then where would I go? Don't I have nowhere to go at all? Besides, wasn't this the very reason I came here in the first place? Her thoughts became more and more tangled, like a heap of rubbish. They left her almost unable to remember why she had come here at all, or even what she had come here to do. More than that, it almost made her lose sight of who she herself was. Standing there alone, everything around her seemed to turn into waves that threatened to swallow her whole, because by now she could no longer contain her emotions. Lady Odell. And then suddenly, at the exact moment she felt most miserable, most like she wanted to disappear, Azira appeared. Thank goodness, there you are. I sent you my marriage proposal, but I still haven't received any reply. As he spoke, he walked toward her, but after taking only a few steps, he suddenly stopped short. Lady Odell, are you crying? Just as he said, tears were indeed running down her cheeks, and she herself did not even seem to realize it. He's right, I really am crying. Seeing her tears, Azira immediately asked after her. Lady Odell, what happened to? But then, just as the words left his lips, he abruptly stopped, because before him was the sight of her crying, tears streaming down her face, her eyes red and swollen beyond control. And on top of that, for some reason, her clothing was disheveled in a very strange way. But most striking of all was the fact that her feet were bare, and one of her stockings was missing. And after taking in everything, his face darkened while his body trembled with shock, because he seemed to realize who was responsible for her state. Was it Duke Bonaparte? Did he really? No, it's nothing. Even though what had just happened had left her feeling half dead, she still adamantly denied it. But Azira, hearing her say that, could not accept it and wanted her to tell him the truth. Lady Odell, please be honest with me, Lau. Just as the words were about to leave his lips, he suddenly stopped and swallowed them back down. I am sorry. I suppose you don't want to speak of what happened. As he spoke, he took off his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders, both to cover her and to comfort her distressed heart. This is my fault. I never thought that sending my proposal would make the Duke look down on you so cruelly. I truly was a fool. No matter what he said, she showed not the slightest reaction. And when he saw that lifeless expression on her face, he only felt more heartbroken and more determined to get her away from here as soon as possible. Lady Odell, I can't bear to leave you alone in this place any longer. I know this may be sudden, but would you run away with me? After enduring those terrifying moments with Cesare, she was now standing before Azira, a man of extraordinary kindness. But she did not know what she was supposed to do now. After Azira helped her escape the Bonaparte estate, he brought Odell to his own home, the Della Valor estate, so she could stay there for the night. I'll take you to the guest room. Please follow me. I assure you, you'll be comfortable here, and you needn't worry about how long you're allowed to stay. After all, one day we'll be family. Unlike Azira's bright and eager mood, Odell did not feel the same at all. If anything, his words only weighed more heavily on her. I'm glad to hear you say that, but Lord Azira, Yes? What is it, my lady? At first she began to speak, as though she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing at all. Perhaps the unease in her heart over her own secret, together with the lingering horror of what had just happened, kept her from being able to put anything into words. Fortunately, Izira seemed to read that in her eyes and spoke on her behalf. All right, I'll inform Duke Bonaparte that you'll be staying here. And as soon as he said that, he was also arriving at the guest room, where she could finally rest. For now, please set aside your worries and rest here. I'll take care of everything else. Yes, I will. Thank you, my lord. After bidding her farewell, he immediately left, but his thoughts still would not leave her. She still has to ask that bastard for permission, even after what happened. What the hell is this? Brother. As he was thinking, a familiar voice suddenly called out. And of course, that voice belonged to none other than his younger sister, Lucia Izia Della Valor, who had been standing in the shadows waiting for him. Oh, Lucia Izia, I was just about to look for you. Lady Odell will be staying at our estate for some time, and I hope you'll take good care of her. Hearing her brother announce this, Lucia Izia was not surprised in the slightest. If anything, it felt as though she had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Oh, really? Then that's wonderful. It may be the perfect chance for us to deepen our friendship. Thank you, brother. Oh, Lucia Izia. By the way, I heard that Duchess Ginable has been visiting this place often lately, and it seems she stopped by again today as well. Is that right? Without hiding anything and without lying in the slightest, Lucia Izia calmly answered everything with effortless ease. Yes, she needed some advice regarding Sorik, so I helped her. I see. But, you know, lately her relationship with Lady Odell hasn't been very good. So if possible, could you meet her somewhere else from now on? Without showing much on her face, she merely gave a mysterious, scheming smile before cheerfully agreeing to his request. Yes, of course, brother. But brother, there's something even more important I wanted to tell you. I just thought of a wonderful idea. What do you think about me arranging a dance party for our new guest? Wow, that's a wonderful idea, Lucia Izia. But first, Lady Odell will need a few days to settle down, so I'll ask her about it later. Yes, please do that. It sounds like she must have been through something terrible. But never mind, that doesn't matter anymore. I can't wait to see you dance with Lady Odell, brother. The next morning, as the sunlight began to appear, Odell slowly woke up as well. But she was not the only person in the room. There was someone else there too. Yet at that moment, she still had no idea of that. Because it was only when that person drew back the curtains that she realized it. Ipon, good morning, my lady. I came here to attend to you while you were staying at the Della Valor estate. Oh, I see. Izira must have gotten Cesari's permission then. While she was quietly thinking that to herself, Ipon watched her without taking her eyes off her. Because in her heart, she believed she had already guessed what had happened. Today, you've been summoned to meet Lord Luca Della Valor, the head of the Della Valor family. So I will help you prepare now. A short while later, with Ipon's help, Odell arrived at the appointed place to meet him. But once she did, an oddly heavy silence hung between the two of them. Instead of voices, the only sound they heard was the steady ticking of the clock. And seated in that room, full of books, the silence between them felt all the heavier, all the more forced. Lady Odell, do you intend to marry Izira? In an unexpected way, the head of the family abruptly shattered the silence with a question that went straight to the point, catching her somewhat off guard before she had time to steel herself. Even so, she had known this question would come sooner or later, so she already had an answer prepared. Yes, my brother wishes it so. Upon hearing her answer, the head of the family remained silent, showing no reaction at all. But only a moment later, he asked her something she never could have expected. Then how do you feel? I'm asking for your own opinion, not Duke Bonaparte's. What? Odell was quite startled by that question, but what he meant did not end there. However, because Izira received a reply to his marriage proposal, and it bore the seal of Duke Bonaparte, preparations for the wedding will begin soon. As he spoke, he slid that letter of reply toward her, and sure enough, what he said was true. The Bonaparte seal had been stamped beneath the letter by Cesare himself. There was no mistaking it. He's right. This is the seal of House Bonaparte. It seems Izira got punched by the Duke over this. The moment she heard that, Odell's eyes widened in shock. But because of it, the family head, Izira's father, also seemed troubled, as though he had given the matter considerable thought. And once he had thought it through and understood the issue, he spoke to her sincerely. Izira takes after me. The boy can be a little headstrong, but he is still a good young man. Still, as the second son, he doesn't have many choices. What I mean is, he is not like a lady of House Bonaparte. Yes, I understand, but those things do not trouble me. If that is so, then that is wonderful. I'm very glad to hear it. Then may I entrust that boy to you? Everything was happening so quickly, and on top of that, she had unexpectedly received the approval of Izira's parent as well. She had no idea how she was supposed to accept all of this. After finishing her conversation with the head of the Della Valor family, who was also Izira's father, Odell went out into the family garden and sank into thought about their marriage. Because she did not know whether what she was doing now was truly right, even though, in the beginning, she had wanted this herself as a way to escape her pitiful fate. I don't know. I really don't know if what I'm doing now is right, even though I was the one who first joined hands with Cesare, so I wouldn't have to sell myself. But up until now, Izira had never been a bad person. If anything, it was the complete opposite. So if I trick someone like that into a marriage now, then, Lady Odell, there you are. I've been looking for you this whole time. I heard you spoke with my father, right? Just as she was drowning in her tangled, drifting thoughts, the man himself, Izira, appeared. And when she saw him, she noticed the redness on his face and the large bruise there. He had definitely been hit by that man. But even though she realized it, what was she supposed to do with that knowledge? She still wasn't ready to face him, especially not his sincerity. Yes, exactly that. Seeing the troubled look on her face, Izira immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "No, it's nothing. Lord Delavalor was even very kind to me. If that's the case, then that's a relief, because now both of our families have given their permission." "All right. I was also thinking we should hold a dance party soon. And when that time comes, would you dance with me? Because I truly want to dance the ocean's allure with you." His request left her a little dazed, because she knew exactly how important that dance was. The ocean's allure was a dance one shared with the person one loved, or at least deeply liked. And if she were ever going to dance that special dance with anyone, then surely it had to be Izira Delavalor. "Lady Odell, how do you feel about this marriage? I'm asking for your own opinion, not Duke Buonaparte's. And you, do you truly care for Izira?" Every word spoken by the head of the Delavalor family had carved itself into her mind, and now, as he stood before her making this request, she honestly didn't know how she was supposed to answer his earnest wish. As for Izira, when he saw how conflicted she was, how unable she was to reply, he realized that perhaps he had hoped for too much from the bond between them. Haha, then I suppose it can't be helped. Izira forced a laugh to smooth things over, but once that laughter faded, the air between them turned awkward, and neither knew what to say next. So, seeing there was no salvaging the moment anymore, he finally told her the whole truth. "Duke Buonaparte told me that you and I were incompatible. He even compared us to oil and water, saying we could never mix. And yet he still sealed my proposal letter. But he did it mockingly. On top of that, he told me to go ahead and try, because he'd never met a woman with such a taste for pretending to be hard to win." Hearing such excessive, cruel, and awful words, Izira had finally lost his patience, and that was what led to the unfortunate scuffle with Cesare. Back in the present, after telling her everything that happened, he could only lower his head, not knowing what else to say. And she could only look at him, equally speechless. "So, you were the one who punched my brother first?" I couldn't just sit there and let him keep saying things like that, though I normally wouldn't condone violence like this. Such a good boy, Izira. Hearing his reason, Odell didn't ask anything more. But what he had done only became one more reason she wanted to move closer to him. "I'm not actually attracted to you in that way, but thank you for standing up for me." Odell unexpectedly reached out and touched the wound on Izira's face, startling him. And then his face flushed red from how intimate that closeness felt. After all, this was the first time she had ever initiated physical contact with anyone. But her action didn't carry any deeper meaning. "My brother wants this marriage to happen, and my opinion doesn't really matter. But whatever the reason, the fact that we are going to marry won't change. And just as the sea goddess has ordained, I will do my best to become a good wife to you." Izira was quite surprised by her words, and by her expression as she said them. But right after that, the joy in those words lit something warm and wonderful inside him. "I will too. I will definitely become a good husband to you. Things may have begun a little early, but for these two, this might very well become a complete and happy marriage." And of course, Odell also found a sense of peace and reassurance in her decision to marry this man. Yes, that alone should be enough. A beautiful, splendid seaside estate where they would begin a marriage as lovely as a painting. But not far from there, unknown to them, a voice from the sea seemed to foretell one thing. This marriage must never be allowed to happen. "No, don't do this." At the same time, at the Buonaparte mansion, Cesare was burying himself in work and in his private turmoil. "Are you trying to kill yourself? If so, did you put my name in your will? If you want me to, then go die." Why is your master so grumpy today, Geiger?" "Sigh, I don't know either. But hey, why are you here? What, am I not allowed to be? And aren't you planning to go? Go where?" As he spoke, Cesari's friend sat down and continued, "You already gave them permission to marry, didn't you?" Izira is so excited right now that he's even throwing a ball. At the name Izira, Cesare finally lifted his eyes a little, but then fell silent again, which more or less meant he knew nothing about any of this. "Wait, he didn't invite you?" To confirm what he'd just heard, Cesare turned to look at Geiger, and indeed, it was true. He had not been invited to that party at all. But to others, the idea of him not being invited to a party was practically unheard of. You weren't invited? A ball without Duke Buonaparte? Izira's pretty brave. After laughing his fill, Cesari's friend pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it to him. "Take it and attend." "Why should I?" "Because it'll make things far more interesting, of course." That was what he thought, but what he actually said was, "Lady Lucia, Izia will be there too. And do you really think she'll leave that young lady alone? Besides, if something bad happens to her, who will uphold the vow between the two families? Don't tell me you've forgotten. Be quiet. Sigh, you can't scare me with that face." Anyway, from what I can tell, that young lady seems perfectly fine. But then his expression changed, because the next thing he said would surely provoke Cesare enough to make him go. Izira must really love that girl, you know? That's why he's been protecting her very carefully. A provocation about the girl he loved and the bastard who had stolen her away. Would Cesare go or not? Stop being stubborn, Cesare. Just attend the ball. It'll be the perfect chance to show off how dazzling you are. I guarantee Lady Odell has never seen just how famous you are in high society. This might make her look at you differently, and then regret missing out on everything she could have had. Don't you think? Cesare had been listening to his friend's endless babbling for some time now, and it was irritating him greatly. But he couldn't just stay silent forever while the man went on and on. I have nothing to say to you, but you seem to be reading far too much into things. As if a sore spot had been hit, Cesari's friend became even more talkative the moment Cesare responded. Relax, I'm only speaking based on what I saw. And clearly, you did something truly awful, bad enough that she ran away in such a hurry, she even left one of her shoes behind. With his absurdly sharp powers of observation, Cesari's friend succeeded in shutting him up by striking right at his weak point. And of course, Cesare wasn't unfamiliar with this friend of his. It was just at this time, the man seemed a little different from before. Sigh him and that damn pride of his. Still, I've never seen Cesare care about a woman like this, especially a young woman of such low status. And Geiger seemed to feel the same way, judging by the sparkling look in his eyes. Understanding the situation perfectly, Cesari's friend moved on to the next part of his plan. Tell Sylvia everything when she comes back. She told me she misses you a lot. She said that? Yeah, it sounds like she's doing a little better now. Geiger. Yes, my lord. Add this to my schedule. After taking in that extra bit of news, Cesari's gaze deepened for a moment. But afterward, he still accepted his friend's suggestion and decided to go to Azira's ball. Check whether the carriage is ready, and find me something to wear. Well, looks like he's finally getting irritated. The scene shifted to the ball. Everyone was happily dancing, but amid it all, one person quietly entered and joined the gathering. Allow me to announce the Duke. Wait, don't announce my arrival. I want to enter the hall quietly. Once inside, he immediately turned to give Geiger an order. Sneak into the estate and wait there. Yes, my lord. The moment he received the order, Geiger vanished like the wind, while Cesare began turning over another thought in his mind. This might make her look at you differently. He's right. Odell had never seen me and Azira in the same room together for any real length of time before, so she'd never had the chance to experience the difference between me and the powerless second son of another noble family. Ah, there he is. Oh my, he finally came. Fine. If she still hasn't noticed the difference, then I'll make her realize exactly what precious thing she lost. Thinking that, he strode toward the center of the hall, impossibly handsome as ever. As usual, Cesare drew every woman's attention the instant he appeared, yet he himself had little interest in any of it. Duke Bonaparte, what delayed you? We've been waiting for you for so long. May the goddess bless you, ladies. Are you enjoying the party? He naturally moved over to the ladies, chatting and flirting with practiced ease. None of this was anything new to him, but just as he was standing there speaking with them, sudden applause rang out, followed by the grand entrance of the two people this party was truly for. And to begin that grand entrance, Odell and Azira happily stepped into their first dance together. But at that exact moment, seeing the two of them like that, Cesare could only stand frozen like a statue and watch them dance. And as those steps unfolded before his eyes, his mind could do nothing but stare. Because at this very moment, as the two of them danced and moved toward each other with the music, they truly looked so happy and at ease together, as though they had been made for one another. But it didn't stop there. When he saw the bright, joyful smile on her face, it felt as if only the two of them existed in the whole world. Her smile looked so natural, so genuine, a face completely different from the one she wore when she was with him. Well, I'm not here. Does she always smile like that? And when I'm not around, what has she been doing? Has she ever thought about me at all? Your Grace, your Grace. Oh my goodness, are you all right? Why has your face suddenly gone so pale? That's right, you're sweating too. While he was sinking into his own thoughts, at some point his body had stopped obeying him. Damn it, this is all because Odell refused to sleep with me. At the same time, while Cesare was still bewildered and surrounded by worried young ladies, the two stars of the day finished their dance. And on top of that, they received endless applause and praise from the crowd. Wonderful, your dance was so elegant. You two are truly well matched. Indeed, Lord Della Valor must feel relieved to have found someone so suited to his second son. But I wonder, when will the two families announce the engagement? Receiving so much praise, Odell and Azira felt incredibly happy. But that happiness didn't last long before Azira noticed something. And the moment he did, his expression darkened, and he leaned close to Odell's ear to whisper. After hearing what Azira told her, Odell quickly turned her head toward Cesare, the striking man standing among the guests. And as if to answer her gaze, Cesare looked back at her with obvious displeasure. But unlike him, Odell remained silent, showing no further emotion at all. And when he saw that from her, he only felt more irritated and restless. May the goddess bless you, little sister. To break the silence, Cesare suddenly spoke first. But before Odell could answer, Azira stepped forward to shield her and replied in her place. May the goddess bless you as well, your grace. Though if you ask me, it seems you've come without an invitation. I know, but I couldn't let high society find out that my little sister's future husband is such a petty man. And I didn't want to invite you, because I couldn't allow them to find out what a disgusting man my future wife's brother is. In that case, go ahead and tell them. Right here, right now. Cesare suddenly stepped forward and provoked Azira. But you can't, can you, Lord Azira? Of course not, because this concerns Lady Odell's honor. While the two men argued, the heroine suddenly walked over and took the hand of one of them. Lord Azira, we need to make room for the guests to dance. So it was Odell who stepped forward and took Azira's hand. But that unexpected sight fell squarely into Cesari's view. And more than that, what stood out to him was her tearful, coaxing expression, an expression he had never seen from her before. And when he saw that look on her face, it brought back the memory of that night even more vividly. A face that had been beautiful, yet painfully real. And then, unable to restrain the beast inside him or his own heart any longer, he exploded in an instant and seized her hand away from Azira. But the move was so sudden, so before she could even understand what was happening, he had already pulled her completely into his arms. Then let us do this first. Dance with me. With her hand in his and his arm wrapped around her, and with the way he was looking toward Azira with blatant provocation, no one could tell how these two men were going to act next. After Cesare forced Odell to dance with him, he practically put her through hell for the rest of the party. How many dances had they done already? I couldn't even count anymore. It's been over an hour. Good heavens, shouldn't someone stop them? Better not. Getting involved in Bonaparte family affairs is just asking for trouble. It seems those two siblings aren't actually on very good terms. Duke Bonaparte normally loves teasing people, but he doesn't usually go this far. Perhaps it's because of what happened at Salon Ginable. Lady Odell bet all of her retirement money on that game, didn't she? Really? Oh my, now that I think about it, why don't I see Lord Azira anywhere? Lord Delavalor had a knight drag him away earlier. What? What is he thinking? He can't just stand there and do nothing. Lord Delavalor is somewhat wary of Duke Bonaparte, even if both of them are family heads. Oh, Lord Azira is definitely going to cause trouble again. Just you watch. If I were him, I wouldn't be able to do anything either. He can't lose the chance for his son to marry into the Bonaparte family over a brawl. As for me, I think Lord Cesare has finally settled down. What do you mean by that? Lady Duke Bonaparte. I thought he would never find anyone to marry, just as Eva feared. Ahaha, but those two are blood siblings, my lady. There she goes again. Looks like she's putting on one of her crazy acts, ignoring everyone's objections from the perspective of an older woman. She only needed one look to understand everything. No, I don't think so. Watching those siblings dance together, she began analyzing every detail. What kind of brother looks at his sister like that? Ah, no wonder he could never settle down before. Because this is the kind of woman he's been searching for all along. Well then, it seems Eva can rest easy now. But my lady, you shouldn't say that so bluntly. Oh, never mind. She hasn't been out in so long. That's all. Please don't mind her. Oh, of course. Aha. They laughed and said not to pay attention. But after the old woman's remarks, everyone began seeing the situation differently. As expected, they really are strange. Back to our two main characters, they were dancing with intense fervor by then. Or rather, Cesare was. Odell was not. She had been pushed so hard, she was utterly exhausted, barely able to stand. Sweat poured off her like rain as she lifted her eyes toward him. Do you despise me that much? After dancing the whole time, that was the first thing she said. And instead of speaking of anything else, she went straight to the heart of their relationship, which only made Cesare even more furious. Yes, despite her ragged breathing and the sweat soaking her body, she still understood exactly what his words meant. Is it because I rejected you? Having his feelings exposed, Cesare suddenly stiffened, his face darkening. But he couldn't simply admit she was right. So he cruelly forced her to keep dancing, even though he knew her body had long since reached its limit. Her feet had even slipped out of her heels, revealing reddened wounds. And when she could endure no more, she immediately collapsed into his arms without the slightest resistance. Taking advantage of that, he held her tightly and showed no desire to let go. That's right, Odell. Hearing his confession so suddenly, she only gave a faint smile because she wasn't all that surprised. But what could she do now? Their positions were far too different. And on top of that, she now bore the status of his sister. Looking down at her swollen, reddened feet, she suddenly remembered that fateful day, the day he had stepped on her bleeding feet to vent his anger. Couldn't you deal with that old woman yourself? There were plenty of ways to handle her. Threaten her, or seduce her and win her over. Aren't you the one who's best at throwing away your pride? Then why did you let things get this bad, instead of doing what you're best at? Remembering every frightening look and every cruel word from him, she could only remain silent. And yet he was different now, very different from back then. Though if there was one thing unchanged, it was still that same rough way of treating people, never considering their condition or feelings. I once said that whatever he wanted, I would give it to him. But in this case, I will. It might be better if I sell my chastity while your grace is still offering a high price. How much will you pay me? Cesare was startled by her sudden agreement. But in the very next instant, he froze when he heard her reason. Lord Azira said he has no inheritance rights because he is the second son, so I hope my dowry will be of help to him. He promised me that he would be a good husband to me. Cesare stood rooted to the spot after hearing all her words, because he had never imagined that the precious thing she had always protected would now be offered up for another man. Do you really want to marry Azira? The moment he asked that question, his eyes could no longer hide his feelings. But cruelly enough, just when his emotions were at their peak, Azira came flying in and punched him, throwing the entire ballroom into uproar. Azira, that's Duke Bonaparte. How dare you? Ignoring his father's shouts, Izira furiously lashed out at Cesare. How selfish can you possibly be? How much will ever be enough for you? After cursing him out, Izira turned to Odell. Lady Odell, are you all right? Though struck by Izira's thunderous blow, leaving his face flushed from the injury, Cesare paid no attention to it at all. He cared only about the two of them. Let's go. Wait, please give me just a moment. I am ready at any time. So please deliver that message to Ipon for me. Having said the last thing she wanted to say, Odell and Izira turned and left together, leaving behind a strangely hollow loneliness around Cesare. Because didn't that amount to her answering his question from earlier? With Izira supporting her out of the party, she dragged herself along in weary, painful steps. Good heavens, your feet are worse than I thought, but please bear with it just a little longer. We're almost at your room. Halfway there, Izira suddenly sensed something strange, so he turned back and carefully looked around. If you don't show yourself right now, I'll call the guards. The moment his warning ended, movement from someone who had been following them began to reveal itself. But when a head of white hair emerged from behind the wall, Izira's eyes widened in shock. You are? Who is this unexpected person? And why do they shock Izira so much? If you want to know, don't miss the next video. As the white hair gradually appeared from behind the wall, Izira seemed to recognize the person immediately. Yet even so, he was still stunned. Why are you? Calm yourself. It's me, Duchess Ginable. So is that gambling-obsessed noblewoman. But why had she appeared here looking so anxious? I came here for a legitimate reason. I agreed to meet Lady Odell here tonight. Izira heard that and didn't believe her, so he asked Odell. But Odell knew nothing about it either. She agreed to meet Lady Odell? I don't know anything about this. Huh, what? At first, the Duchess was surprised by Odell's denial, but then she flew into a rage, convinced Odell was deliberately making a fool of her. Stop pretending you don't know. I'm sick to death of that innocent country girl act of yours. I came all this way because I received a message from you asking to meet, and now you dare say this? Huh, what in the world was she talking about? While the Duchess kept shouting at her, Izira silently observed Odell, and of course he did not believe she was the one who had done such a thing. I'm sure there has been some misunderstanding, and Lady Odell is unwell at present, so please return another day. Lord Izira, what are you saying? Do you truly mean to treat me like an uninvited guest? This is absurd. You should remember that I am a prioress. If I have something to discuss with her, then I will do so. And you certainly have no right to refuse me. Times may change, but this... Hearing the shrill words pouring from the woman's mouth, Odell decided she would no longer stand there and take it. Duchess Ginable, you want to discuss what happened at Salon Ginable, don't you? The moment Odell struck the mark, the Duchess instantly shut her mouth. Ahem. Why yes, that's right. There is something I wish to discuss with you. That day, we played poker in a room full of witnesses. So isn't this a wonderful opportunity for you to display your generosity, Lady Odell? As you know, that was an unlawful sum of money. So why not speak to your brother and show the generosity of House Bonaparte? Unable to endure the stench of the old woman's words any longer, Odell let out a breath and fired back point blank. Duchess Ginable, I have no wish to hear any more nonsense from you. Wasn't it you who insisted on raising the stakes that day? If you had shown consideration from the start for a country girl like me, then none of this would ever have happened. What? What did you say? Furthermore, I intend to donate all of my winnings to Jamora. So why should House Bonaparte help House Ginable display your generosity? Wasn't the whole reason we played poker in the first place to donate for the betterment of Gimera? Wasn't it? Greed only breeds ruin. After making grand promises, now she refused to follow through. Rebuked so sharply, she had no chance to recover. The Duchess could only tremble with rage and humiliation. After all, what could she even say now? That is because... it seems you have nothing else to say, so I shall excuse myself. Once a high-ranking noble whom no one dared touch, she was now being humiliated by Odell again and again. But with her greedy, vile aristocratic nature, valuing nothing above money and status, how could she possibly accept such humiliation? Oh, Odell, you bitch, how dare you? How dare you do this to me? It didn't take long for her hideous, true face to show itself. But perhaps this would become the prelude to the danger Odell would face later. Please call for me if you need anything, Lady Odell. Very well. Thank you for today, Lord Izira. When Izira closed the door and left, her room immediately sank into darkness, and her feelings were much the same as that dark room, tired, dejected, and bleak. She let herself fall back onto the soft bed, her heart empty, yet somehow overflowing with emotions too tangled to explain. Because what had happened to her just a short while ago, and the proposal she had made to Cesare, made her wonder whether she had done the right thing. I will do it, but how much will you pay me? I hope my dowry will help him. He told me he would be a good husband. Do you really want to marry Izira? I would become a good husband to you as well. The two men, with their opposite emotions and opposing states of mind, what did the things they showed her truly mean? And between the two of them, who was the one she could truly trust? Startled out of that unwelcome recollection, she only grew more confused by everything happening to her. Yet instead of endlessly sinking into questions with no answers, all she could do was submit to the darkness around her. Touching her trembling self, she curled up like a child and asked herself what she ought to do. Will I find happiness? Can I find it? As she lay in the dark room with her mind in turmoil, somewhere in her chamber from behind the curtains, Someone was quietly approaching the bed where she lay listlessly. As for her, she was still completely unaware of it. But in her mind and subconscious, she was already being taken far away. Something kept urging her to run as fast as she could away from this place. Yet somehow, she felt as though she were sinking deep into the bottom of the sea. While everything around her gave off terrifying sounds like the screams of a mermaid, a mysterious creature, mixed with the dangerous whirlpools of the deep ocean. But more frightening than all of that were the terrifying red eyes slowly drawing closer to attack her. And at that very same time, in reality, she too was being attacked by some mysterious person who had silently approached her. Could everything she had been feeling until now have been a premonition of this? A strange man came toward her and suddenly clamped a hand over her mouth, shocking and terrifying her. "Ah, be quiet," clamping her mouth shut and shouting in her face. This man was clearly no good person, and naturally, there could only be one purpose behind what he was doing. "You have to die. You have to die so that I can live." "Why you? Who are you?" In that dangerous moment, Odell struggled desperately to survive, but because of the difference in their strength, she was quickly overpowered and attacked even more violently. Yusti, Solbi. As a mysterious attacker suddenly tightened his grip around her throat, Odell no longer had the strength or means to fight back. In that moment, she thought her life was over, that she could not survive. Then, unexpectedly, Geiger burst through the window like a savior and rescued her. Lady Odell. At the most critical moment, Geiger's appearance, so dramatic and so perfectly timed, was the greatest twist imaginable. But who was that mysterious attacker? Did Geiger manage to catch him? Bursting through the window like a saint from afar, Geiger shouted for her, startling everyone half to death. "Lady Odell, are you all right?" After getting inside, Geiger landed right beside Odell's bed, where she was being strangled by some mysterious assassin. And of course, without wasting any time, he quickly drew his sword and rushed at the man. And once his sharp blade was raised, that man was never coming back again. Struck by a fatal blow, Odell's attacker immediately logged out of the server called Earth and collapsed beside her. As for Odell, she was coughing violently with red marks all over her neck. "Cough, cough, cough. My lady, are you all right? Cough, cough, cough. Hurry, search his body. We have to find a clue about whoever sent him." Even though her life had just been threatened and she had nearly been sent into a full reincarnation reset, she still had the strength to focus on what mattered most right now. "That doesn't matter. We should treat your injuries first. No, this has to come first. We have to do it before anyone arrives." Since Geiger was too worried about her to move, Odell ended up searching the assassin's body herself. "I have to find it. If he belongs to some gang, then there must be some kind of mark on him somewhere." As she fumbled around searching, she suddenly found something suspicious. This is... She vaguely picked up a yellow card with a line written on it. And surprisingly, the words printed on it meant, "Fight evil with evil." What exactly was that supposed to mean? A little while later, once everyone had heard what happened, Lord Della Valor came storming into her room in a fury. "Why was our security so lax? Lady Odell could have been seriously hurt. Do you understand that? Lady Odell, are you all right? Shall we move you to another room so you can rest first?" "No, I'm fine." While the head of the Della Valor family was scolding his people and Izira was asking after her, Cesare, the moment he learned what had happened, came rushing over to her with a heart full of worry. And when he entered the room, he was completely stunned when he saw the wounds on her neck and the bloodstains all over her body. Then, in a moment he couldn't control his emotions. His whole body seemed to go numb, and he couldn't react at all. Duke Bonaparte. I don't know how many apologies would be enough. We'll talk about this later. Ignoring Lord Della Valor, Cesare looked like a man who had lost his soul as he turned to Geiger and asked only about the situation. "Did you find any clues?" "Yes, your grace. This card was in the assassin's pocket." Taking the card Odell had found earlier, both Lord Della Valor and Cesari's faces darkened, because everyone knew where this card had come from. This card, its color is symbolic of House Ginable, and this handwriting, it belongs to Duchess Ginable. After learning who the true culprit behind this was, Lord Della Valor panicked and cried out, "That's right, the Duchess must hold a grudge against Lady Odell." Come to think of it, while we were escorting Lady Odell back to her room, we happened to run into the Duchess. Hearing that she had been there left, everyone deeply shocked. She insisted the two of them had agreed to meet to discuss the money she owed Lady Odell from that poker game. But Lady Odell said she had never agreed to meet her at all. What, Duchess Ginable was here? At our estate? But how could she be here when she was never invited to the ball? What happened? Lady Odell, where did she come from pulling that innocent act? Lucia Izia truly deserve an award for Villainous Supporting Actress of the Year. Wow, how terrifying. And she was even putting on that pure, proper young lady act too. Seriously creepy. Still, thankfully, Odell saw right through her fake innocence and silently judged her the whole time. "Lucia Izia, did you invite Duchess Ginable to the ball tonight?" "No, father. Lord Izira warned me not to, so I removed her from the guest list." "Could it be that she snuck into our estate and planted an assassin here? My goodness, to think she'd dare do such a thing to a guest of House Della Valor? She seems to be hiding something, but I'll contact the Duchess personally at once." Duke Bonaparte. Throughout the entire ordeal, Cesare had not said a single word. and it wasn't until Lord Delavalor called out to him that he finally snapped back to himself. Very well, we'll discuss the details of this matter tomorrow. As for Odell, you are returning to Stellone Resort with me immediately. Turning away and walking off, Odell had no choice but to obey him. During the entire carriage ride back, neither of them said a word. Odell simply stared out the window at the scenery outside, while Cesare silently watched her expression. But after looking at her for a while, all he could do was let out a weary sigh. As for her, when she heard him sigh like that, she couldn't help but notice, and thoughts stirred in her heart. Lord Cesare, I completely. But then something unexpected happened between them. Cesare suddenly leaned over, pulled her close, and wrapped her in his arms. His hands gripped her tightly, and his whole body trembled, as if the shock from earlier still had not left him. I hadn't even realized I was trembling, but I really almost lost her. As he held her tightly, he kept blaming himself. And as for Odell, once she was resting in his arms, she suddenly felt strangely at ease. And perhaps after everything that had happened, he had become the safest support she could trust to lean on. Scene change. At the same time, a small flame was lit, and then it was brought to a candle, illuminating a small but secret room. Sitting in that room was Lucia Izia, secretly speaking to her guard. And after she finished, the guard slowly withdrew, leaving the room feeling even more oppressive and ominous. As expected, that woman really is lucky. Wine kept spilling over the rim of the glass. It seemed this villainess still had plenty more scenes left to play. The next morning, unwilling to let the matter remain buried any longer, the court summoned Duchess Ginable to stand trial. This is absurd. If I had truly intended to kill Lady Odell, then I never would have set foot in that house that night. Besides, why would I reveal my own identity if I were the culprit? But the assassin was carrying a calling card from House Ginable. So explain that. Pressed by the judge, she immediately turned and blamed Lucia Izia. It was all that bitch Lucia Izia. She asked me to treat Lady Odell that way. In return, she promised to introduce me to several craftsmen from Sorok, so I sent her that card as a reply. That's why my calling card was found on the assassin's body. Then do you have any evidence to prove that the two of you had such an arrangement? I do. Here is the list of craftsmen Lucia Izia gave me. This should be enough proof. The wave of murmurs and criticism grew louder and shifted direction, and everyone was stunned by this turn of events. But Lucia Izia alone remained perfectly confident, as though she still held the winning hand. I know nothing about this. But even if this really is evidence that I asked the Duchess for help, does it prove that she was the one who carried it out and sent the assassin? With the situation turned around on her in an instant, the Duchess's face went pale, then dark, and she stammered, unable to get a proper word out. WH what? But with her personality, there was no way she would just stand there and take the blame alone. The real problem from the beginning was the weak security at House Delavalor, not anything excessive that I did. Hearing her throw blame like that, Lord Delavalor had no intention of staying quiet. How dare you blame me when you were the one who sent a killer? As I said, I have nothing to do with this. It was all your daughter. Cesare had remained silent while the two of them accused each other, but his expression had already turned thoroughly displeased. At the same time, back at the Bonaparte residence, Odell was having a meal, while her maid reported everything that was happening. So what will happen to her? At the moment, Duchess Ginable remains the primary suspect. However, since the evidence presented may have been forged, the court has not yet issued its final ruling. So we still don't know how all this will turn out? Please don't worry, my lady. Lord Bonaparte has already taken care of it. Returning to the trial, while the two women were still arguing fiercely, Cesare, who had been silent until now, finally cut in. Enough quarreling. There's no need for it. Starting today, neither of you will have any further ties to House Bonaparte, whether personal or business. After Cesari's blunt and cold-blooded declaration, both Lord Delavalor and Duchess Ginable went deathly pale, because they knew that statement was a blade severing the only path left for them in high society. The Delavalor and Ginable families will repay every loan and every resource extended through Stellone Bank. Oh, so House Bonaparte really did make them pay a penalty? Absolutely. But the people involved were the ones who suffered the greatest losses. There were rumors that Duchess Ginable had cheated at gambling, and now she had to repay all of that money. As for her casino, it was on the verge of bankruptcy, and of course, she would no longer be able to compete for the seat of Priori, since she had been elected in the first place only because of her wealth. On top of that, Lord Bonaparte later pressured Orest Delavalor, the heir of the Delavalor family, to arrange a marriage for Lucia Izia. But the fiancé chosen for her was Lord Severino Muto, a man with a notoriously awful reputation in high society. Forced to marry an ugly, revolting man, Lucia Izia could not hide the horror and disgust on her face. And honestly, that reaction made sense, because that man really did look hideous. An arranged marriage? Then did Lucia Izia agree to it? Of course she objected, but House Delavalor had no right to refuse, because Lord Bonaparte agreed to continue financial support only if Lady Lucia Izia married him. Oh wow, I'm actually kind of impressed. I didn't think he would decide to punish Lucia Izia with such a terrifying ending, seeing Odell continue nibbling on the pastry in her hand. Her personal maid spoke up with concern. Do you like them, my lady? They're fig biscotti. The servants sent them up because they said this dessert is your your favorite. So please focus on resting and recovering, because everyone is very worried about you. Receiving so much care from everyone, Odell was honestly a little surprised, but of course it also made her feel warm inside. Thank you. A week later, late one night, Odell was quietly carrying a candle lamp to light her way as she headed somewhere. But halfway there, she happened to run into Geiger. Geiger, what are you doing here? My lady, I'm standing watch. At first, Geiger turned to answer her, but his words suddenly caught in his throat the moment he saw how she looked tonight. You'll be fine tonight. You can go to sleep. Her thin, flowing white nightgown practically laid all of her beauty bare before anyone who looked. So Geiger's sudden reaction was hardly surprising. And my lady, where are you going? Overwhelmed by her beauty, Geiger reacted strangely for the first time, even turning his face away. But Odell paid no attention to it at all, because she simply walked right past him and continued straight toward her destination. I'm in my brother's room. The moment those words left her lips, Geiger's expression froze. Or rather, he could hardly believe what he had just heard. He turned and watched her departing steps, and perhaps something had already begun to stir inside him that was no longer the same as before. Back to Cesare, he was currently walking with his aide while discussing work. He contacted you again. So what will you do, my lord? Those old men are truly troublesome. Perhaps I should threaten them a little more to make them come to their senses. But enough. I'll deal with the rest tomorrow. Yes, then I wish you a good night, my lord. After parting with Geiger, Cesare opened the door to enter his room. But as the door opened, he was genuinely shocked by the sight of someone inside. And of course, the only person who could surprise him like that was Odell. There you are. Why didn't you send for me? Standing beneath the bright moonlight, his eyes widened in astonishment because he could not believe the person standing there was really her, especially dressed in such a thin garment, looking more dazzling than ever. You still haven't claimed your reward, Lord Cesare. What exactly did she mean by that? Under the moonlight, her seductive figure showed clearly through the white fabric, and at the sight of her, all he could do was stare in speechless disbelief. But then, when he looked closely at her beautiful face, a face completely devoid of expression or feeling, he understood why she had come here dressed like this. Leave? Why? At her question, he did not even bother to look back at her, because he knew that if he did, it would only make his heart ache more, and it would only drive her farther away from him. Because I'm not in the mood. You might change your mind once we begin. Provoked by her words, he no longer held back and replied at once. How would you know that? You have no experience. I looked into it. Stop it. Enough with this nonsense. Leave. Coldly rejecting her, he merely walked to his wardrobe and removed his outer coat. Even so, he knew perfectly well that she was still standing there, waiting for him. Why won't you go? Because you bought me. So please, take what belongs to you. The more he heard her say things like that, the more irritation rose inside him. So you really intend to use that money to marry Azira? Yes, that will satisfy both of us. And do you really think Azira can satisfy you? Standing in the middle of the room, bathed in moonlight, she only gave a faint smile before replying. At the very least, he would never suggest that I go sell my body. Her words made his heart skip a beat in shock. But that still was not all, because she had even more reasons for wanting to marry Azira. When my foot was injured, he treated my wound himself. And besides, he would never push me into a crowd just to be mocked. So, Cesare, take me to bed. As she suddenly pressed her alluring body against his, together with words that could not have suggested it more clearly, she succeeded in making his face flush red with agitation, embarrassment, and shame. And when his eyes began to drift downward, his heartbeat only grew stronger and stronger. Perhaps it was because she, the woman he had always longed for night after night, was now leaning against his chest. And when he looked deep into those radiant eyes, it felt as though his whole mind was being drawn into the endless depths of the sea, a sensation he had never experienced before. Even so, with the last remnants of reason left in him, he forcefully pulled himself free. Clenching his hand tight to restrain the beast that had nearly broken loose from within, he firmly resolved not to do what she wanted. How dare you defy my orders? No, I would never dare. Then why are you doing this? Do you look down on me so much that you'd use this kind of provocation to trample my pride? But you're wrong. That sort of trick does not suit you either. As I told you before, I have never hated you, my lord. In fact, thanks to you, I was able to escape Jamora and no longer starve to death. To me, you're like a god. So I have never despised or hated you at all. But do you remember asking me what the difference was between being sold to a noble and selling my body in Jamora? My answer is that there is no difference at all, because I know that better than anyone. Even so, I only wanted to justify my decision by telling myself it was my own choice. Because if I do not cling to that last shred of pride, then my life will become utterly miserable. Hearing her say those words to him so suddenly, he felt as though he were sinking into an endless black sea. And as he listened, the feelings and emotions he had hidden for so long inside him seemed to overflow at last, causing the childhood and memories he had never revealed to anyone to be laid bare once more. Sitting in the middle of a grand hall, little Cesare sat alone amid the crowd, because the two people he cherished most were clinging to each other, never leaving each other's side. Geez, they're taking taking forever. After waiting the whole time for his parents to dance together, little Cesare was terribly bored. No matter how hard he tried, he just could not stop being bored. I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I'm so bored. I'm really, really bored. Though his face was scrunched up in displeasure, he still could not hide how adorable he was. I want to dance with him too. Father and mother always leave me all alone. Tired of watching his parents, the little boy irritably looked toward the other people around him. Everyone else looked so happy. I'm the only one stuck suffering through this boredom. Seeing that everyone had someone beside them only made him more irritated. So he decided he could not endure it alone any longer. He tossed aside the cake he had been holding and darted away from his chair, running off in search of somewhere more fun. But just as he left, he accidentally overheard several women chatting cheerfully together. And the topic of their conversation was his mother. Oh my, Duchess Katerina. They're talking about mother? She suddenly ran off in the middle of the tea party and said she could not bear how dull it was anymore. Good heavens, did she really say that? Indeed, I had thought Okanina, Duchess Katerina's homeland, was stricter about laws and traditions than any civilized empire. Haha, it seems we're more advanced here than her homeland, so perhaps she still has not adapted to our culture. Ahaha, but if she keeps refusing to socialize with us, then I do wonder whether she is truly fit to be the lady of House Bonaparte. Hearing them criticize and slander his mother behind her back, little Cesare felt as though he understood everything. Isn't Okanina, Lady Katerina's homeland, supposed to be a land that strictly upholds law and tradition, a proper empire? That's right. So compared to that place, she still has not adapted to our culture. But if she cannot even manage proper social etiquette, then how can she call herself Lady Bonaparte? After hearing enough of their bright laughter and endless malicious gossip about his mother, Cesare no longer had any reason to stay there. With an indescribable sorrow in his heart, the little boy ran off into the night, away from that place of glittering luxury where people's hearts were so cold and frightening. But while racing ahead, he suddenly crashed into someone. Oh, why young master? The person he had run into was Ipon, still young at the time. Though she was surprised to see Cesare there, she carefully caught him and steadied him. Young master, why are you here? You should be in the banquet hall. If you are lost, I will take you there. Ipon, I just want to go back to my room. Young master, did something happen to upset you? But despite her question, Cesare only buried himself sadly in Ipon's embrace without saying a word, and she seemed to sense something from him. So she asked nothing more, and simply lifted the boy gently into her arms. All right, then I will let Lady Katerina know, and for now, let's go rest. Ipon, I'm so bored. When we get to my room, let's play chess. Yes, but only one game. After that, you must go to sleep, and I will bring you some warm milk so you can sleep better. After taking Cesare back to his room and playing chess with him, she gently tucked him in a bed to prepare him for sleep. Ipon, tonight father and mother danced together again. They looked so happy. Do you think that someday I could be that happy with someone too? Of course, you certainly will be. Soothed by Ipon's comfort, little Cesare obediently drifted off to sleep. And in that sleep, he dreamed that he had grown up and was dancing with someone. In that dream, he also saw his father and mother standing there happily, watching their child be happy. But no matter how clearly he tried to see them, he could never make out their faces. Even so, for the little boy, simply seeing them look at him that way and smile was already enough to make it a beautiful dream. The next morning, when he woke, the adorable boy let out a long yawn and then called out to Ipon in a spoiled voice. Ipon, I'm awake. But all that answered him was a cold, empty room with no one there. And when no one came after he had woken up, the boy climbed down from the bed on his own and left the room to look for someone. Ipon, where are you? But to his surprise, when little Cesare opened the door in search of help, he did not see a single person. Where did everyone go? After wandering for a while through the vast mansion with no one around, he looked about in confusion until suddenly he noticed something. And mother, seeing all the servants, as well as his parents and his grandmother, gathered in the courtyard, the boy understood nothing. But when he saw the packed luggage and Ipon standing there below, saying her farewells to everyone, and even his grandmother tearfully embracing her son, his father, he was shocked as he began to vaguely understand what was happening. Mother, please take good care of Cesare. After hearing that request from his father, the boy rushed downstairs as fast as he could and ran after his parents. Mother, father, stop, please stop. I'm begging you, stay with me. Even as their child, still in his night clothes, chased after the carriage at full speed, the two of them merely turned to look back coldly with no sign of stopping. Even when the boy tripped over a stone and fell painfully to the ground, they still had no intention of stopping. Only Ipon looked worried for him. And when she saw the boy's eyes turn red from crying and pain, she could no longer restrain her emotions and seemed to say something. But no one could hear her because she was already seated inside the carriage. Wah, father, mother, don't leave me. It's my fault. Please don't leave me. Like any other child, little Cesare sobbed pitifully as he watched his parents depart. Even so, those tears of the little boy could not make them stop the carriage. And from that day on, he no longer had the vitality or cheerfulness of a child. He spent every day gloomy and sad, even at the dining table. Fortunately, Cesare still had a grandmother who loved him by his side. Cesare, don't be sad. Rowan and Katerina will return soon. Seeing her grandson so downcast, she gently comforted him, and because of that, the boy was no longer sad. In fact, he became overjoyed. Really, grandmother? Really? Of course. Wow, really? You're not lying, are you? In response, she only shook her head softly. If we can fulfill the role and position of House Bonaparte well in their stead, then they may return sooner than expected. And if you behave well and become a good boy, they may return even sooner. Hearing his grandmother say that, the boy was overjoyed and resolved to become the best, most capable person he possibly could. Father, mother, I will take your place and make House Bonaparte greater and greater. So please come back to me soon. But as day after day passed, spring gave way to summer, and even winter came, and a whole year went by without their return. The boy stopped expecting anything from them anymore, from the father and mother he had longed for so dearly. Rising from his desk, Cesare climbed into bed to rest, expressionless yet unable to hide his sadness and disappointment, because he knew that no matter how hard he tried or how many years he waited, they would never come back. Today as well, father and mother did not return to me. An unhappy childhood memory, coupled with an unending loneliness. Perhaps that was the reason Cesare always felt as though his heart was missing something. Father, mother, don't go. Please stay with me. I'm begging you, don't leave me alone. Father, mother, please. Abandoned by the very people who had given him life. Cesari's childhood sank deeper and deeper into darkness. And that suffering and emptiness turned a boy who should have had the purest childhood into someone he should never have had to become. Why, father, mother? Yet instead of showing those feelings outwardly, the boy always kept them hidden inside. Cesare, have you been well lately? Yes, grandmother, I have been well. Then why don't you try writing a letter to Rowan and Katerina? Nothing could escape his wise grandmother's eyes. Yet Cesare remained the same, stubbornly refusing to do it. No, I will wait. Seeing her grandson constantly carrying that pain in his heart, she could no longer remain silent and finally told him the truth. Cesare, the truth is, they're not coming back. Shocked by such devastating news, the heart of a little boy was not strong enough to accept it at once. And so the pain, loneliness, and disappointment in his heart only continued to grow and grow until the boy could no longer expect anything from them. Father and mother, is it because they love each other too much? Yes, you could say their love is like that. Yes, I understand now. Then in the future, just like the way father and mother love each other, will I also meet someone I love that much and do the same things they did? To be honest, that is not something easily obtained because not everyone gets a love like that. Cesare, though they were only simple words for a child starved of affection, they were too much to bear. Did that mean such love was not something he could ever seek out? And if he ever loved someone that deeply, would he also act the same way and abandon his own child, just as his parents had abandoned him? Oh, that's right, Cesare. I have good news for you. The maid you were so fond of, Ipon, will be returning to Bonaparte. Isn't that wonderful? Not long after that, Ipon truly did return, and when she saw her young master again, she was deeply moved. I'm sorry, young master. I'm so sorry. You must have been terribly lonely. You could not even sleep without me, and I was away from you for far too long. That is why you've grown so thin. Ipon embraced him emotionally, but before she could finish speaking or fully express her feelings, Cesare, who no longer needed her, pushed her away at once, leaving her utterly shocked. Ipon, I'm fine. I don't need anything at all, and now I can be by myself too, and I prefer it that way. Turning his face aside without wanting to look back again, the great change in his temperament and disposition left Ipon stunned and speechless. If I live alone all my life, then at least I will be free. So that was the reason Cesare did not want to marry and did not want to love anyone, because he feared that one day he too would become like his father and mother. All I wanted was to tell myself that everything would be all right, because at least I could make a choice. Because without that small shred of pride, everything would be unbearable. The painful memories of his childhood came rushing back into his mind, leaving him standing there frozen, as though deadened. Even now, though he had returned to the present, that truth still made it impossible for him to accept what was happening before his eyes. And if that person was Odelle, the woman he loved, then he wanted even less for that suffering to happen all over again. The two stood in silence within the dark, still room, neither saying a word, until suddenly he reached up to the wardrobe, took down a coat, and draped it over her body to cover her. But in Odelle's eyes, that only made it harder for her to believe, because the man standing before her was the one who had desired her body most of all, and yet now, he was the one rejecting her and pushing her away first. How is your leg now? It's fully healed? I'm glad to hear that. After being rejected by him, when it came to that, even though he had been the one to suggest it first, Odelle was left confused. What exactly was going on here? He personally escorted her to the door, then confirmed that their agreement was canceled. You should go home. The deal has been called off. But since she still couldn't believe he would let it go so easily, she immediately asked again, what do you mean? You mean that proposal? Trading sex for money? Caught off guard by her blunt question, he froze for a moment, but then admitted it. That's right. That proposal is canceled. You don't have to do that anymore. I don't usually say this, but you really are a bastard, my lord. Humph. How dare he trample on her pride and then pull something like this? Though I don't want to admit it, that's exactly what I am. But don't worry. I'll still give you the manor as I promised. And that's better than an apology, isn't it? The moment he said that, she truly had no idea what to say or even think anymore. Honestly, I don't know what he's trying to do, but he really is an aggravating man. Since he said he would still give her what had been promised, she didn't want to stay there and face him for even one more minute, so she turned to leave. You don't want to know why I'm acting this way? I'm not really that curious, even though that was what she told herself. She still turned back and asked him why. Then why did you cancel that proposal? It was as though he had been waiting for that question. Cesare gave a faint smile, then revealed his real reason. Because I like you more than I thought, but that is something that can never be allowed. Of course, that was the truth. Even if he loved her desperately now, they were still brother and sister in name. On top of that, he carried a deep trauma connected to the very word love, so he did not dare love anyone. Sometime later, at the Bonaparte family estate, everything continued as usual after that day. And today, like every other day, while she was reading, Lady Effie came over. My lady, may I take a look at your wound? Of course. Oh, it has healed very well thanks to steady care, and from now on, you may go outside again. What a relief. Ah, that's right. We will be moving soon, before the southern festival season ends. But once January passes, all the nobles will return to Fornadir, because most events will be held there. Hearing Effie explain what was coming next, Odell quietly understood that her peaceful days here would soon come to an end. Sigh, my quiet, restful life at the estate, where no one bothered or mistreated me, is about to end. That gentle, comfortable routine. Because ever since that day, Cesare hadn't come near me anymore. Because I like you more than I thought, but that is not allowed. Just remembering those words had already become a burden, and I thought this was for the best. But now I have to face that day all over again. All right, my lady. Another letter has come from Lord Azira today. Taking the letter Azira had sent, she truly didn't know what to say. Their views from different places in Santa. He sends in to cheer me up since I can't go outside, even though his family is going bankrupt because the Bonaparte family demanded repayment of the money they borrowed. He has never once mentioned it. Someday, let's come here together. When she read the line, written beneath a photograph of the sea, her eyes widened in surprise. Someday? Though her heart was still full of uncertainty when she held that photograph in her hand. The image of the two of them happily walking together along that beach rose unconsciously in her mind. And so, as she held his letter in her hands, filled with all the feelings he had put into it, she once again asked herself whether she should do it. Effie, I wonder, could what happened at the Count's residence be grounds to end the engagement? Effie could not answer that question from her own perspective, so instead she told her another truth. Lord Cesare said that he might not provide a dowry to the Della Valor family, which is why Lord Luca Della Valor strongly opposed it. That is also why the relationship between the two families has become extremely complicated. Hearing that, Odell simply fell silent and asked nothing more. But the important point was that this engagement still would not be called off. No matter what happens, the engagement will not be canceled, because a family vow is something sacred. Only then did Odell let out a sigh of relief. Oh, what a relief. By the way, another letter arrived for you today as well, my lady. Another letter? Oh, it's from Genevieve. Opening the letter, Odell at first did not think much of it. But when she read the main contents of the letter, her eyes went wide in shock. Effie, I think I'll have to go out tomorrow. The next day, the scene shifted to a lavish and splendid tea party. And just as everyone was enjoying their tea together, someone arrived. All eyes there turned toward that person. And naturally, that person was none other than Odell Bonaparte. Her appearance stirred the once quiet atmosphere into a noisy storm of whispers. But just as she was wondering why everyone was gossiping like that, the lively orange-haired young lady waved her over. Over here, over here. Hello, Lady Genevieve. It has been a long time. May the goddess bless you. And may the goddess bless you as well. Come in quickly. Once she had brought her in, the orange-haired young lady carefully looked around to make sure no one was listening before finally pulling the curtains shut. Solby, Lady Odell, are you all right? Good heavens, what on earth is happening? First of all, I have to say that I never believed those rumors, but it seems the situation is more serious than we thought. If you have any idea how to deal with it, I'll do whatever you say without question. Being hit all at once with such a torrent of words, Odell went blank because she understood none of it. Lady Genevieve, please calm down first. I don't understand what you're talking about at all. What? Ah, she froze for 5 full seconds. She had just been making such a huge fuss, but the person at the center of it all had no idea what was going on, which left her staring in a daze like a statue. Are there rumors spreading about me? Wait, don't tell me you really know nothing? Lord Cesare hasn't said anything to you? My brother has been very busy lately. Startled for the second time, she realized that neither of the two main people involved knew anything. Oh dear, what should we do? Where am I even supposed to start? Clutching at her hair like a distressed child, the orange-haired young lady panicked, but then lifted her eyes to look at Odell, and slowly began telling her everything. Lady Odell, people in society are currently saying that something is wrong between the two of you. It seems this started from the Della Valor ball held earlier. People are saying the atmosphere between the two of you that day was very strange. Is that true? Asked about that day, Odell did not hide anything and answered honestly. Yes, but it was only a small quarrel between siblings. See, that's what I thought too. And yet everyone believed those rumors. And they're also saying that the reason you never showed yourself throughout the social season. At that point, she faltered and did not continue. What do you mean? Is there something about me not appearing in public? Because you've stayed at home the whole time, they're saying you must have been doing all sorts of things with him. In other words, they're saying you and Cesare were involved in incest because you were siblings, but that wasn't all. The rumors got even worse than that. And some people are even saying that you're hiding because you're pregnant. Truly, gossip can twist in 100 directions. All it takes is not seeing someone's face, and people will invent anything. Back at the Della Valor family, Azira had just returned from a business trip. Brother, Izira, Oris Della Valor, the eldest son of the Della Valor family, Azira's older brother and the heir to the house. are you well? Did you ask Duke Oe about that matter? At the question, Izira nodded to indicate that he had. Just as I expected, he said it would be difficult to lend us money, because Ivea relies almost entirely on exports through the Stellone Merchant Guild. Damn it, they're all in on it together. But brother, what happened while I was away in the Southern Islands? And what is this news that Lucia Izira is supposedly engaged to Lord Severino? And also, Lady Odell, hitting exactly the sore spot. The man dropped into his chair with satisfaction. You mean that rumor? Yes. Haha, isn't that rumor an interesting one? As he spoke, he took a drag from his cigarette and slowly blew out rings of smoke with a smug look on his face. Doesn't it please you? Because thanks to the scandal, the Bonaparte family will try to hurry the engagement along. B brother, don't tell me. You're the one who spread that rumor? Looking at her brother's mocking expression and the benefit the rumor brought, Izira immediately realized who the real mastermind was. But this elder brother was no simple man either. He was practically a male version of the scheming Lucia Izira. Ahaha, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Once the fire has been lit, all we have to do is sit back and watch. To preserve their reputation, the Bonaparte family will soon hand Odell over to you. Though the benefits of that rumor might align with Izira's wishes, he still could not believe his brother could be so underhanded. At the same time, in the Bonaparte family, the matriarch was extremely displeased and wanted this false rumor crushed immediately. Put an end to that lying story being spread at once. Then should we discuss this matter with the Della Valor family? I know you well. You could end that rumor immediately, but you deliberately ignored it. Duke Luca said the same, and I had feared you had failed to prepare the dowry. Hasn't Eva already met with me? If not for your appalling behavior, how could he have approached me, even though I had already withdrawn from the original arrangement? Do you think the situation is acceptable now? Whether this is a dispute of feelings, or merely a quarrel between siblings, too many people have been dragged into it. And what worries me most is Lady Odell. She knows about this, doesn't she? As his grandmother kept reproaching him and repeatedly bringing up Odell, Cesare no longer knew what to say. All he could do was stare down at the teacup on the table, seeing his own reflection in it, prepare the dowry and the allowance properly, and immediately arrange the formal meeting between the two families that was postponed before. You must do it quickly for me. Sigh. In the end, because of whom do I have to do all this? Following her orders, Cesare quickly organized a meeting with all the key members of both families present. And the purpose of today's meeting was to discuss Odell's upcoming marriage arrangement. After the failed assassination and the postponed engagement ceremony, everything was resumed at once with Eva's help. What a relief. I had been worried that the promise might be broken. While the matriarch opened the meeting with elegant words, these three, Cesare, Odell, and Izira, sat facing the same direction without saying a word. Even the atmosphere itself felt terribly stifling, making her deeply uneasy. This atmosphere is truly awful. Even so, the meeting proceeded very smoothly among the senior family elders. Ahaha, I'm truly honored that the Bonaparte family invited me today and allowed me to taste such an expensive wine. Surely this was prepared by the finest chef in Fornacia. Continuing after the head of the Della Valor family, Cesari's grandmother wrote down what she wished to say and carried the conversation on. In your opinion, when would be the appropriate time to hold a wedding? At that question, the father and son of the Della Valor family were both startled and overjoyed because what they had long wanted had finally become reality. Madam, in truth, my opinion is not what matters. The opinions of the bride and groom matter more. When asked about his own wedding and hers, Izira was visibly delighted. As for me, the sooner, the better. And what does Lady Odell think? Yes, I think so too. Thank you, Lady Odell. Having things turn out exactly as they wished, the two looked at each other with great satisfaction. But in Lucia Izira's eyes, the sight was irritating, so she did not hesitate to start making things difficult for Odell. Lady Odell, may I ask, will Lord Rowan and Lady Katerina attend the engagement ceremony? Before Odell could even feel annoyed, the father and son of the Della Valor family were already alarmed and wanted her to be quiet. Lucia Izira, be silent. Didn't you promise not to cause trouble today? It would be wonderful if they could bless their daughter's marriage at least once in their lives, wouldn't it? Ignoring her brother's warning in her ear, Lucia Izira kept speaking, and those words only made the already strained atmosphere between the two sides even more awkward. To break that awkwardness, the Bonaparte matriarch answered on Odell's behalf. We will contact them. Thank you for your concern, Lady Lucia Izira. Having the matriarch answer in her stead, Lucia Izira was somewhat startled and did not dare to ask anything more pointed. It's nothing. And the reason for her outburst was that earlier, she had suffered a severe emotional shock after being forced into marriage with that disgusting pig of a nobleman. This is truly absurd. Why am I the only one with no other choice to save this family's finances? And why am I still engaged to that swine? Despairing over the fact that her life was being forced into the hands of a man she loathed, her heart became twisted and resentful of everything, and of everyone around her as well. Goddess, please free me from this cruel fate. None of this would have happened if Cesare had not changed. And if he were not the sort of man who could trample on my love and all my efforts so mercilessly. But why? Why did he change like that? It is all because of that woman. Disappointed by a love that was never returned, and driven to despair because the man she loved did not love her, but another woman instead. Lucia Izira could not accept that painful truth. But she also could not bear the thought of that woman obtaining what she herself could not, and living more happily than she did. No, I cannot make another mistake. Before Lord Cesari's heart closes completely, I must act with my own hands and win it. That's right, I must claim his heart, no matter the cost. Lady Odell, didn't you once say you live in Capello? I absolutely have to wipe away that disgusting stain. So, will you be inviting your friends, then? Why do I ask? Because I want to expose Lady Odell's true origins no matter what. The moment Lucia Izira asked that question, the entire table of 7 fell silent. But immediately afterward, Odell spoke up and answered at once. No, I've decided not to invite any friends, because I only want this gathering to take place in a quiet atmosphere with close family. Oh, is that so? But that's such a pity. I truly wanted to meet the people who live in Capello. And what kind of place is it? It's a beautiful place. Although it isn't a port, most of it is farmland. But in Piazza Square, there's a splendid statue of a goddess holding wheat. Luckily, I've always prepared answers in advance to defend myself from attacks like these. If you head down the road opposite the statue, then you'll... I see. I'd love to visit someday. Odell had been speaking animatedly when Lucia cut her off, then drained her glass of red wine in one gulp and set it down before continuing. Now that I think about it, Lady Odell, you're quite knowledgeable about science, aren't you? You said your favorite author was Durrani, correct? In truth, Durrani's writing style isn't easy to understand at all, so that's quite impressive. I'm glad that such a wise woman will be marrying my brother. Thank you, Lady Lucia Izira, for your praise, but you're the one who should truly be called the model of a learned lady. Not at all, because I truly believe that Lady Odell is the one who will breathe life back into our family's hopes. I could even believe that you have the power to stand beside us and save our foolish footsteps from continuing down the road to hell. Yes, if you're here, then the light of Della Valor will be protected. Looking at the sinister expression and wicked thoughts plainly visible on Lucia's face, Odell could not understand the malicious scheme behind them, but she did recognize the meaning hidden in those words. Yes, I also believe that the strength to break free of restraints truly comes from within each person. The moment Odell said that, Lucia's eyes widened as if she had seized on something important. And seeing that reaction, Odell suddenly felt her heart skip. I thought so before, but it seems you prefer the older version of the play, don't you, Lady Odell? What do you mean? Because of the classical expressions you used, even your choice of words. Restraints and limitations instead of the word servant. To be honest, I prefer the older version too. Language may change meaning over time, but literature ought to be read in the language of its era. Hearing Lucia analyze the words she had just spoken, Odell realized that the knowledge she possessed was actually outdated. At that moment, she darted a worried glance toward Lucia Izira. Because Lucia Izira's expression now carried the quiet satisfaction of someone who had achieved something, and she cheerfully raised her glass in Odell's direction. Come, let's raise our glasses to Lady Odell, who will become part of our family, the missing piece we have lost. After the meal ended and the rain stopped as well, Lucia Izira strolled out into the garden full of puddles, in an exceedingly good mood. Why hadn't I seen the truth so easily before? Thinking that, she imagined herself soaring into the sky, and then, enchantingly, transforming into a purple-haired version of Odell. I am Odell Bonaparte. Splashing through the small puddles, she fluttered about in gleeful delight. Looking closely, she really could have once been someone who had struggled to survive on the streets. That's right, I truly did come from the streets. And yet, with such refinement, she claimed to be a country girl. But in this world, it's like an awl piercing through a sack. Some things simply cannot be hidden. That's right, I may be beautiful, but I've never once caught anyone's eye. I believe the strength to break free from all restraints comes from within each person. My refinement was built through books. That's what I used to think. But it seems you prefer the older version of the play, don't you, Lady Odell? However, my knowledge was never updated. Joy bloomed across her lips, and her spirits soared because of those words. And those very words also sparked a chain of truths hidden beneath everything. As for how she could know all of it, we still cannot say. But one thing was certain, she knew it all already. Ahaha, so you once disguised yourself as a man, did you, Odell? Who would ever have imagined it? That someone from the slums had always disguised herself as a man while cultivating refinement in the library. After skipping and dancing to her heart's content, she finally stopped, her dress already soaked through, for by then she had made up her mind to do something. I guarantee you'll never again have the chance to dirty that dress. Never again. A short while later, at the Tolonia Ducal estate, everyone was enjoying the party together, laughing and chatting merrily. And of course, at gatherings like this, there could never fail to be talk of the hottest recent rumors. Greetings, Lord Sigley. We meet again. May the goddess bless you. Greetings, my lady. How could I possibly miss a day like this? You come to check on Lady Odell too, haven't you? I heard that hundreds of carriages were lined up all the way to Fornatiaport, just because of the news that the Bonaparte siblings would be attending tonight's ball. I can't deny that. Wait, look over there. Just as they were gossiping, the very people at the center of the hottest rumors finally arrived. And naturally, there appeared appearance became the highlight of the day. Duke Cesare Bonaparte and Lady Odelle Bonaparte have arrived. When the two appeared, they were dazzling, like saints descending from heaven. But of course, the person playing the most important role in the rumors could never avoid being scrutinized and picked apart in every detail. She doesn't look pregnant at all, does she? Indeed, her stomach is completely flat. Aren't you staring a little too openly? Haha, I'm just curious about the rumors. Though perhaps they're both so beautiful that no one else could ever catch either of their eyes. In any case, to be honest, society is hardly lacking in noteworthy figures. For example, Lord Azira Della Valor has arrived. The man just mentioned, no less important, had arrived as well, and naturally Azira's presence here became another focus of everyone's gossip. Could it be that Lord Azira doesn't know about those rumors? If he did, surely he wouldn't remain so calm. Then will there be another clash tonight? That ought to be entertaining. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, Cesare calmly handed Odelle over to Azira without incident. Then the three of them turned and walked away together as though nothing had ever happened, leaving all the gossip-hungry onlookers staring in astonishment. What's going on? Was it all just a misunderstanding? As whispers and murmurs spread, the effort to disprove and suppress all the rumors had succeeded. Will this be enough to stamp out the rumors? I'm afraid not entirely, but I hope it will make a difference. Lord Cesare must continue cooperating until the end of the ball. And the reason the three of them had to put on this show was because the matriarch of the Bonaparte family had requested it. I hear there will soon be another ball at the Tolonia ducal residence. There, we must make sure Odelle and Azira appear very close and affectionate with each other. As for Cesare, you may amuse yourself with the other ladies. Since it was her command, he had no choice but to obey. But ever since he had developed feelings for Odelle, he no longer wanted to toy with any other woman. Once everything had gone according to plan, Azira and Odelle sat in a room across from, and not far from, Cesare, so they could observe him. Everything seems to be going smoothly. He's even obeying orders better than expected. They parted the curtains slightly to watch, and as usual, Cesare was displaying his natural charm with women, which reassured them both. So they simply turned back to their conversation. Because of me, you've had to go through all this trouble, Lord Azira. It's nothing. I've grown tired of those rumors myself. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since it was just the two of us like this, hasn't it? Oh, that's true. Ah, right? I received your postcard, Lord Azira. Reading it while I was recovering made me very happy. Is it true that all the mansions in Ventitium are white like that? They're even more beautiful in person. And on a fine day, sunlight reflects off them, and the whole city shines white, all of it contrasting with the blue sea, making everything so beautiful it's dazzling. As he spoke, her eyes sparkled as she imagined every scene. Even Azira could sense it as he looked into her eyes. You must really like traveling, my lady. What? Because your eyes are sparkling. Oh, is that so? I don't really know. I've never traveled even once, so perhaps that's why. If that's the case, then come with me sometime, so I can find out whether you truly like it or not. Looking at the graceful and elegant man before her only made his image in her eyes seem more perfect than before. Can words really be as beautiful and smooth as pebbles? Ahem, traveling as two would be wonderful, but perhaps three would be even better. So perhaps we could have a child, then the three of us. The mood had been light and ordinary, but Azira suddenly brought up having children, and Odelle froze, unable to process it at once. What? A child? Come to think of it, nobles naturally have a duty to produce heirs. So of course Lord Azira would want children. But why had I forgotten that? And from the very beginning, was I even allowed to have children? Because I can't think of any reason why I should. Lost in that stream of thought, she suddenly startled at the sound of his voice. Lady Odelle, could it be that you don't like children? No, that's not it. But it will be better if we discuss this another time. The moment the words left her mouth, Azira's expression turned troubled, and she could only lower her head. And seeing the look on her face, Azira unconsciously clenched his fist, trembling with self-reproach. I'm sorry, Lady Odelle. I'm not good enough for you. Huh, what do you mean? Startled by such a strong reaction from him, Odelle blinked in surprise. The allowance I receive from my family and the academy is only 8,000 gold a year. I know that by your standards, that's far too little. And that's probably why Lord Cesare forced Della Valor to add more dowry. Lord Azira, that's not it. Just as she was about to explain, he hurriedly cut her off with a firm promise. But I promise you this, I will make sure our family never has to struggle in daily life. I'm still publishing articles, so my stipend in the future will certainly be greater. Lord Azira, not wanting to let him continue blaming himself, she gently touched his hand and encouraged him. Things certainly won't be like that, and I don't think you're lacking in any way. But truly, I don't want to take advantage of you. I was only worried for your sake, and to confess, At that point, his words caught in his throat, because before his eyes was an Odelle so beautiful that he could no longer speak. Lady Odelle, facing her, the atmosphere between them suddenly turned intimate. And instead of letting words speak for his heart, Azira unconsciously raised his hand to her face. And naturally, she understood what what that touch to her cheek meant. So she closed her eyes and waited for it. But while they were in their private room, with the curtains tightly drawn, Cesare had come over and noticed it at some point. Lord Cesare, is something the matter? Staring fixedly at the room where Odell and Izira were, his heart could not remain at peace. But because he had to obey her orders, he could only suppress the frustration churning inside him. It's nothing. I see. More importantly, Lord Cesare, for this year's seaside wedding, what kind of ring? If you have no plans for the carnival festival. The noble ladies clung to him, chattering endlessly, but his mind had no room for them at all. And Cesare, you may go and amuse yourself with the other ladies. At the time, Odell had turned to him and agreed with that. It would be better for you if you met someone new. And so now he was sitting here in the middle of this noisy crowd. Does she think I can't? With that thought, he reached toward a young woman, making her beam with delight. But what he reached for was not the woman herself, but the glass in her hand. Oh, Lord Cesare, that's my drink. You're so terrible. She said that, but she was clearly thrilled, while he found it unbearably annoying. Lord Cesare, at least give me what lingers on your lips. It was a sweet and shamelessly seductive remark, but Cesare was no longer the man he had once been, one who could take interest in such things. Why do you like me? Because you have everything, looks, skill, money, everything. Then why don't you love me? Asking why they liked him was easy, but when asked why they didn't love him, the girls there suddenly fell silent and awkward, because, simply put, they all shared the same answer, and he knew it too. Because in your eyes, everything is just a game. And with those words, one ugly memory after another between him and Odell came rushing back. If you're clever enough, you'll understand why you should come to my bedroom at night. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? It seems you're quite good at preserving your pride while begging, aren't you? Then why couldn't you do that and avoid this whole mess? Let me touch you the same way, or you'll have to stop touching my chest. If I said I was hurt, would you attend to me in the bedroom? You can hold me however you like. Just close your eyes and pretend you don't know anything. Put this in your mouth. Do you find that amusing? It seems. I suppose I can understand. Yes, but as I said before, I never hated you. Because thanks to you, I escaped Gimera, and I no longer had starved to death. To me, you were no different from a god. So I never hated you. The last time he heard her say that, his heart could no longer remain calm and stay seated here. Duke Cesare, where are you going? To get some fresh air. Even though that was the reason he gave, every lady there understood where he really wanted to go. You want to see Lady Odell right now, don't you? But don't you think you're a little too obsessed with your sister? And you've surely heard those rumors too, haven't you? You don't actually think something like this will be accepted, do you? In any case, none of it is true. Don't you feel sorry for Lady Odell? At that moment, the restraint in his heart reached its limit. But what would happen if Cesare discovered it? The woman he loved had kissed another man. Would it really be so wrong if I truly wanted to love someone, even just once? Why does everything have to be so complicated for me? Why? What I mean is, don't you find this truly ridiculous? The truth is, Cesare Bonaparte is just as foolish as everyone else. With that, Cesare quickly left the place, because the only person he wanted to find right now was Odell. But searching for her was far from easy, with so many rooms and so many people. But no matter what, he was determined to find her, even if it meant disturbing or interrupting other couples in the middle of their intimate moments. HM, what's going on? D-Duke Cesare. The more he searched for her, the more wildly his feelings surged, until they were completely beyond control. By the time he reached the final room, all his calm and patience were gone. Because there, in the place where the woman he had been looking for stood, she was already in another man's arms. They were even kissing, and he truly could not believe his eyes or endure it for even one more moment. And then, when their eyes met, shock, astonishment, and disbelief made all three of them freeze, because none of them had expected to encounter each other here. But after only a moment of stunned silence, Izira and Odell immediately pulled away because of Cesari's presence. D-Duke Cesare, brother, why are you here? The moment he heard those words from her, his face darkened, and his eyes widened blankly like those of a soulless man, as though every nerve in his brain had snapped. And after dealing with the man who had been intimate with the woman he loved, he turned to her and shouted angrily, "What exactly do you mean by this? I mean, we already talked about this. Is that the reason? I'm sorry, but we haven't done anything wrong, and you should stop." The moment she finished speaking, both men stared at her in utter shock. But only a second later, Cesari's anger surged again, swallowing what little reason he had left beneath his jealousy. "Come with me." He seized her wrist and dragged her away roughly, and Odell had no choice but to follow Cesare. Still, she did not forget to look back at Izira, because what had just happened could throw all their plans into disarray, and their marriage might never take place. But before they could even find out whether that would happen or not, Odell and Cesare had to face the countless rumors surrounding their relationship as brother and sister, a subject everyone was deeply curious about. Oh my goodness, do you see what's happening? I do. It looks like the rumors were true after all. My heavens, this is terrible. They're brother and sister. As they walked through the crowd whispering about them, Cesari's expression did not change at all, while Odell grew more and more anxious, afraid the rumors would spread even further. "Duke Cesare, I don't know what you mean by this, but it would be best if we talked about it once we return home. Then when we get home, will your answer change?" As they walked and spoke, Cesare finally dragged her to a place where no one else was around. Only then did he finally confront her about the real issue. Why did something unplanned like this happen? But seducing him was part of the plan, so I only... Odell, you said that if I asked, you would sleep with me, didn't you? Then why did you dare do that with Azira? How dare you disregard my words without my permission, without my approval, without me asking it of you? How dare you kiss him? But then she gave a faint, bitter smile and finally spoke her mind. I see. I should have sold myself to you sooner. Then perhaps I could have lived a better life. After all, it seems my innocence and my sincere feelings are worth nothing by comparison, aren't they? By the way, there's something else I want to tell you, so our plan won't fail. Lord Azira seems very worried. He's worried that our future marriage won't be stable. So I want you to tell him not to worry, because my chastity will be exchanged for a dowry. Also, may I use the residence you promised me after the wedding? We heard her say that. It felt as though something inside him exploded, and he tightened his grip on her arm until it hurt. Do you remember why I gave it to you that day? But his reason had already shattered by now, and all he wanted was to know what she truly felt. She had no choice but to stammer out an answer. Because you seemed a little angry with me. So I thought that was why you gave it to me. Hearing her answer, Cesari's outburst suddenly stopped. Angry? Is that all? What did I say that day again? You said that you liked me more than you thought. Then why did you think I was angry with you? The moment he said those words, his expression grew shadowed, as though he desperately wanted her to understand something. And she, seeing his face and hearing the sincerity in his voice, felt her heart skip a beat. And yet her soft red lips pressed together tightly, as though refusing to speak. But after a moment, they parted again, because she truly wanted to say what was in her heart as well. You always toy with me like a cat playing with a mouse. Don't you think that's cruel? But when he understood what she meant by those words, Cesari's emotions sank, and his hand loosened around her wrist. But I really had my own reasons. Still, I only wanted to do everything with sincerity, because I truly wanted to care for you. When she heard that answer, her heart seemed to stop, unable to believe what she had just heard. But of course, Odell was no different from any other woman when it came to trusting a man like him. That's impossible. You aren't someone capable of sincerely loving anyone. Faced with a woman he loved with all his heart, and yet that same woman could not believe in his feelings at all. His whole world seemed to fall silent in that suspended moment. A drop of water fell, then another, and soon countless drops began to pour down. It was as if the rain itself was speaking his heart, weeping for him over the disappointment and piercing pain he had to endure. But what was he supposed to do? Could he never have that kind of love like other people? How much more did he have to suffer before it would be enough? At the same time, in the middle of a torrential night rain, a carriage raced through the forest towards some unknown destination. The coachman was risking his life to carry out the task he had been given. Just a little farther, we're almost there. At last, I found him, Mr. Ackley. So bring that person to me immediately. It turned out this man was a soldier under Lucia, Azira's command. But what mission had she given him that made him so hurried and afraid? After a long journey through the rain, the carriage carrying someone finally came to a stop. And once they had arrived, the person inside slowly stepped down. At that same moment, Lucia, Azira, stood upstairs, silently looking down, because this was the very plan she had painstakingly arranged, and the person who had just stepped down would be an important link in her grand design. Sensing someone watching, that person quickly turned around, and in the flash of lightning overhead, we were finally able to see her face clearly. And as expected, it was Clarice, Odell's close friend from her time in Jamora. But why had she come here? Had she come to join hands with Lucia, Azira, and expose Odell? Whatever the reason, this was undoubtedly part of Lucia, Azira's meticulously arranged plan, because she had resolved to bring Odell down and reveal her true nature, so that Odell would never be able to be with Cesare again. Season 2 ends here. I hope you've all been completely immersed in this story, and please look forward to the next season.